On the 9 immortal continent, the Chaos Holy Land was once the strongest holy land. Since the great Chaos Emperor ascended to become an immortal, it began to slowly decline. And today is the day the chaotic Holy Land opens its mountains to accept disciples. One by one, each person flocked to worship the monk like a group of ants. Although it was said that the Holy Land had declined, the 100-legged centipede died without falling, so the number of people still coming to worship the monk was endless. Watching this, you may ask, in this story, who will be the main character? A young man with a tall figure and bright face spoke. That's of course, it's definitely me. Phew, is this a mixed Holy Land? This handsome guy is our main character. His name is Tuvan. Tuvan used his hand to block the sun and looked into the distance. Since he came to this world, he has made me wait 19 years. Finally, I have been waiting for the day when the Holy Land opens its mountains to accept disciples. If that continues, the system's first task will be considered completed. The system board displays a notification. If you complete the mission, you can receive the number of enlightenment times. The first mission he received was to enter the Holy Land of Chaos, and was completed. The reward for the number of enlightenment times is one already awarded, about to renew the mission. The number of times there has been enlightenment is 1. In less than a minute, Tuvan received a new mission, joining the Chaos Holy Land. The reward for the number of enlightenments this time tripled. He stood within the system contemplating his new goal. The new mission is to join the Chaos Holy Land, which is just right for me, and the new mission is so generous, rewarding 3 times of enlightenment, which is really unexpected. Enlightenment is the realm that cultivators enter by chance while comprehending the Great Path. Finding an ordinary person who can be enlightened once is enough to burn incense and thank heaven and earth. But those evil people, super geniuses, are afraid they can only be enlightened 2 to 3 times in their lifetime. Tuvan remembers the scene where his father was trampled by bad guys, but because he was too young, he could only stand against the wall and watch helplessly. As a fallen aristocrat in a decadent small country, in the past 19 years, we have seen many things that, due to insufficient strength, have bent the knee and lost all dignity. But starting from today, he looked at everyone struggling to climb up and said with a tone full of contempt, "Climb up, extras. With this enlightened system by my side, no one should try to stop me, even if they are gods." Suddenly, a large bell appeared out of nowhere in midair, making everyone noisy. "Hey, look quickly, what is that? It's so big." Tuvan was distracted by the noise and also looked up following human curiosity. The giant bell crashed to the ground, causing everyone to panic and quickly cover their ears. Is it a bell? The bell that rang just now seemed like even my internal organs and soul were about to burst. What exactly is this? When Tuvan witnessed this scene, he was shocked. He opened his mouth and thought, "Mom, I'm just saying that. Old Tianjia doesn't need to be so serious." Suddenly there was an old man stroking his beard and laughing. You don't need to panic. This thing is called Chaos Chung, the divine weapon of the great Emperor of Chaos, the founder of our Chaos Holy Land. This bell is among the imperial soldiers around the world, ranked 3rd. As long as you can ring the bell once, you will be considered to have passed our sect's introductory test. However, if you disregard the sacred objects of our mixed Holy Land because of this, it will only lead to your fate being a total failure. The inspection of this bell is extremely strict. If you have normal qualifications, you will immediately be sent away from this place, and will never be allowed to join the Chaos Holy Land in the future. Receiving this unexpected announcement, everyone excitedly shouted, "What?" Everyone was noisily pushing each other. "Hien brother, with such an opportunity, you let me go first, so what?" Another person replied, "Brother, you die. I will not die. Brother, my big brother is at fault." The other person replied sharply, "Damn it, you really have no martial virtue." The iron-bearded elder and the white-bearded elder looked at the brothers facing each other in disappointment. "Ah, it seems like we didn't get anything today." The remaining elders replied, "I've been trying to invade my holy land, but it's deteriorated to the point where I can't even find a qualified person." The bearded elder stroked his beard leisurely and said, "Let's finish quickly. I still have to go back to nourish my beard." I don't know how he stroked it to tear off his beard. The elder panicked and shouted loudly, "What?" The bells suddenly rang twice. Everyone gasped and turned around to look for that genius. 2 bells? No, exactly 3 hours. Who can ring 3 bells? Somewhere, a beautiful woman named Fu Lin informed Detienne, the owner, that the general chaos rang out 5 times. Old Detienne calmly replied, "Yes, I know." The holy master who was walking in the hallway was also noticed by the noise in the distance. The chaos bell rang out. 6 sounds. No, it was the last 7. Finally someone who could fight the chaos bell rang out. It's been 5 hours. The tomb of the ancient elder was also affected by this bell. It's the 8th hour. Who is this person? The two elders were as surprised as if their eyes were about to fall out. Who is this kid? Wait, he still has the strength to ring the bell, so isn't it? At this time, Tu Van was still frantically punching the bell body. Each of his punches was like a lightning strike. Tu Van rang a total of 9 bells, so much so that the heat from the bell was smoking and about to catch fire. In the room of an ancient elder, an undead arm reached out, punched through the tomb, and screamed, "Who is it? Who can ring 9 chaotic bells?" The ghostly spirit flew up into the air to find the boy ringing the bell. The ghost slowly flew out to find him. With such an outstanding talent, I must take him under my wing. And Tu Van was still calmly ringing the bell, not knowing that all eyes were on her. The feeling after enlightenment is completely different. The whole person feels like being reborn. He happily felt this feeling, which could only be described in one word: joy. After finishing 9 hours of beating, Tu Van wiped his hands in satisfaction and washed the tendons instead of the marrow. Everyone shouted, chaos and blessings came together. The bearded elder quickly knelt down to welcome him, and the reception elder of the Holy Land greeted him. His heart was filled with joy. Ha ha ha, he didn't expect that he would be able to welcome a courtier. He would soon be remembered in the sect's history. The monks stood far away, everyone admired them. There were actually people who could do it in the 9 hours of the gods. The other 5 great holy places all had servants, only the mixed Holy Land did not have any. This time, we finally have a servant present. Seeing this scene, the old man will die without regrets. I see that this person has the qualities of a great emperor. Tu Van was a bit shy. He scratched his head and said, that elder, isn't this a bit exaggerated? The elder still knelt there, his tone respectful. Not a bit. The position of a servant is equivalent to a holy master. This old slave does not dare to be disrespectful. The holy master of chaos's aura radiated bright golden light. He walked and said, after so many years, the Chaos Holy Land has finally waited for this day. The servants saw the Holy Master, and immediately knelt down to greet and bow to the Holy Master. The Holy Master stands in front of Tu Van. You don't need to bow, follow me. The great powers of the Holy Land are all waiting to receive disciples. He replied repeatedly, yes, yes. In Tu Van's mind, he thought that he had to start from the basic level. When he rang the bell, he used 1 enlightenment, but he didn't expect to take 1 step to heaven. The system appears. Congratulations to the homeowner on achieving the number of times of enlightenment, 3 times, whispered in his heart, can be used at any time. The system is refreshing the task. In the chaotic ocean, the Holy Master led him inside, where everyone was waiting for him. Tu Van, several elders, masters, and fossils all wanted to accept him as their disciple. However, who you choose is your freedom, we won't force you. Look, the person with the supreme hand must also come out to welcome our Tu Van. Not only people but also fossil bones. Tu Van was a little tense in his heart, but he still tried to calm down. Yes, Holy Master, are there still fossil bones? Other classmates nervously looked after Tu Van. The atmosphere became noisy. It's strange, it feels like the god's son is very normal, doesn't have a special physique, and doesn't look like he has the power to reincarnate. Another person interrupted. You're thinking too much. The person who can make chaos scream 9 times, is it the person you and I can see through? Another person joined the conversation. That's right, except for the old man. No one has been able to do it. A tall man with strong muscles and thunderous lightning around him appeared. He grinned and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I am Elder Loi Min. My thunder god technique can summon heavenly tribulations, its power is unparalleled. Do you wish to worship me as a monk? Another old man chimed in, criticizing Elder Loi Min. An elder also wants to accept a servant? Too delusional and delusional. My son, I am the immortal ancestor. My immortal magic can make the body immortal. Before he could finish his sentence, the fossilized bones were already startling. What is the old ancestor? I am a fossilized bone knife. Cultivating my tyrannical knife can be invincible. The bones are fossilized. You are still too young. You should worship my ancestor wood as a monk, practice my wood divine technique, and be able to resist thousands of wood. Or become a disciple of my ancient fossilized bones. Being attacked by everyone made Tu Van suffocate. He was confused and didn't know what to do. Damn, it's really fossilized bones. But everyone seems to be very powerful. Who should I choose? Suddenly, Détienne suddenly appeared and spoke. My son, this old man is the Supreme Elder Détienne. Although the old man's cultivation level is not stable, practicing the Chaos Sutra can create the first chaos body in the world, and the throne is also within reach. The new mission appears at the most thrilling part, choosing Deepening as a monk. The reward is 5 times of enlightenment. He was stunned at the task being as easy as porridge, but with such a high reward. Tuvan smiled mischievously, rubbing his long chin in thought, so why hesitate any longer, of course. He immediately clasped his hands and worshipped Deepening as his master. The ancestors, fossil bones, and disciples were willing to worship Supreme Elder Deepening as their master and practice the Chaos Sutra. Tuvan made a decision that caused everyone to object vehemently. It was ridiculous and chaotic. The sutra was too difficult to practice. No one except the old ancestor could practice it. Kohoathach chimed in and agreed. That's right, Deepening only made Chaos Chung cry 6 times, still unable to cultivate to perfection. Chaos Sutras need to be enlightened, you will harm that servant. Deepening was not angry when everyone attacked him, he still calmly replied, I cannot practice without representing you. Fu Lin stood next to support his master. Also, don't forget, cultivating the Chaos Sutra can make you invincible in the same realm. The more people talk, the more people look for Deepening's weakness to take down. I can't become a saint even in the supernatural realm. What's the use of being in the same invincible realm? That's right, if I can't become a saint, wouldn't we become a laughing stock if we mixed up the Holy Land? That's right, if that's the case, our Holy Land won't be able to raise its head. Deepening was a little shaken in his heart, he just stood still and listened to the judgments from others. Suddenly the system appeared a new mission. Give up your identity as a servant, with a reward of 10 times the chance of enlightenment. Wow, the system is really playing big this time. Tuvan could not ignore such a delicious reward, nor could he let go of the noble status he had just acquired. He was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. Damn, is your system really that big? Okay, I'm already dead. Having said that, everyone knows what answer Tuvan will give. He carefully paid respects to everyone, the ancestors, the fossilized bones, and the disciples who were willing to give up their status as servants to worship Deepening as a monk, so that even if the disciples could not cast the chaos body, they would not cause harm. The holy place lost face. Loi Min was so surprised that he gasped. The holy master was also a bit surprised, but he only showed it through his eyes and did not show off like other people. Deepening also looked at Tuvan silently. He must have had many questions in his heart. The ancestors and fossil bones all exclaimed in unison, What? Tuvan's decision to give up the identity that many people long for truly makes others regret. The elders are all excited. The position of a servant is equal to that of a holy master. Think again. My lord, please reconsider. What you gave up is the best cultivation resource. Young man, don't be rash. In his heart, Tuvan was crying, tears covering his face, struggling with thoughts. I don't want to give up either, it's the system forcing me. Tuvan regained his momentum and heroically shouted, Elders, fossilized bones, please listen to a word from the disciple. If the disciple can practice the chaos scripture, then he will soon be able to become a disciple. On the contrary, it further proves that the disciple does not have this qualification, so I asked everyone to comply. After finishing speaking, Tuvan had some regrets in his heart. After all, he had to give up the saint, so why not pretend to be a little more generous? The Holy Master did not say a word from beginning to end, but now he smiled. The Holy Master stood up and loudly declared, Okay, since you are so determined, then do as you say. Starting from today, you are a disciple of Supreme Elder Deepening. Everyone disperse. Everyone expressed regret and left in droves. It was very difficult to have a courtier, what a pity. Let's go, this is destiny. That's right, I thought this time I could finally rise up. Tuvan resolutely bowed his head to worship the Master. Tuvan's disciple, worship the Master. Deepening warmly said, If you trust me like that, I will definitely teach you everything in the remaining days. As soon as Tuvan heard about the remaining days, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. Nanny? What about the remaining days? In his mind he thought, just worshipping the Master, you are about to die, are you kidding me? His face was listless, and he asked his master, About that, Master, how much time do you have left? Deepening happily laughed. The transcendent realm only has 1,000 years of longevity. This year the teacher is already 900 years old. Tuvan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily we still have 100 years left. But this age is also a bad thing. Deepening turned around and said, Let's go, to my imperial palace. Tuvan wondered, so what must a master do to increase longevity? His master replied that by breaking through to the heavenly realm, life expectancy can increase to 2,000 years, but my life is hopeless. At that time, he was known as the strongest saint in the Holy Land, and there were quite a few followers, so he built many palaces. But when we couldn't break through, the pursuers also left one by one. In Detien's area there is a spirit beast park, and even at the sacred garden, it seemed like all the buildings were empty. Arriving at Detien Palace, the place was completely deserted, with only Detien and his servant Fu Lin, just 2 people. The 2 of them sat facing each other. Detien began to teach the moves. After a while, the teacher will explain to you the basic knowledge of cultivation. We have a total of 14 cultivators. Great realm. He turned over the note and showed off, in turn, body training, energy gathering, divine journey, heavenly cave, spiritual sacrifice, awakening, transcendence, nirvana, supernatural, heavenly realm, saint, great saint, true truth. Great emperor. Why are there so many realms? But the drawing is a bit ugly, master. Hearing about many mind-numbing realms one after another, he was filled with confusion. With so many realm names, it's impossible to say whether it's good or not. This picture is too brutal. Detien raised his finger. A small ray of light flashed. Now the teacher will teach you the Chaos Sutra, helping you enter the body refinement stage. Master touched Yuvan's forehead. Evil egos are one. All things are not all things. Difficult to understand the universe. There is reason. He absorbed the small source of energy. Yuvan felt that power. Was this the Chaos Sutra? There were 108 layers. It was truly profound. I don't know the enlightenment effect on the Chaos Sutra. Anyway, let's try it out. The beautiful girl Fu Lin walked in. Look at her hot body. Each round comes out like a round. Look like mlem. Master, the young master's clothes have been chosen. I don't know how long it will be before the young master can comprehend the first layer of Chaos Sutra, but my heart is worried and restless. Detien picked up the ginseng and rubbed it, and said, no need to worry. Based on Yuvan's aptitude, at most 3 days, put this million-year-old ginseng into the foundation. I want to create it for him. Strong national treasure. Fu Lin did not forget to exclaim to his master. That year the master mastered the first level in 7 days, which was already the fastest record, if the young master could not surpass. Suddenly, Fu Lin dropped the ginseng box to the ground. The girl's A-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouth were full of surprise. This is... Detien seemed angry, but he still calmly reminded, Fu Lin, how old are you? Why are you still so rude? This time, even Detien was frightened, including all the servants. He shouted, oh my God! Yuvan's strength grew stronger and stronger. His whole body seemed to grow wings, floating in midair. Fu Lin and Detien opened their mouths in surprise. The spiritual energy was absorbed. The young master had already comprehended the chaos of the first floor. What? Just receiving the power from his master, Yuvan has already comprehended the first level, truly living up to his title as a servant. On the outside, Yuvan looked calm and enlightened, but inside he was as happy as flying on cloud 9. Ha! One enlightenment has already comprehended the first level of the Chaos Sutra. So what are you waiting for? Come now. After all, there are still 17 more times to go. Fu Lin felt worried and immediately turned to the owner and said, Master, the young master is still comprehending. Does he still want to take this opportunity to comprehend the second floor? Detien hesitantly replied, not sure. I spent a year on the second floor that year. Before he finished speaking, a diamond-colored stone lotus bud sprouted right from the ground. The lotus tree slowly grows taller and blooms. This is the golden lotus. Detien's face turned pale. He gasped as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The second floor was a mess. Oh my God. Fu Lin's expression was no different from Detien's. Master, young master seemed to have no intention of stopping yet. After a period of understanding, Yuvan reached the threshold of spiritual light, which is the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra. Truly the aura of the main character. The ancestors have spent hundreds of years yet to reach this threshold. Tears of happiness flowed down Fu Lin's cheeks. She happily said, Master, this time you really got the treasure. Maybe in this life we can really see the chaos. Life. Detien looked up at Yuvan with joy. That's right. That year I planned to break my predecessor's record and comprehend the 9th level, spending 30 years. This person's failure is truly unforgivable. Outside, storm clouds gathered. Thunder and lightning thundered like the end of the world had appeared. Everyone at the foot of the mountain witnessed this horrifying scene and was extremely confused. What happened to the emperor? Emperor Fong, I'm in the mountain peak. What is this? Hasn't he already given up his identity as a servant? Now it's not the same. That's right, giving up such a good resource is clearly an idiot. These guys aren't as good as other people, so they're jealous. The Holy Master is also standing there looking at this strange phenomenon. The earth is brave and the gold lotus is strong. The energy is refined and the world is strong. De Tian has really done his best to create an unparalleled foundation for him, but it's a pity, it's really like that. Worth it? At this time, So Kin Kyo was Tian Nat's disciple. The two of them were discussing with each other, Master, is this the Supreme Elder De Tian who is refining Tu Van's body? Tian Nat Tai Thuong Elder spoke with contempt. Humph, De Tian is simply wasting his energy and time. That trash servant cannot refine into Chaos Sutra. Kin Kyo was secretly indignant. It was Tu Van who stole my prominence. Except for him, I was the only one who made the chaos scream 5 times. What's wrong? 2 more people who see others as better than them and become angry. At this time, at the imperial peak, Tu Van still had no intention of stopping his understanding. De Tian exclaimed in surprise. With a golden body, Tu Van has reached the extreme state of body refining. Fu Lin held the ginseng root and said with a regretful tone, the foundation construction fluid that the master prepared was all a genius treasure, spending hundreds of years, isn't it a useless waste? De Tian smiled and replied, Tu Van has created a peerless foundation, of course there is no need to use it, but it cannot be wasted. At a time when there are many disciples entering the sect, you should also go and receive one. I'll go, I've always been friends with Tu Van. Her eyes lit up and she happily said, accepting disciples? Really? I'm leaving now. After completing his understanding, Tu Van touched his feet to the ground. He walked forward to pay his respects to his master. De Tian smiled with satisfaction and replied yes. Tu Van looked around and asked, Master, why did Fu Lin leave? De Tian smiled idly and replied, Fu Lin thought it was a pity to waste the foundation building fluid, so I asked her to choose and accept disciples. The apprentice reached 9 levels in a day and reached the ultimate body refining power of 100,000 pounds. Tu Van was happy. Refining his body to the extreme state, wouldn't he soon be able to enter the realm of gathering energy? De Tian quickly explained, No, next you must stay in the body refining realm to lay a solid foundation. Depending on your talent, each realm must reach its theoretical limit to be truly invincible. People. Tu Van wondered, so what is the limit of body refining? Master gently replied, you have not yet reached the extreme state of cultivating your combat skills. You only need to cultivate your combat skills to enter the taboo realm. Every time you increase your strength by 100,000 pounds, it is called the 1 forbidden, the 9 forbidden is the god. The only person who has achieved 900,000 pounds of strength is our chaos ancestor. Tu Van was excited, his energy was now full of enthusiasm. So what are you waiting for, Master? Quickly teach me fighting skills. He patted his disciple on the shoulder. Don't worry, fighting skills cannot be cultivated casually. You must enter the sect's spiritual pavilion. Your spirit will proactively help your child choose fighting skills. Wait for Fu Lin to accept the disciple's completion of body refining, and tomorrow morning after the spirit pavilion opens, we will go together. Tu Van happily accepted, then followed the master's arrangement. At this time, Fu Lin brought an extremely cute girl to the imperial palace, congratulating the young master on casting the supreme foundation. Tu Na, why don't you pay your respects to your senior brother? It turns out that cute girl's name is Lam Chu Na, the new disciple that Fu Lin has accepted. Tu Na's quick-mouthed question made Chu Van and Fu Lin embarrassed. Lam Tu Na paid her respects to her senior brother, and heard that he had given up his position as a subject. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lin got angry. She shouted loudly, This guy really keeps touching other people's pain like that. Despite her master's warning, Tu Na still rushed forward to ask, May I ask, what do you think, brother? Suddenly, Fu Lin stood from behind and picked up Tu Na's collar. Fu Lin was furious, quickly went to build a foundation for the old lady. What was the point of talking so much? She forcefully threw the new furniture straight into the water tank. Tu Na fell into the water tank. The girl happily lies in the water tank. Yes, master. Tu Van looked at her little sister, and somewhat exclaimed. Tu Na's natural talent is not bad. With many years of preparation for building the foundation, in the future she will probably soon be able to practice to the extreme level of body refining. Fu Lin replied, considering her good luck, this was originally something prepared for the young master. After that, Fu Lin spoke to Tu Na. Building a solid foundation, tomorrow with your senior brother to choose fighting skills, taking advantage of the day to enter the extreme body refining stage. Tu Na smiled and replied, I already know. The second day at the spirit house, this place looked so desolate. Tu Na went with her master and senior brother to choose fighting skills. She happily exclaimed, Wow, there are so many people. Because we just accepted new disciples yesterday, there are so many people today. Fu Lin replied, Normally, Only when testing combat strength and choosing combat skills do many people come to this place. When the little guys saw Tu Van coming, they immediately spoke in an arrogant and critical tone. Isn't that Tu Van's son? Did he also come to test his fighting strength? I'm a monkey, he's an ordinary disciple now. I think he can reach 30,000 pounds of combat power, which is not bad, so I bid 20,000. Tu Na's blood boiled when some scoundrels spoke ill of her senior brother. Dare to speak ill of my senior brother, I'll scare you to death in a moment. Tu Na impatiently said to Fu Lin, Master, let me and senior brother go together to test our fighting strength. Fu Lin calmly replied, depending on the young master's strength, there is no need to check. Tu Na rushed forward to hug her master. Master, he doesn't need it, I need it, let me go, please. Fu Lin smiled and agreed, okay, then let's go. She confidently strode forward. At this time, someone was testing the waters for civil war. That person's punch appeared as a blue swirl. The blue light turns on halfway. He was pleased with his abilities, haha, and he had 50,000, he was truly a genius. He is a disciple of Elder Tai Not, his name is Chu Bin. Oh my god, there are so many stupid saints, I don't see the Tai Mountain. Our girl Tu Na, although small, has no fear in her demeanor. Isn't she just 50,000 pounds, to the point of being so arrogant? I can be proud of myself. A few young men standing below looked disdainful. Miss, don't talk nonsense. The strength of 50,000 pounds is already a great achievement in the body refining stage. Only a few geniuses can gain such power after building the foundation. That's right, she doesn't have any knowledge where she comes from. Chu Bin spoke loudly and bossily. I recognized her. Her name was Lam Tu Na. Yesterday she knocked 3 chaotic sounds, but I knocked 4. Based on this bit of talent of yours, you dare to brag shamelessly in front of me, which is extremely ridiculous. Tu Na walked past him and replied, Isn't it just 50,000 pounds, what's so interesting about it? She took a stance, preparing to strike the balance, and said in an eloquent voice, This lady will check for you. Tu Na raised her fist and burst out with golden light full of internal energy. Although the body is small, the internal power of the fist cannot be underestimated. The balance began to rise to 30,000. Chu Bin still stood there, holding thoughts of contempt for others. That's crazy. The young master waited for her to be slapped in the face. The balance reached its maximum. Silver light flashed blindingly. The arrogant person at this moment gasped. His eyes rolled back to the sky in confusion. Damn it, the starry silver light. Reading this part is so satisfying. This ray of silver light was so strong that it flashed in all directions, blinding everyone. But everyone couldn't help but be amazed by Tu Na. Everyone was talking excitedly about this strange girl's ability. There, it was silver light. This girl had passed through great body refining and entered the top level of body refining. How is this possible? This power is so scary. Tu Na waved her hands, cheerfully raised her face to the young men who dared to despise her. What's up, are you satisfied? Tu Van stood and watched everything from beginning to end. Only then did he smile and praise his little sister, hee. As expected of our junior sister, she is also very powerful. Although Chu Bin was bitter, he still looked arrogant and loudly said, What's so proud about that? Surely she is similar to that Tu Van, relying on shameful deception to gain power. Just a few drops of seawater, and you think you're the ocean? Tu Na angrily scolded, Shut up. My senior brother is a unique talent, how could he lie? The name Chu Bin spat, an act so disgusting and condemnable, but miraculously, I spat on it. After that, he continuously insulted Tu Van very badly. Do you know how well a servant is treated? You would have to be stupid to give up. Surely he was stripped of his position by the Holy Master because of his deceitful means. The new face is to proactively give up. Those lowly, brainwashed people immediately started making a fuss. Such an analysis is really true, why didn't I think of it? Yes, that's definitely the case. It turns out that Tu Van is so shameless. Tu Van vaguely heard it, and was a little confused. Fu Lin, this guy seems to be intentionally targeting us? Fu Lin replied. Young master, this person was a disciple of Tian Not Supreme Elder, confronting the master. The one and the master are like water and fire. You're not impatient but extremely calm, it turns out that's how it is. At this time, So King Tu jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly to prove his identity. Okay, then I will let you know what is called a unique talent. A few people standing in the stands saw King Tu jump up and chatted loudly. It's so King Tu. Yesterday, except for Chu Van, the only super genius was him who was able to ring 5 bells. I heard that his master, Elder Tian Nat Tai Thuong, is about to enter the heavenly realm. Judging by the aura, He has definitely reached the top level of body refining. Qin Tu arrogantly looked down at Tu Van's group. Tu Van, you can see clearly. He punched strongly. It seemed like the punch was also strong, but he had talent but no manners. The column appeared on a bright yellow bulletin board, surprising everyone. This is already the realm of perfect physical training. 1 day of perfect physical training, truly a gift from heaven. So Qin Tu smirked with satisfaction as if he had won against Tu Van. He turned his head and said in a disdainful voice, "Let you laugh. I can't compare with senior brother Tu Van's 9 moves. Brother Tu, come, let everyone admire." Tu Na trotted over to support. "Senior brother, quickly come and show these low-level dog-eyed people a look." To his opponent's ridicule, Tu Van still calmly replied, "To be that person, you have to be humble." Suddenly, his eyes opened wide as if he saw something terrible. The enlightenment system appeared and assigned new tasks, surprising everyone around, creating a commotion. The reward is 3 times enlightenment. In addition, this quest can be stacked indefinitely. He looked at the new mission and thought again. Of course, when necessary, showing off a little is not impossible. This mission is a bit unorthodox. Isn't this an announcement just to show off? Qin Tu stood above, still loudly mocking. "What, are you scared? If you're scared, kneel down and call for Grandpa." Tu Van calmly smirked and replied, "Why don't you dare? Am I afraid of you?" After speaking, he magically flew straight to the stands. Qin Tu gasped when he saw Tu Van's agility, and couldn't look away. In less than a second, Qin Tu landed in front of the combat strength test board. He clearly resolutely responded, "Then open your dog eyes and see clearly." He grinned triumphantly, and swung his punch straight forward. Qin Tu stood motionless, looking very confused. A powerful stream of golden light burst outwards, as if wanting to suck everyone into the illusion. The check column shows a huge golden cross. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils wanted to fall out. "Mom, it was an extreme golden light. How is it possible? He was able to reach the extreme body refining stage in 1 day. Oh my God, this is truly a unique talent." Ancient saints turn stars. The system appears, the mission is completed, and the reward is 3 times of enlightenment. Tu Van happily repeated what Qin Tu had said before. "Come here, call Grandpa." Qin Tu shouted in surprise, "Damn it, how did it turn out like that?" Tu Van strode forward amidst everyone's applause, as expected of having been a courtier so awesome. So Qin Tu has lost face this time. Let's see how he cleans up the scene. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he was about to unleash a big move. Tu Na hugged her brother's arm proudly. He. She knew her brother was the most powerful. Qin Tu gritted his teeth in anger. If that was the case then. He suddenly jumped up high, wanting to rush towards Tu Van, making everyone confused and guessing. Look quickly, is So Qin Tu about to attack? Suddenly he ran away and disappeared like the wind. A few people who witnessed this scene could only gasp and then watch Qin Tu handle the situation so uniquely. At this time, Fu Lin spoke. "Let's go, young master, the time has come." Tu Van replied, "Let's go to the temple with Chiu Na." Inside the sand spirit, look up at the sky. It seems like they are constellations, really sparkling. Tu Na's childish soul emerged. She happily looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful." Tu Van smiled and said, "Yes, it's really beautiful." In the sky, the gods appeared one after another, 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, top level, super level, and the greatest, supreme. The supreme spoke up, his voice resounding, "Close your eyes and keep your mind tight. Wait for your spirit to choose your fighting skills." Everyone was silent and focused on listening to the supreme message. It turned out that in the second space, the sect masters were watching their students enter a spiritual battle. Tien Nat Tai Thuong Elder spoke in a sarcastic voice. Tien, surely based on Chu Van's natural talent, he will be given super fighting skills. Emperor Tien cannot enter the heavenly realm in this life, and neither can his disciples. Even if they have some achievements, so what? Tien was not angry but instead smiled and replied, "I can't. That doesn't mean my disciples can't." Another sect master who didn't know anything followed Tien Nat's example. "Stop talking nonsense. That Tu Van seemed to have been given 3rd-class fighting skills." The teacher and student's heart rebelled. Tien immediately spoke to his disciple. "How can it be possible to only have 3rd-class fighting skills? How is that possible? My disciple has a unique talent. 1 day he can comprehend the 9 levels of Chaos Sutra. His spiritual body is trained to enter the extreme realm." Tien Nat was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. He really knows how to joke in a 9-story day. Unfortunately, I saw it very clearly. It was truly a 3rd-rate fighting skill without any doubt. A book of 3rd-rate combat skills flew into Tu Van's hand, but he looked disappointed. With his third-rate combat skills, his spirit looked down on him like that. When other people saw it, they were talking about it. With third-class fighting skills, it seemed that Qiu Van was indeed a famous person. It is estimated that the extreme body refining state was created by Elder D Tien using his genius and earth spirit. Tu Na was worried and was about to say something. Brother. Without letting her finish her sentence, he spoke up. If that's the case, I'll let you see my true strength. Tu Van immediately reached forward and wanted to grab something. His fierce tone wants to prove his strength. His spirit is tough. I don't need you to guess Tu Van's talent. Bring out your strongest fighting skills. I will prove my talent to you. Another noisy brat who likes to judge others, is he crazy, asking for fighting skills with his spirit. I feel like an idiot. How is that possible? That's right, what is your spirit? It's true that I'm making myself lose face. The spirit of the Supreme Elder saw that the 9-hour-a-day Chaos Sutra and Extreme Realm body refinement were too terrible, so he stopped to think, left, and gave him a chance. I want to see how he proves himself. Countless books flew down like sparkling shooting stars. All of these are super combat skills. The people who judged Qiu Van just now were admiring and praising him endlessly. Wow, he really has fighting skills. What is this? It's so beneficial. But these things don't make Qiu Van happy. Why doesn't he have ultimate fighting skills? Tien Na put his chin on his hand and smirked. Humph, I don't even know the ultimate fighting skill. To be so aggressive, it's really flashy in the world. De Tien calmly said down below, Disciple, after learning super fighting skills, you need to realize for yourself a stronger move, which is the ultimate fighting skill. Qiu Van looked up in surprise and asked, Master, why are you here? De Tien did not answer his disciple's question but continued his previous idea. Quickly choose a fighting skill, choose one. Even if you are a super genius, mastering a super fighting skill is enough. Takes 10 years. Qiu Van smiled, his expression looked a bit thoughtful. You look down on children like that. You confidently reach out to make a decision, so choose all 6 subjects. The sect masters on high were silent, not knowing what else to say. Tien Na raised his beak contemptuously. Mom, is his brain waterlogged? Another sect master said 6 gates? Crazy, really crazy. The 6 sects, even if the master is holy, still need to spend 100 years. That's really absurd. Another sect leader with strong muscles spoke up to break everyone's noise. Hey, you guys stop making noise, look quickly. That Qiu Van seems to be cultivating super fighting skills here too. Tu Na shouted to encourage senior brother, come together. Qiu Van flipped through the notebooks one by one, thinking to himself. Just now, to their surprise, he had received 6 more enlightenments, a total of 24 enlightenments. He read a few words and silently exclaimed, it's really not bad. Qiu Van secretly used a few tricks and systems to enlighten the 9 Chuan Fach fist at once. It's that guy whose mouth smells like shrimp paste, cultivating on the spot, are you kidding? That super fighting skill, a peerless genius, also takes many years. De Tien, your disciple seems to have mental problems. It's your brain that's the problem, Grandpa. De Tien remained calm as if nothing was a big deal, nothing was impossible. Qiu Van doesn't seem like the type of person who would show off to the world, maybe he can really grasp it. It turns out that in De Tien's heart, he was sweating violently. Good boy, don't push me into that pit. Qiu Van calmly sat and practiced on the spot, while the techniques on paper were surrounding Qiu Van. Suddenly, he opened his eyes suddenly turned yellow and no longer black like normal people. Everyone who witnessed the scene was surprised and couldn't take their eyes off him. He opened his eyes, could it be that he had finished cultivating? 9 moves of beating fist, first move, completed. Tien Na, Qiu Na, and the other brothers all gasped as if they couldn't believe their eyes. And De Tien was extremely proud of his younger brother at this time. Qiu Van's eyes returned to normal. But look at his profile. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Qiu Van still sat quietly practicing. He decided to use the system. Use 1 more enlightenment for 9 Chuan Fach fist. Tien Na gradually became more and more bitter at this moment. Could he continue to practice the second move? The moves roll around Qiu Van one after another like musical notes of knowledge. After a moment, he stood up and punched the ground hard, causing the rock to crumble into pieces. That move was the 9th move of 9 Chuan Fach fist. Qiu Van grinned with satisfaction, boasting that his strength had increased to 200,000 pounds, and the number of enlightenments had also increased to 27 times. He went out to check one more time, earning a few more enlightenments. Tien Na was so quiet that he was tense. He thought, he really had perfected his cultivation. Is this Qiu Van a demon? He was angry, snorted, then stood up and left. De Tien wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Few, fortunately, accepting this disciple is also too convenient. That evening, at the Tian Fu, Tu Na saw the delicious seafood dishes offered on the table, and was very excited. So fragrant, master, are you almost done? Fu Lin replied in an indulgent tone, it's done, greedy cat, there's no shortage of you. At the dining table, Tu Van opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow the whole universe. Tu Na was confused when she saw senior brother eating like a hungry tiger. Senior brother is being too exaggerated, right? Just a moment later, the whole chicken was left with only the skeleton. After eating and drinking, he happily belched loudly. Now Tu Van's stomach is like a big drum. It seems like he still craves it. Master, why do I eat so much? Master calmly explained, because your body becomes stronger, the energy required is also greater. Now I have 200,000 pounds of strength, like 20 big people, and of course I have more food, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a rice box? De Tien unfolded a handout explaining the moves. Each super combat skill practiced to perfection could increase combat power by 100,000 pounds, but only 3 were effective. And each super combat skill that turns into an ultimate combat skill will also increase combat power by 100,000 pounds. So for people with normal physique, the combat power limit is 700,000. On the paper were scribbled drawings of combat skills, the first being Super Combat Skill 1, with an increase of 100,000 pounds. From Super Level 1 Combat Skill to Ultimate Combat Skill, and also increased by 100,000 pounds. One by one until the 3 Ultimate Combat Skills. In total there were a total of 70,000 pounds. Tu Van helplessly looked at the ugly and painful drawings without daring to say a word, only thinking in his head, how should I tell my master? His soul painting style. He impatiently asked his master, so how can we reach the limit of 100,000? De Tien smiled and replied, the remaining 300,000 pounds need a special physique, or a super-level genius, an earthly treasure, to be refined. Even a Chaos Emperor must rely on the limits of the Chaos body to achieve it. Oh my god, Tu Van still has space in his stomach to fill up with more meat. The super genius earth treasure that Master said must be very difficult to find, right? De Tien continued, if you were a royal son, the Holy Land would of course give it to you, but now it definitely cannot. However, the genius treasure can still be obtained in one place. Wow, Tu Van is being hasty again. Where is that place? De Tien remembers the image of the night when the moonlight shines brightly and blends into the dark clouds, creating a dim and magical scene. He continued speaking cautiously, that place is, I don't know where that place is, but a row of sharp teeth like a majestic dragon appears. Furthermore, its mouth was covered in blood as if it had eaten some living creature. The place where thunderstorms and thunder rise loudly along with ferocious black dragons is Dragon Nest War. Tu Van is a little interested in this obscure place. What is the Battle of the Dragon Nest? It sounds very powerful. De Tien slowly replied, then I tell you, the true dragon's lair is a secret that opens once every 100 years. There are black dragons with armored skin that look very impressive. Legend has it that the true dragon's nest is what the feathered true dragon left behind before ascending, allowing only cultivators in the body refining realm to enter. Countless years ago, cultivators always took the secret treasure from the true dragon nest, but only the body refining realm can enter. So we always know very little about the true dragon nest. However, there is still a secret treasure to be retrieved. That is, the purpose of the true dragon's lair is to temper the true dragon remnants inside. Because the remnants must go through battle to evolve into the true dragon's body. But the true dragon is taking advantage of humans, and humans are also taking advantage of it. In the true dragon's nest, there is not only a super genius earth treasure, there is also the opportunity to sign a contract with the true dragon, turning it into a pet. And people have planned to raise dragons for personal gain. Therefore, the dragon's nest has 3 benefits. Hearing the benefits of the dragon's nest, Tu Van's face lit up. The first benefit is to obtain and carry away the heavenly treasure. The second is to slaughter the true dragon remnants, bathe in the blood of the true dragon remnants, and evolve and level up. Finally, the true dragon remnants begin. Look at the skeleton on the table. It's the result of Tu Van's forgetful eating, like a fossilized skeleton. Back to the story. Tu Van seriously asked, so when will the true dragon nest open? Master De Tien calmly said, don't worry, the true dragon nest will only open after a year. Before that, it's best for you to advance to the limit, because by then it won't just be a few great holy places, but all true cultivators. Other arrogant forces will also participate. Suddenly Tu Van became silent and looked extremely stressed. Yes, the first holy land has always targeted us. None of the disciples sent out in the past have returned alive, so our holy land has not sent anyone there for many years. Tu Na happily interjected into the conversation. I also want to go with senior brother. Fu Lin got angry and gave her a lump on her head. You're right, wherever it's cool, go there. Being beheaded by her master, Tu Na was surprised, not understanding what she had done wrong. De Tien continued, if Tu Van can train his body well, before entering Kinlong Nest, he can reach 700,000 fighting power, so it's okay to go along. Tu Van's eyes sparkled with determination. The disciple will definitely try his best. Tu Na stood next to her and was happy. Wow, that's great. At Tien Not Fong, the scene now changes to two villains who are better at plotting to harm people. Tien Not opened the lid of a jar of something and inside there were a few round balls that sparkled with metallic light. He pushed that jar towards his disciple. King Tu, this is the enlightenment pills specially prepared by the master for you. You can only use it 3 times in a lifetime, and you can gain 3 opportunities for enlightenment. You must definitely work hard to level up and compete for everything in the dragon nest. King Tu smiled cunningly, and raised his hands to receive 3 enlightenment pills from the teacher. He gratefully bowed his head and thanked his master. Many thanks to his master for his training. The disciple will definitely not make anyone look bad. Tien was satisfied and immediately ordered to go quickly. King Tu looked at the master No then Dan and smiled cunningly. Waiting until King Tu left the room, Tien Not's servant immediately said, Master, if you use 3 No then Dan pills, I'm afraid you will no longer be able to grow. Tien Not answered with a very superficial expression, a dragon nest is a cage for 100 years. As long as the boy can bring things back here, it will be good, so much so that the boy's future is not important. He said with a cold tone as if he only saw King Tu as a tool to collect Sa Long, I am not that idiot de Tien. I only have 100 years left to live but still devote myself to my disciples. 3 days later at the Imperial Peak, Tu Van was in a good mood so she leisurely fished while sipping delicious cakes and tea. He was about to take a sip of tea when he stopped because he heard Tu Na screaming for help. Ah, senior brother saved my life. Suddenly he saw something that made him choke on the water. Oh my god, that's not it. It turned out that behind him was Tu Na wearing only a towel in the water tank, while Fu Lin used a whip to whip Tu Na's body to practice her endurance. Having to endure such a little punishment is already asking for life and death. This medicine and the medicine you ate just now are all treasures. This is to quickly forge that child's body's special techniques. Tu Na said angrily, then why doesn't senior brother need it? Fu Lin stewed with murderous intent, stretched the whip and replied, you don't need to worry about this matter. If young master cannot quickly break through, master has his own way to deal with him. Tu Van is scared when he thinks that if he doesn't reach his level, his master will be like Fu Lin. Come on, good boy, 500 more lashes. Tu Van trembled like a leaf, silently thinking, Mom, isn't that right? Do I have to endure this too? Tu Van concentrated on practicing the technique. The golden light gradually appeared, spiraling into a circle like a miniature universe. He practiced the exercises and said, System, quickly use it once to enlighten with the Tai Chi Divine Palm. I don't know if training is difficult or not, but he seems to be enjoying it a lot. But look at the scenery, the wind begins to rise, the cold lake water rises like waves. Fu Lin spoke up and said, Look, my senior brother has learned another super skill. Tu Na was not convinced. Her tone was so coy that she was about to burst into tears. There is no reason. I was beaten and drugged at the same time, not to mention the day and night I just broke through the extreme. My brother's fishing also increased by 100,000. War force. As soon as Tu Na finished speaking, her master hit her on the back. It's a waste of words. If you don't want to hinder the young master, keep trying. Tu Na was in pain and screamed for help, to save her life. Senior brother, I don't want to go to the foot of Dragon Nest anymore. Master, please stop. After Tu Van finished refining his weapon, he continued to leisurely fish. This is the end result of that unsystematic thing. Little sister, stay strong. A week later, King Tu returned to the place to check the fighting force. He excitedly swung his fist straight forward. This time, King Tu reached 190,000, which was quite impressive for his efforts. King Tu happily thought to himself, the enlightenment pill is indeed a good thing. Everyone who witnessed King Tu's unique return gasped in admiration. So King Tu is truly a gift from heaven, he has broken through to the extreme. It's really amazing, it's only been a few days, less than 10 days. The future of becoming a saint is also within reach. Is this flattery too exaggerated? Suddenly someone spoke sarcastically, making him angry and angry. It was just an extreme state of body training, nothing to be so proud of. Ah, so it's Tu Na, she loudly boasted. Tu Van, my senior brother has already reached the extreme. King Tu was upset at being ridiculed by a kid, so he pointed his finger at her and shouted loudly. What does Tu Van's power have to do with you? How much power does a rotten girl like you have, 60,000 or 70,000? Hey brother, looking down on each other is a bit too much. Look at Tu Na's anger. Her cheeks are puffed up like a pufferfish, so cute. She was not satisfied and quickly ran up. Tu Na ran up, acting like a snob. Look closely here. She was angry, putting all her strength into a thunderous punch. The ability check jumped to 170,000. So cute and petite yet so strong. Everyone gasped, not expecting that Lam Tu Na had also reached the extreme state of body refining. Is it so easy to cultivate the ultimate body? Damn that monkey. Other than the three of them, are there any newcomers who have reached 90,000 pounds? There really isn't any. When King Tu was about to be overtaken, he couldn't help but get angry, while Tu Na stood up and shouted, Why, are you surprised, senior brother? Show off. Tu Van didn't say anything, just stood there smiling like he was about to do something terrible. Yeah, but look at his face, he's so mean but so handsome. You don't need to jump up, you just need to use the technique to hit the combat force check chart. The airflow flew past King Tu's body, frightening him. The battle strength control panel glowed with golden light, and moreover, the number that appeared was still 30,000. The people watching were also in awe. He had promoted again. So scary. Wow, even a good horse can't keep up. Tu Van smirked, but this smile was not contemptuous but also not helpless. After walking around looking for enlightenment, he also learned super martial arts skills. Today he is truly satisfied. Tu Na was excited and full of pride. Her brother was so good. Fu Lin walked over and congratulated him. Young Master's combat power has reached 30,000 kilograms. Come here quickly, Master has a treasure to reward you. Hearing the words, baby, Tu Van turned from a handsome boy into a child. Baby, so cool, hee hee, I like baby the most. Fu Lin started to do something. I don't know what it was, but a golden light appeared in a circle. From inside, a sword tip protruded. She pulled out the sword and said, This is a black iron sword. Tu Van happily raised his hand to catch the mysterious iron knife and thanked his master. Suddenly his face became tense. It turned out that Tu Van did not expect the Tan Xian iron knife to be so heavy. The tip of the knife stabbed hard into the ground, causing rocks to break everywhere. Fu Lin explained without being able to hold back her laughter. This is the weapon of the owner of the Qi-gathering realm and divine Qio realm, weighing 100,000 pounds. This is your master. Because he was afraid that you were lazy, he specially prepared this gift, hoping to help you. Tu Van gritted his teeth, grimaced helplessly. 100,000 pounds. It seems like the revolution has not yet succeeded. I still have to try my best. Next I will awaken to the divine style and destroy the abyss. Just Europe. At the temple of the first Holy Land. In the palace, a servant stepped forward to report to the leader. Tell the Holy Master, the Chaos Holy Land has transmitted the news. There appeared a super genius, fighting Chaos Chung called 9 times, worshipping the Emperor. As a master, Tian's fighting power has now reached 300,000 kilograms. The person sitting above was the Holy Master. He exclaimed in surprise, Is this happening again? Elder Van Duong Hui, you bring 2 disciples there to try to see what that person is really like, and then make plans later. A man received the order and immediately bowed in acceptance, carefully following the Holy Master's edict. He is the Grand Elder, Van Duong Hui. Duong Hui's heart was full of excitement. He was definitely planning some very evil and dirty plan. Hee. That year, De Tien, you used more strength to suppress me, making me lose face. This time I have to kill your disciple and make you despair for the rest of your life. I know right away that nothing good happens. A few days later, at the Chaos Temple, Van Duong Hui led his followers to meet Tian Not. In the early days of the Holy Land, Van Duong Hui followed the instructions of the Holy Master and visited the Holy Land. Tian Not heard it and quickly ran out to welcome him. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Van. We hadn't seen each other for many years, but his demeanor was still the same. Duong Hui replied, Seeing the power of Tian Not Dao friend, he is about to break through the heavenly realm. Congratulations, he is worthy of being the second elder of the Supreme Patriarch. Tian most politely, Fellow Taoist, you are too complimentary. The 2 people following Duong Hui were the girl, the nun's disciple Jai Nok Long and the nun's disciple Phuc Tu Dong. Nok Long bluntly criticized, the second elder did not reach the heavenly realm. In the first realm he was not in the top 10 positions. The mixed Holy Land was too poor. Tu Dong also agreed with Nok Long's words. That's right, this bit of cultivation is still arrogant. No wonder he hasn't dared to send people to Long Saw for so many years. Those bad criticisms were like sharp knives stabbing straight into the most innocent chest. He was silent and angry but didn't dare say anything. I'm so happy, oh my god, plus points for these two honest people. Duong Hui must have been very happy but he pretended to be naive. Hee, children always speak the truth. If you see why you say that, don't blame me. Or just go in and see the Holy Master. Tian Na was angry but did not dare to let it out. He only dared to grit his teeth and glare at the two people. He thought to himself, when I return, I will definitely go into seclusion and break through the heavenly realm. Duong Hui and the other two walked boldly inside. The Holy Master saw them and asked, Fellow Taoist Van, what is the reason for coming here? Duong Hui replied, Van Mo followed the Holy Master's edict. One was to invite Chaos Holy Land to participate in next year's Dragon Nest appointment. Second, bring 2 juniors to compete with the experts of the Holy Land. I heard that this year you have discovered good seedlings, so you probably won't lose quickly, right? Duong Hui grinned mischievously. That wasn't interesting at all. Everyone present in the room could not control their anger, and exclaimed, Van Duong Hui, you are too arrogant. That's right, are you being so rude when you come here? Do you think our Holy Land is afraid of you? Duong Hui was not scared by the words, but on the contrary, he was even more arrogant. What was the use of a boastful tongue? If you are not convinced, then invite the saints of this Holy Land to leave. The Holy Master had no other choice but to do as he said. If that was the case, go and bring Tu Van, So Kim Chiu, and Lam Tu Na here. He secretly placed all his hopes on Tu Van. Tu Van could probably win at least one match. Duong Hui got his wish and smiled disdainfully as if he knew in advance that he would win. A moment later, footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look at once. 3 bright auras stepped inside one after another. Seeing that everyone was gathered, the Holy Master began to speak. Fellow Taoist Van, these 3 people are Chu Van, So Kim Chiu and Lam Tu Na. I wonder how to compete? Duong Hui asked his disciples, Nok Long and Du Dong, how they wanted to compete. Phuc Tu Dong confidently went into battle first. My name is Phuc Tu Dong, ranked 10th in the physical training level of the First Holy Land, defeated 3 people. I alone was enough, no need to bother senior brother to take action. Tu Na heard her opponent's arrogant words and couldn't help herself. Ranked 10th, is she that arrogant? People who don't know think you're number 1. Du Dong crossed his arms in front of his chest confidently. What about the first 10th? You are more than capable of killing the first person of the mixed Holy Land. Tu Na couldn't bear it anymore, so she transformed into a lightning whip and prepared to fight the arrogant person. You boldly spoke loudly to assert your position, saying otherwise without shame. Let me see if your bravery is as powerful as your mouth. Du Dong also quickly pulled out his sword, his tone challenging. If you have sought humiliation, I will complete it for you. Come quickly. 2 beautiful women, one holding a whip, one holding a sword. It seemed that the strength of the 2 girls was equally strong. Tu Na's whip hit the ground hard, creating a heavy shadow phenomenon. Tu Na hurriedly rushed forward to attack the opponent. Du Dong was surprisingly calm. She gently used her sword to block the whip and then mocked Tu Na for her low talent. Tu Van, who stood outside and observed, already knew who would win and who would lose. The younger sister was still too young, and after a sentence or two, she was so angry that she lost control. Swords and whips fought hard. Du Dong gently glides through the whips like a professional dancer. She began to counterattack with the technique Nak Kim Catch the, which gently defeated Tu Na's whip. Du Dong put a knife to Tu Na's neck, making her unpredictable. You've lost, you can't even take one move, it's really disappointing. Even though Tu Na lost, she still strongly asserted her senior brother's position. I lost, but you are definitely not my senior brother's opponent. Du Dong has never seen Tu Van's abilities, so she is still as bossy as usual. Okay, so let him come out here and try it out. Tu Van slowly walked out of the crowd. His aura is sky high. He is not afraid but even smiles to tease the other person. Tu Na, come down. Senior brother will help you vent your anger. I won't bully you. I won't bully you. Just let me take a step back and consider you winning. Sure enough, Du Dong was furious. She shouted loudly, Humph, your tone is too loud. Look at the sword. Tu Van was surprisingly calm. He gently summoned the technique, thinking to himself, after practicing the 9 Chuan Fat Fist, Tai Chi then Chuang, Divine Ability and destroying Potram Chow, he was bored because there was no one here to practice. Tu Van used the Tai Chi move then Chuang, making Du Dong unable to stand, almost falling back. Du Dong did not expect to encounter a master. She gritted her teeth and thought, the defense is too strong, we have to do it again. Duong Hui stood outside and observed the match. He had already mastered the Tai Chi Divine Palm. It seemed that Dudong would have a hard time breaking through his defense. Dudong strongly rubbed the tip of his sword on the ground to stand firmly. Nak Long was also surprised by his opponent's ability. Huh? Junior sister's sword fighting style is about to break through again. Dudong refused to give up, she shouted loudly, used all her remaining strength to rush forward to attack the opponent. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into Tu Van's Tai Chi Divine Palm, feeling like a big explosion was about to happen. Tu Na stood outside, worried and secretly cheering. Brother, come on. Sure enough, the surrounding rock and soil began to explode because it could not withstand the strong attack from both sides. Tu Van smirked with disdain. The Tai Chi Divine Palm overpowered Dudong's sword style, surprising her. How could this be possible? Tu Van's aura was immense. He coldly glared at the arrogant man who was losing so easily under his hands. Nak Long stood outside worriedly. Senior Sister Fook, please retreat. He must have really entered the Three Forbidden Realm. Dudong panted but still struggled to stand up. Humph, do you people of Mixed Holy Land only know how to defend? She didn't know how high the sky and the earth were, but she shouted loudly, if you have the courage, defeat me, otherwise I won't admit defeat. Tu Van just smiled sincerely at her. Okay. Immediately he rushed forward, not knowing what to do with this beauty. Dudong's eyes widened in surprise. Tu Van did not hold back and punched her straight in the stomach, causing her to vomit blood and suffer pain. Dudong fell back several meters, causing Nak Long to shout loudly, Junior sister. Lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere. It turned out that because Nak Long was angry, several lightning bolts appeared. He shouted loudly at Tu Van, it was just a competition, your actions were too cruel. Tu Van indifferently turned his nose and replied, I don't attack, she said I only knew how to defend, I took action, you said I was cruel, if you don't admit defeat, just say it straight. Nak Long was furious. With every step he took forward he felt a certain amount of anger. He pointed directly at Tu Van's face to challenge, hateful. Under Jai Nak Long, ranked 9th in the early physical training stage, receiving the advanced teachings of his senior brother. Tu Van yawned and looked tired. I was tired after fighting just now and wanted to rest a bit. The disciples were watching the excitement of a certain elder, and here you are. So Qin Tu was assigned a difficult task, making him confused and about to say something. Qin Tu's face turned stupid. Ha, surely right now his heart is wrapped in a tangle of tangles. Tired monkey, you clearly used one move to make the opponent vomit blood, now you brat. This guy's stomach is full of anger. You asked me to go up there and get beaten. Nak Long rushed forward. If that's the case, I will receive Senior Brother So's high-tech teachings first, come on. Qin Tu was sweating so he just said yes. Nak Long couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, what, don't you dare to fight. In Qin Tu's heart, he was confused and tears were flowing freely. It was definitely Tu Van's intention, but with so many people watching, he could only ignore it. On the surface, Qin Tu appears noble. If there's anything he doesn't dare to fight, then fight. Tu Na jumped up and down with joy. Senior brother, you are too sinister. Next So Qin Tu is about to get beaten up. Tu Van calmly replied, what's sinister? This is called intelligence. You can't be agitated in the future. Tu Na replied, thank you senior brother for pointing out. The holy master sitting up above witnessed everything and was very satisfied. This child Tu Van is really not bad, but he needs to have wisdom to be worthy of being trained. Qin Tu gritted his teeth, pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Save face, don't lose too miserably. Nak Long still stood there waiting until Qin Tu approached before reacting. At this point he started to move. Just one punch straight into the opponent's stomach caused Qin Tu to lose his sword. Qin Tu's eyes widened. He couldn't stand the strong blows so he vomited blood everywhere. Before Qin Tu recovered, he received another fatal blow from Nak Long. The technique was so great that Qin Tu fell backwards and stuck rigidly on the wall. Everyone around was amazed. It was lightning. It turns out that demons have special physiques. No wonder they are so strong. Looking at this strength, I'm afraid I've already entered the threshold of the 3 forbidden domains. The Holy Master looked solemnly at Nak Long's terrifying ability and thought, the 9th ranked had a special physique, the original Holy Land was indeed very strong. At this time, Nak Long clenched his hands. His face burned with anger. Tu Van was also a bit surprised because the opponent could use lightning. After that, Qin Tu fell into a coma. Look at his face, it was so ugly. The moment you get ugly, you turn on angry mode. You're such a trash. Then, he used magic to lift Qin Tu up. Qin Tu was slowly thrown out in a fit of unconsciousness. Master Qin Tu was too strong. I didn't expect him to throw his disciple flying into the sky. The Holy Master spoke at this moment. The lightning body was born with the ability to control lightning, fast speed, powerful attacks, combined with lightning fists. It was truly extraordinary. When Duong Hui heard the praise, his nose widened. This is nothing, it's just the royal body, this generation of our ancestors. There are several people in the divine body, only one person in the supreme body. The Holy Master was a little surprised and asked, Supreme body? I don't know who is the supreme body. Duong Hui grinned proudly and replied, the body of time and space ranked fourth, the highest ranking. Everyone was surprised, noise began to resound. It was said that this type of physique could control time and space. Yes, it is said that any kind of magical power in that person's hands can exert limitless power. Supreme body, is it that scary? Tu Van's expression was a bit tense. He didn't expect that he had mistakenly poked the three-chambered anthill. He tensed his face to think. The master said that there are 3 levels of special physical constitution: king body, divine body, and 10 great supreme body, chaos body, Thang Tian demon body, innate holy body of Tao Tai, body of time and space, body of Xian Hong immortal body, body of myriad things, desolate ancient holy body, heavenly phantasmagoric body, divine king body, immortal king body, Taiyin divine body, solar divine body, also the stick divine body, 5 elements divine body, and heavenly demon body, lightning body, Xian ice body, yang body are equivalent. Tu Van racked his brain and thought, although the gap between the 10 great supreme bodies was not large, that person's supreme body could be ranked 4th. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Nok Long glared at Tu Van with indignant eyes. Senior brother Tu, are you done resting? Tu Van calmly rotated his arms, full of joy. Thank you, little junior brother, for your concern. My senior brother has finished resting. Seeing that Tu Van was not afraid of him at all, Nok Long gritted his teeth in anger. He thought, being polite to you is being polite. Do you really consider me a junior brother? Lightning appeared and crackled under the ground. Nok Long didn't want to waste any more time, so he rushed forward. Then let's start. He punched Tu Van's Tai Chi divine palm hard. The 2 sides rushed into battle. Both were evenly matched, not knowing who would win this time. The Tai Chi divine palm rings slowly tore apart. Nok Long was extremely gloating and ran straight into Tu Van, intending to teach him a lifelong lesson. But Tu Van was not afraid. He thought to himself, as expected of a genius with a special physical condition, truly powerful. Tu Van took a few steps back. He turned 180 degrees, and strange purple curves began to appear below. Tu Van is like a professional ballet dancer. Wherever Nok Long attacks, Tu Van dodges. He switched to the technique Q Chuan Fach Fist. Nok Long smirked, raised his thunder fist, and said aggressively, that's good. Tian Not strained his eyes to watch the match. Is this trying to fight hard? One move will determine victory or defeat. Both the Holy Master and Duong Hui were equally surprised, not knowing who would win. Duong Hui secretly cheered for his disciple. I am sure Nok Long can definitely win. 2 streams of terrible power collided. Nok Long was knocked back. He looked like he was very tired. Even Tu Van could not stand firmly and fell backwards. Nok Long vomited blood immediately afterward, but still could not relieve his anger. He rushed forward impatiently. Tu Van stood still, preparing to attack Nok Long. The 2 sides rushed into a fierce battle with each other. Tian Not nervously looked at the match. His strength was too strong. These 2 people had both entered the 3 forbidden domains, but he felt that Tu Van was a bit stronger. Tu Van seemed to have found a loophole. He smirked. Yes, lightning's strongest form is its speed. Fighting like that is not very wise. He unleashed a move to destroy the Agarwood Palace, punching the opponent hard in the face with strong internal force. Nok Long was suddenly attacked and had no time to resist. This is a super combat skill that can destroy Agarwood and can increase physical strength in a short time. How is this possible? Why does he know so many super fighting skills? Ha! Nok Long's eyes were so angry. Tu Van's 9 turns fist, Tai Chi then Chuang, divine ability, and breaking 9 tram pearls were launched one after another at the opponent. His outstanding ability surprised the Holy Master. He practiced 4 types of super skills to great perfection in just a short time. The elders were also surprised to exclaim that it was so powerful. It was worthy of a genius to be able to fight chaos for 9 hours. If Tu Van was able to destroy the Agarwood Palace, he would definitely win. Duong Hui coldly laughed and reminded, don't joke, do you consider the royal body as a decoration? Look carefully. In the disappearing smoke, Nok Long's voice rang out, telling him not to be complacent. There is a saying that the world's martial arts cannot be broken unless they are fast. The rustling sounds rang out, only to see golden lightning flashes. Nok Long's entire body was covered with lightning. he arrogantly said. Today I will give you a little awareness. He turned into lightning, rushing closer to Tu Van surrounded by lightning. Immediately, Tu Van immediately used his Tai Chi spirit to respond. Nak Long snorted coldly. He thought Tu Van was too naive. His speed was very fast. At that moment he turned to attack Tu Van in another direction. At this moment, in his eyes flashed the image of him rushing towards him. He immediately stepped back to avoid Nak Long's punch. The expression was a bit interested. Tu Van exclaimed. The special physique was indeed a bit interesting. Duong Hui then affirmed that there was no need to struggle anymore. The mortal body, the royal body, one in the sky, one on the ground. This is what heaven has decreed. Suddenly, yellow lightning appeared in Tu Van's hand. He was determined. That's not certain. There's also a saying called fate conquering heaven. We definitely won't lose. With the system, using enlightenment once and divine wind style. Only this time he performed movements as if he came out of a book. At this time he began to become enlightened, only to see his eyes glowing with lightning. Ding! The system displays a notification that the super magical combat skill has evolved into the ultimate combat skill Du Then Bo. Nak Long laughed at him. You made me laugh to death, but humanity conquers heaven. Even if I show you the trajectory of the lightning body, can you catch me? He began to use all his strength to use his lightning ability. Right now, only many illusions of Jade Dragon appear around Van Chu. Their eyes never left each other, they looked at each other passionately in the flash of lightning. At this time, Van Chu suddenly grabbed Nak Long's hand. He smiled, so thank you. At this moment, Nak Long's expression clearly showed surprise. His face was unsightly, he felt he was not careful. There is nothing in the world that one enlightenment cannot solve. If there is, use it twice. The elders were all surprised, he had fallen into enlightenment. Phuc Tu Dong and Duong Hui both showed surprised expressions. Nak Long, not knowing that his strength had increased, arrogantly said, even if you catch me, so what? He laughed loudly, thinking that the time to destroy Tram Chow's palace was running out, afraid that at this time his strength was not even equal to his. Then Tu calmly replied, is that so? And slowly raised his fist. His fist carried fire and aggressively attacked him. He looked at his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Then Tu slowly raised his foot to mock the king's body. He kicked Nak Long away and let out a sigh. But it was just that. He was kicked and thrown a long distance. Du Dong was panicked. Senior brother Jai only saw his face pale and his body covered in blood. He said in a low voice, don't worry, junior sister, I can't die. When seeing Nak Long like that, Duong Hui secretly thought that Nak Long was not a threat, but he still didn't understand. I'm very curious, it's past the deadline to destroy your Agarwood palace. How can you defeat Nak Long? Okay, he coldly replied, this is not simple. I already have the strength of the Four Forbidden, even without breaking palace, Tram Chow is stronger than him. It's just pretending to be like that. Understanding the battle is a bit exaggerated, but one should still be humble. When he heard the answer, he also implicitly understood that it turned out to be so. This guy is really cunning. I actually thought he was having a breakthrough. At this time, Nak Long's face was gloomy, a bit regretful and hateful. If you knew this early, you shouldn't have shown the trajectory of the 9 steps of lightning to him. You'd be careless. In order not to ruin Duong Hui's reputation, the Holy Master spoke up to help. Fellow Taoist Van has given way. Duong Hui angrily turned away. Yield or not, we'll meet again at Long Sao. Let's go. The Holy Master praised. Tu Van, this time your performance is not bad, showing off the Holy Land. Hearing that, he immediately refused. The Holy Master praised him too much. As a disciple of the mixed Holy Land, this is all part of his duty. The Holy Master's face was a bit proud but also a bit worried. Well said. But, when you enter the dragon's nest, you must be careful with the nuns' people. They absolutely will not show mercy to you. Hearing that, he clenched his fists, and said eloquently, the Holy Master can rest assured, if the people of the First Lady dare to touch the disciples will definitely kill them all. Everyone looked helpless, as if they had telepathy, thinking, oh, your neck is burning. At this moment, the Holy Master seemed to have sweated after saying that, and quickly encouraged him, okay. If you have the will, return and practice diligently. Although he said so on the surface, in his heart the Holy Master did not know how to continue the conversation. Tu Na now curiously asked, senior brother was enlightened, right? Why didn't you tell the truth? He immediately said, Master once told us about the grudges between us and the First Lady, so we certainly couldn't tell them the truth. Hearing that, she praised him. The senior brother was very smart. The scene changes to 3 primitive people. They ride on an eagle flying towards the end of the sky. Because he lost to Tu Van, Not long felt self-blame. The elders and incompetent disciples had disgraced the first Holy Land, and asked the elders to blame them. Duong Hui didn't blame him, just replied lightly, "Don't blame you guys. If it weren't for Chu Van's hidden strength, we wouldn't have lost so miserably." Remembering his face, he still felt scared. A mortal, in such a short time, had cultivated 3 super fighting skills to perfection, and one of them had reached the realm of perfection. Supreme. It's scary. Duong Hui began to doubt him. His children were still poor. Even a courtier would absolutely not be able to break through so quickly. He must have used No Then Dan 3 times to reach such a level. Hearing that, he also said incredulously, "Although No Then Dan is good, it will damage the body. Why would he mix the Holy Land like that? Isn't he a cruel genius?" Duong Hui smiled contemptuously. "Evil monkey, I see that he is immortal, without any qualifications. Chaos Holy Land certainly wanted him to enter the dragon's nest to gain some benefits. After all, losing a mortal body was no loss." Nok Long and Diu Dong quickly responded when they heard that. It turned out to be like that. The Chaos Holy Land had truly fallen. At this time, perhaps Duong Hui had a new plot. He coldly replied, "Don't worry, I will not let them succeed." At that time, entering Long Sa, you coordinated with other disciples to kill him, causing the chaos of the Holy Land to be ruined. Nok Long immediately replied, "Yes." Regarding the Emperor, Tu Van and Tu Na had a discussion with Emperor Tian, how he felt after meeting the genius of the first generation. He exclaimed, "They are truly stronger than us." The 9th and 10th ranked disciples were able to eliminate the chaos of the Holy Land. De Tian shook his head. "I heard that this time there was a disciple with a lightning body. Their Holy Land also has the supreme body of time and space experts." Hearing that, he said seriously, "Master can rest assured that soon the disciple will be able to achieve a fighting force of 700,000 kilograms. De Tian's face looked very tense. He couldn't underestimate his enemy. The strength of his special physique was not only his combat power, but what was more terrifying was his special ability, which you've probably seen before. The atmosphere was quiet, only the voices of Tu Van and his master. "Master is right. If that guy Tian Daini is not a little weaker than me, and is still a bit disdainful of his enemy, it will not be easy to win against him. Master, do you have any good plans to deal with the supreme being of time?" De Tian began to come up with a plan. As far as he knew, the body of time and space was born with the ability to control space, time, and extremely fast speeds. The lightning body was just a joke. Furthermore, he can also use time control to slow down your speed. Even though that person is only in the body refining stage, his power to control time and space is not too strong, but even if he can only control a little bit, it is enough to eliminate all enemies, and his speed is definitely 10 times faster than lightning. Tu Van exclaimed in surprise, "So fast? So isn't it true that even the shadow can't touch it, so why fight?" De Tian showed a bit of a cunning face, otherwise how could he be called supreme? But, there are still 4 ways to deal with it. Master Tu Van began to explain. First, practice long-range attack combat skills, attack before he gets close. The second is to raise your own defense to block his attacks. Third, use spirit stones to arrange the formation in advance, limiting his speed. Fourth, sound waves attack and suppress the spirit, making it impossible to guard against. Tu Van gasped when he learned about those super skills. It's so amazing. It's not surprising that the master could think of so many ways. The master smiled and used a technique to throw the book flying towards the disciple. This was the long-range combat skill of Small Flying Knife, the defensive combat skill of Kim Chung Chao, the combat skill of Dragon Prestige Sound Waves, and there are Chaos and Void formations, Book Dragon formations, 8-door Banishment formations, and 3-door formations. I think other people can't, but you probably can. Tu Van took the book and looked at it. The disciple was determined not to fail in his mission, and would go practice immediately. Early the next morning, Tu Van started practicing. He meditated quietly, adding the 3 previous fighting skills, and was able to use 12 enlightenments in one night. Since the last time I studied the Chaos Sutra, this is the day I have used the most number of enlightenment times. In another subconscious, he suddenly woke up. The system appears in front of you and announces a new mission. If you enter the Hidden Dragon rankings, if you are in the top 50, you will be rewarded with 1 enlightenment. If you are in the top 10, you will be rewarded with 3 times of enlightenment. If you are in the top 1, you will be rewarded with 10 times of enlightenment. He blankly wondered what the potential dragon rankings were. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed into the room. The Hidden Dragon ranking is a single ranking of outer sect disciples. "Young master, can I come in?" Tu Van quickly said, "Come in." It was Fu Lin. She entered the room to announce the news to the young master. The outer sect disciples challenge virtual magic. The person with the accumulated points before the 100th rank will enter the hidden dragon rankings, can win more points. Many resources? The young master is a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong. He has more resources than them. Why do you want to climb the tower once? Tu Van crossed his arms and smiled contentedly. Yes, I want to improve my combat experience. Fu Lin agrees with your point of view, then let's go quickly. Suddenly, Tu Na ran up and happily said loudly, Master, I want to go too. Fu Lin was a bit surprised by this timely appearance, but she still agreed. Okay, let's prepare quickly. The three of them went together to the magic tower. Tu Na looked up at the skyscraper tower in amazement. Tu Van was a little confused, so he asked Fu Lin, can you tell me about virtual magic? Fu Lin began to explain about the tower. This virtual magic tower is used to test the disciples' magic weapon strength. For White Stone Steel records, the disciples ranked over 100 rankings of the Tian Long ranking, Tang Long ranking, True Dragon ranking and Tan ranking. 10 Black Steels record the strongest people in history from physical training to heavenly realm. The Hidden Dragon rankings represent the outer sect disciples ranked above the 100th rank of the body refining stage and energy gathering stage. Their illusory clones are in the virtual magic tower. If they defeat the corresponding clones, they can get them. Rank. Because it is an illusion clone, there is no need for the main body to be at the scene. Even if the clone dies, there will be no harm to the main body. It seems you have understood most of Fu Lin's meaning, saying that, as long as you defeat the person of the Hidden Dragon ranking, my illusory clone will also be there and receive challenges from other disciples. Fu Lin replied, that's right, but before your cultivation base reaches the gathering of energy, the clone will disappear. If you want to permanently reserve the position, you must win the number 1 position in the potential dragon rankings. Then defeat the strongest disciple in all periods. Tu Van laughed out loud. Haha, that's not bad, it can make my junior disciples admire my peerless style. Chu Na, standing next to her, was also helpless because of her senior brother's pride. His senior brother was the only one who exaggerated himself like that. But Fu Lin's expression is very serious. Young master, don't underestimate the strongest disciples of all ages. They are not simple, including the clones of the Chaos Ancestors. A figure of a strange old man appeared. I am the Chaos Old Ancestor who founded the Chaos Holy Land. Welcome you to challenge. Tu Van was nervous. Did the ancestor also leave a clone? Fu Lin replied, yes, he is the best of all time. He continued wondering, so what about my master? Are you one of the strongest men in ages? Fu Lin replied, yes, but the owner is only the last person in 100 mortal realms. Tu Van looked into the distance and said, Master is the number 1 transcendent realm in the mixed Holy Land, and can be ranked last. Fu Lin continued, these are the strongest people in many years. The owner being able to enter the menu is already very powerful. Tu Van suddenly smiled as if realizing something. He said confidently, with some amusement, now I will enter the magic barrier. Then he thought to himself, I don't know if there is a system of enlightenment, how far I can go. Tu Van got lost in the virtual magic tower. He suddenly looked around to look for his little sister. Chu Na, where are you? The system displays a message. Don't search anymore. Entering the virtual magic tower will be teleported to this place. I am the spiritual energy of the Phantom Tower. You can call me Phantom. Chu Van turned his head to look and said with determined eyes, Fantasy Ma. I want to challenge the Hidden Dragon rankings. The system responded, okay, now I will teleport you to the illusory clone of the disciple ranked 100th in the Hidden Dragon rankings. Defeating that person, you will be the 100th ranked person in the potential dragon rankings. Suddenly his senses felt something was wrong, so he turned his head and glanced. Someone stabbed at him with a sword, but luckily Tu Van was able to dodge aside. That person spoke up, Dear Lam Kiet, please advise. Tu Van understood everything. He smirked and thought to himself, sure enough, the last person had finally reached the energy gathering stage, but it didn't seem to be strong. The strength was about 200,000 pounds. He grabbed Lam Kiet's wrist, then forcefully hit the ground. It was really too weak. Outside, the virtual magic tower announced on the loudspeaker, congratulating the disciple Elder Chu Van on ranking 100 in the potential dragon rankings. Everyone outside is making a fuss. It's Tu Van. He's come to the magic tower again. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. He didn't need to challenge the hidden dragon rankings at all. Lam Kiet is a top-level chi gatherer, and yet he can lose. I heard that Tu Van has already entered the taboo area. I don't know what rank he can rank. Inside the virtual magic tower, Tu Van only needed 1 minute to finish off Lam Kiet. He arrogantly challenged, "Fantasy Ma, one by one is too slow, take me directly to the 50th ranked person." The system was also a bit surprised. Ranked 50? Okay, it will be as you wish. Another person at rank 50 appeared, asking for advice from Vong Fai. He immediately rushed forward and slashed his sword downward, but because the speed was still too slow for Tu Van, he missed. Tu Van's expression calmed down a bit, and he thought to himself, this person doesn't seem to be 30,000 pounds, so disappointed. He pointed his finger at the opponent. A stream of fiery magic was released, destroying the opponent. Tu Van sighed in disappointment. Relying on this little strength, it was not worth it for me to really take action. His enlightenment system appeared. The host had risen to number 50 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The reward was an enlightenment. Tu Van said calmly, "It seems that outside has caused a commotion." "That's right, he just entered rank 100 and everyone is already making a fuss." Tu Van turned his face to the sky and said, "Phantom, go straight to 10th place." As he said, everyone outside was already talking in confusion. "Look, Tu Van's name has reached the 50-50 rank." "Oh my god, from ranking 100 to ranking 50 in one go. Cultivate the physical state to reach the 50th rank, a metamorphosis." "What's wrong, Dad? Why are you suddenly saying people are perverts?" On Tu Na's side, after leaving the magic tower, Fu Lin immediately approached and asked, "Tu Na, how are you?" Tu Na replied with a sullen face, "Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't beat the person ranked last, I lost face." Fu Lin understood his disciple's mood, so he gently comforted him. The 100th ranked person was already at the top level of cultivation, so it was normal for him not to win. Tu Na suddenly brightened up. Senior brother had already entered the forbidden area. He would definitely win. Fu Lin suggested, "You probably won't be able to see it on the stone stele at this distance. Come closer and see. The young master's ranking certainly doesn't stop here. Now I'll go see how senior brother's ranking is." Everyone stood in front of the noisy stone stele. "Wow, look quickly, Tu Van has already reached 10th place." "Mom, is he human?" "That's not right, it's already 3rd place." As expected of someone who can beat chaos, Chung shouted 9 times. Tu Na's bright eyes clearly showed 2 hearts of admiration. 3rd star rating, senior brother is too powerful. "Brother Truong, you only have 50,000 pounds more fighting power than me, so you probably aren't Tu Van's opponent." Not knowing, Miss Tu Na rushed forward and asked, "Who is the first-class person?" Hao So pointed to someone in the distance. "Look, it's that person." A seductive girl with a hot body and cold face walked over. She is Tich Xian Vu, the first-ranked person in the Tianlong rankings. Wherever she goes, everyone in the family also talks about whether Tu Van can defeat Tich Xian Vu. Impossible. Tich Xian Vu has 75,000 fighting power. If successful, then it would be too shocking. Xian Vu looked up at the rankings and thought to himself, "Tu Van, the body training scene was able to reach 3rd place in the potential dragon rankings. I'm waiting to see your performance." The enlightenment announcement appeared. The host had risen to the 3rd rank of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The reward was 5 times enlightenment. The host was surprised, causing a commotion. The reward was 3 times enlightenment. After finishing the match with 3rd place, Tu Van closed his eyes and calmed down a bit. Suddenly he opened his eyes brightly. His eyes confidently said, "Virtual magic tower, let the first class come out." Illusion Ally replied, "Yes, as you wish." Rank 1 appeared. Tu Van was so surprised that his eyes widened, thinking, "Rank 1 is a beautiful woman?" Xian Vu held the sword and said coldly, "Tich Xian Vu, I never swore that anyone could defeat my illusory clone. I will be that person's retainer." What an interesting vow. Tu Van was surprised and thought to herself, "This girl really means something. Isn't she afraid of that bastard gambling by leaving a message like that?" A slender hand unleashed its power. Xian Vu is gathering his strength to strike back at him. On each side, strong air currents appeared. Tu Van stood firmly holding the Tai Chi 2 magic shield, cursing in his mind, "Damn it." The shield gradually cracked. He was surprised. Her fighting power unexpectedly surpassed the 7 forbidden zones. Immediately he waved his hand and the shield broke. At this time, Tu Van was surprised by Xian Vu's strength, thinking to himself, he did not expect Tai Chi Do to be broken by her. Where do the lightning flashes in the sky come from? Something yellow gradually appeared, obscuring Tu Van. Xian Vu was surprised by what happened before his eyes. The large bright yellow bell covers Tu Van's whole body, protecting him completely. She tried to attack him, but it was ineffective. Xian Vu realized that the previous attack was not very effective, so she tried another attack. She thought to herself, he was able to avoid it again, so let's try this one. It turned out that she summoned the demon dragon to deal with Tu Van. One after another, 2 demonic beasts appeared and stood next to Xian Vu. They quickly pounced on the place protecting Tu Van. One of them rushed forward and opened the cage. Suddenly he was startled to realize that there was some trouble. Tu Van's legs were no longer steady. The demon beast was about to attack, but he quickly jumped up. He stood proudly in front of two large animals. At this time, he confessed that Tich Xian Vu's fighting power was actually stronger than his. In his hand is now a sharp, small but highly lethal knife. He was confident about his strength, and said, "My skills are much better than hers." Immediately, countless swords appeared. He was determined about this battle, pledging that he could not lose. One by one, all the swords pointed towards those two giant demon beasts in the direction of Tu Van's hands. The attack was so powerful that the two demon beasts now exploded, leaving only a pile of fire remaining. Not stopping there, taking advantage of the victory, he immediately raised his hand to his lips and whispered, "Long prestige." Suddenly a large, fierce dragon appeared behind Tu Van. Its terrifying growl gave Xian Vu a headache, so she screamed because she couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment she seemed to go crazy, holding her head in her hands and unable to do anything. For him, this was a good opportunity. Tu Van immediately rushed forward to give her the last palm. The system suddenly announced that the host was at the top of the hidden dragon list, and received a reward of 10 times enlightenment. The host was surprised and shocked, and the reward was sudden enlightenment 3 times. After listening, he breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had finally won. Everyone below heard the announcement, congratulating Tu Van, disciple of the Supreme Elder, on achieving first-place promotion to Hidden Dragon rank. Everyone was shocked and stunned by the news that Tu Van won a glorious victory. Xian Vu also admired him and immediately praised. "Great," she thought to herself, "this is the person I should follow. Lai Bufam is far behind him." Chuang Qin opened his mouth to Xian Vu, "Senior Sister Tich, I remember you said at Huan Ma Tower," he continued to say, "whoever can defeat you, you will pursue that person. I don't know if you will really pursue Tu Van or not." A few guys around were talking about her. Some people didn't believe that Xian Vu would say such things. Others said, "Tu Van got a deal again." Someone else stepped in, "What a deal, you don't know. Did the courtier Lai Bufam see Tich Xian Vu?" The other person was stunned. "My lord, then there is a good drama to watch." At this time, Xian Vu turned around and responded to Chuang Qin, "You teased someone else's daughter and I lectured you, so do you want to take this opportunity to take revenge?" He arrogantly replied, "Yes, so what, do you dare to answer my question? Lai Bufam is arrogant and arrogant, you dare to agree to pursue Tu Van, he will definitely not forgive you." Hearing that, she pondered for a moment, then she firmly said, "I, Tich Xian Vu, can do what I say. As long as Tu Van agrees, I will pursue him." When Lam Tu Na heard Xian Vu say that, she was startled. "What? No girl would dare to say such words, she really has no shame." Fu Lin turned to look at her and thought, "It seems this kid knows how to love." Suddenly there was an announcement from the castle. A sound came out, congratulating the disciple of the Supreme Elder Tu Van for being ranked in the 100 strongest people in the history of cultivating chaos divine land. Immediately someone praised him. 100 years of history, too powerful. As soon as they heard it, everyone was surprised. Thus, reputation will go down in history. The other person also agreed, yes, that eternal reputation. Others wondered if he could take another step forward. Chuang Qin, he mumbled dissatisfiedly to himself, "What about the history of 100 people? I will now go and inform then Lai Tu Bufem." He thought, with his personality, "If you don't die, I will follow your name, and there's that bad guy Tich Xian Vu, she won't be able to run away either." The system notifies Tu Van. New mission: challenge the strongest person in the realm of chaos. Ranking 100th, the reward is 10 times of enlightenment. Ranking 50th, the reward is 30 times of enlightenment. 10th place reward is 50 times enlightenment. 3rd place reward is 70 times enlightenment. Tu Van walked and listened to the notification from the system. He exclaimed, "This time the reward is really great, then I will continue." Half an hour later, suddenly something came and broke rocks everywhere. A huge angel appeared behind him. It smiled devilishly, step by step approaching him. Tu Van now realized what was going on. He thought, the person using the body of a heavenly devil is too terrifying. It walked strongly towards him. Tu Van quickly ran away. He turned around and saw the celestial demon's feet close to his face. It threw a wind-breaking kick, sending Tu Van flying away in a few short seconds. At this moment, his lips were bleeding, waiting for a moment to calm down. Tu Van told himself in his mind, "Don't panic," the master once said. "As long as you are not the supreme body, any realm will have loopholes." The demon's eyes were red like fire. It opened its mouth and growled ferociously. It continued to attack Tu Van by grabbing him with its hands. He quickly used his power to make his feet fly a distance above the ground. Immediately, he glided to stand behind it in less than a minute, avoiding a brutal punch from the angel. Above its spine, a red mark appeared in the middle. Tu Van was surprised he had found it. One after another, the swords appeared. Tien Demon suddenly stood still, gradually realizing what was happening to him. Tu Van floated in the air, using magic to control many swords with one hand. He immediately waved his hands. All of those swords pointed straight at that Tien Demon. He thought with satisfaction, the weak point is the fifth lumbar vertebra, which I finally discovered. Only once, all those swords were stabbed straight into its spine following Tu Van's direction. The angel groaned in pain. Suddenly the system informed him that the host had achieved the 10th rank in the body refining history. The reward was 50 times of enlightenment. The host was surprised, creating a commotion. The reward was 3 times of enlightenment. After eliminating the heavenly demons and receiving notification from the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. The entire human body was truly terrifying. He continued, although his body has reached its limit and can only escape, the number of enlightenments has also been reached 146 times. He gradually went out with comfort and relief. As soon as the gate opened, everyone took turns shouting, Tu Van is out. What this person said was truly amazing. The other person also added, this time his fame has spread throughout the land. In the middle of a crowd of people jostling to talk about him, he recognized her as Tich Xian Vu. She was also here. Xian Vu walked to where Tu Van was standing. She opened her mouth. Brother, I once swore that I would pursue someone who could defeat me. She clasped her hands in gratitude and continued, today senior brother Tu has done it. I don't know if you will agree to accept me. Hearing that, Tu Van immediately replied, thank you, senior sister Tich, for your support. In the future you and I will cheer each other on. On the outside, his heart is blooming, the beauty in front of him. Only a fool would refuse. Xian Vu smiled gently and thanked his brother for his care. Suddenly, flames appeared in the sky. There was a clear voice. Tich Xian Vu, I do not allow you to follow that trash. At the same time, everyone turned to face the direction of that voice. Everyone had A-shaped eyes and O-shaped mouths. The person who spoke was the courtier Lai Bufam. People began to talk to each other. He always chases Tich Xian Vu, this time it's interesting. The other person said, Tu Van is unlucky. Others said that's right, Lai Bufam is in the same realm, 3 realms higher than Tu Van. That guy crossed his arms to look arrogant, floating around the burning fire in the sky. Tu Van calmly responded, Tu Van, I still need your permission to accept people? When everyone heard what Tu Van said, they were extremely surprised. Damn it, Tu Van has such a temperament, he even dared to confront the courtier. Let me see how he found his death. Lai Bufam was angry. He looked down at him and said, who are you to dare speak to me like that? Do you still think you are a god? Tu Van looked up at Lai Bufam and replied clearly, so what am I? What does it have to do with you if I accept someone? Suddenly, the sky gradually turned dark red and black, smoke and fire mixed with clouds everywhere. Lai Bufam's entire body emitted something like fire, burning intensely around him. He assured, Tu Van, this time you are looking for death. He looked up at him intently. Surrounding Bufam are 7 black holes like cosmic black holes. People are also surprised to see. Lai Bufam used 7 caves. It was too terrifying. Others said, I heard that being able to use 3 caves is already a genius. But I didn't expect that he could practice 7 of them. Powerful, worthy of being a god. This time, Tu Van's life is over. Fu Lin saw such a situation and immediately intervened. My son, our gods strictly prohibit mutual destruction. Please stop. She thought to herself, although the young master is evil, the difference between the two people's cultivation is so great that they absolutely cannot win. Bufam shouted loudly, get out. I am a servant, if you dare to stop me, the executor will destroy you. When Fu Lin heard that, her face turned pale. That means, if I take action against my subjects, the executor will definitely take action. Specializes in punishing disciples who commit major mistakes, the most feared people in the Chaos Gods, and those who execute them. Xian Vu opened his mouth. Lai Bufam, I personally want to follow Senior Brother Chu. If you are unhappy, just aim at me directly, don't bully Senior Brother Chu Van. He frowned after listening to Xian Vu. At this time, Bufam resolutely maintained his stance, and said loudly for everyone to hear, Slut, shut up. Do you think I really like you? Lai Bufam, I am the only great god, people like you are at most just my toys. When Xian Vu heard that, he hesitated and was speechless. Tu Na also said indignantly, this is nothing for me, I only know how to use force to oppress the weak. People have been cultivating for decades, my senior brother has only been cultivating for a few months. If my senior brother has been practicing for decades, we'll crush you with one hand. Bufem was determined to fight to the end. He said, "You dare to be arrogant. Today I will show you that the majesty of a servant cannot be violated." Tu Van gradually walked step by step towards Bat Pham. He confidently said, "If Lai Bat Pham keeps targeting me, bullying women is no longer a man." Fu Lin saw that things were gradually going wrong and said, "Young master, don't be rash, you are not his opponent." Xian Vu also added, "Senior brother Tu, it's me who harmed you, let me bear the burden, run away quickly." Tu now worriedly advised him, "Senior brother, running is the best policy." Bufam spread his hands out as if joining forces. He said, "Okay, very good. Today I will show you what it means to live better than death." At this time, Jiu Van also raised his hand to his face, preparing his strength. He replied, "Who can live better than die?" Lai Bufam, look carefully. After speaking, he recited a spell in a strange language. After thinking for a while, his body gradually became surrounded by a bright blue aura. The strength of both sides is equal. Everyone was surprised by Jiu Van's power, so they all exclaimed, "Is this magical power? How does practicing the world have magical powers? This movement is too big, what is he holding on to?" Seeing this, Lai Bat Pham was also surprised. What great magical powers can an ant like you who is cultivating in the realm be able to perform? Ridiculous. He was about to make a move, shouting loudly, "Dare to steal my woman, today I will show you what it feels like to be trampled on by others." Everyone was stunned and shouted at the same time, "Be careful." Bat Pham immediately kicked from above. Tu Van immediately shouted, "Chaos Bell, come out quickly." From nowhere a large bell appeared, covering his whole body. Around the bell radiates a powerful force. He continued to try to attack Tu Van. Gradually, Bat Pham realized something bad was about to happen, making his face turn purple. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body was thrown upside down. He was shocked. How is that possible? I am a god with 7 heavenly caves. Seeing that, Tu Na immediately wondered, "Master, how can you control the chaos bell?" Fu Lin was also surprised and exclaimed, "Yes, unbelievable." Fu Lin explains that it is not a chaos bell, it is just a part of the power. I guess the young master must have understood the chaos when he rang the bell. The dim bell covered Chu Van's entire body. One person said loudly, "Those are Imperial soldiers." Others were also chatting, "The power to use the bell of chaos, so is he the son of the bell of chaos? Even his master, De Tien, couldn't do it. He just trained his world body, he is truly evil." At this time, Bat Pham regained his composure, his eyes were full of indignation, and he said loudly, "Also, you are just an ant in the realm of refinement. I don't believe the power of the chaos bell can defeat me." Immediately he swung his hand out, a fist-shaped stream of air appeared in the direction of his hand. Tu Van was also quick to take a defensive position. He replied, "If you want to humiliate yourself, I will do it for you." He used both hands to push the chaotic bell forward. The speed was so fast that the surrounding rocks and soil were thrown everywhere. The chaos bell protected him from Bufem's devastating punch. Tu Van combines a power that radiates lightning and thunder. After a while, the final blow was given to Bufem, causing him to fall backwards. Tu Van's attack was so powerful that he was thrown far away. He quickly sat up to regain his composure, but was surprised because purple spots appeared around him, and flashes of lightning suddenly appeared. Bat Pham crawled towards Tu Van. At this time, he knelt in front of Tu Van. He sarcastically said to him, "Lai Bufam, is that all you have? It's really disappointing." The scratches on Bufem's face were clearly visible. He smirked and replied, "If it weren't for Chaos Bell, I could easily strangle you to death like an ant." Hearing such words from his mouth, Tu Van could not hide his discomfort, so he used his foot to step on Bat Pham's head, making him bewildered. He said, "You don't even rely on your inherent cultivation level. If I go to Dong Tien, killing people is like killing dogs." He was angry, used his hand to brush his brother's leg away and threatened, "I am a subject. If you dare to hit me, the person who executes it will definitely destroy your cultivation." After hearing this, Tu Van gave a half-smile as if he had contempt for him. He used his foot to kick Bat Pham's stomach. He lay on his back on the ground, sealed by Tu Van's leg. He said, "What about my son? You dared to do it first, but you're not as good as someone else. What's the use of keeping such cultivation?" Seeing this, Fu Lin also contributed words of encouragement. "Young master, you are no longer a subject, please spare his life. People like him don't deserve it." He replied, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Come on, let's go home." Tu Van spoke loudly to him, "Lai Bat Pham, listen here. You don't offend me, I don't offend you. If you offend me, you will be punished by me." After saying that, he immediately took off his shirt and left, leaving him bewildered. Living in the imperial palace, Tu Van and his sisters came to visit Emperor Tien and the elder. He smiled lightly and said, "Already there? We know what just happened, it's very good." Tu Van now clasped his hands and asked in confusion, "Master, if I beat Lai Bufam, will it cause you more trouble?" De Tien replied, "If you fight, you will fight. What's the big deal?" He continued, "No need to worry, from now on, focus on practicing in the Huan Kui Tower, increasing your actual combat skills and habits." Hearing that, Tu Van immediately replied, "Yes, master." A month quickly passed. In the villa located on top of Dong Nak Fong, we only see each swirling black hole floating in the air one after another. It turned out that Lai Bufam was calmly practicing the exercises. He suddenly opened his mouth and whispered, "Phew, the 7 caves of heaven have finally recovered." Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. The look of hatred was clearly visible on the saint's face. His eyes widened as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Tu Van, I will definitely not forgive you." After releasing his emotions, he waved to the servant to come and ask, "Has my master left the prison yet?" The servant respectfully reported, confessing to the Holy Sun, "The room master has always been in seclusion." Hearing that, he determined to avenge his revenge. His mouth commanded, "Go, I want to invite the old master to leave the customs." A moment later, the young man appeared in front of Dong Nak Duong's retreat in front of everyone in the world. The hatred overwhelmed the shame in his heart. He knelt down and cried, "Master, I have been wrong, old man. Please come forward and avenge me." The crowd standing by and witnessing his pathetic behavior, everyone shook their heads in disgust, but were afraid of being blamed, so they had to curse under their breath. The saint's face is so thick, this saint's face changes so quickly. Children know how to cry so they can get milk to eat. It seemed like the crying had an effect, only to see the front door slowly open. Old man Dong Nak Duong stepped out and shouted with a puzzled expression, "Child, what makes you so upset?" Seeing that appearance, Lai Bat Pham did not hesitate, and quickly ran to hug the old man tightly, his mouth crying bitterly, "Master, the person who must be my master is the disciple Chu Van of the Supreme Elder De Tien." With his nature of covering up his shortcomings, the room master did not care about right or wrong and quickly blamed Chu Van for all the blame. Or for a little Chu Van, a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong, to dare to insult the saint's son, committing blasphemy, an unforgivable sin. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Nak Duong activated his flying skill, causing the ground to shake. A horrifying aura erupted around the Wind Master's body. He ordered his son, "Disciple, follow me. My teacher will take you to the Emperor Peak to find him for revenge." Of course, Lai Bat Pham happily chased after him, a cunning smile clearly appearing on his face, in stark contrast to his weak appearance just now. The scene changes to another place. Tu Van is practicing fighting with Tich Xian Vu. Each explosive wave of air generated from her series of attacks aimed straight at Tu Van, but with flexible movements, he easily dodged everything. Seeing that the move was ineffective, Xian Vu smiled, planning to go big with a full-blown attack. Her left hand spread out, forming an invisible but extremely powerful palm, causing Tu Van to be knocked back a few steps. Knowing that this was just practice, he pretended to give up, smiled and said, "Phew, no more coming, junior sister Tich, stop here." But Xian Vu also recognized some of his true ability. She smiled and held out her hand, replying, "Brother Chu, your strength is even stronger than before. Although it is still 700,000 pounds strong, its combat power is 2 or 3 times stronger." She excitedly praised while pulling him to his feet. Tu Van happily praised, "How about being stronger? Isn't it still impossible to defeat you who have already been promoted to the divine realm?" Suddenly, footsteps rang out, interrupting their conversation. It turned out to be Elder Tai Thuong. He gently advised Tu Van, "Good boy, you must pay attention to the balance between training and rest for a while first." Realizing that a month had passed since the previous event, he wondered, "Master, I heard that Lai Bufam's master has already left prison. Will there be no trouble?" Hearing that, the elder confidently showed off his achievements. The teacher already knew that it was Dong Nak Duong, who had once been the teacher's defeated general, and had now ascended to heaven. That was not the case. Not the teacher's opponent. Rest assured, he does not dare to come. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a shout echoed throughout the area. "Who is Tu Van? Get out of here, old man." The elder Tai Thuong was surprised. "Huh, this guy has really come," and Tu Van exclaimed at the saint's old trick, "Is this just hitting small and hitting big?" One old and one young just flew in front of Tu Van. 3 people. Lai Bufam was arrogant, relying on the support of Dong Nak Duong, who had reached the realm of great power, so he arrogantly said, "Master, that kid who sneered coldly was Tu Van. Looking at the defeated general in front of him, the elder Tai Thuong raised his lips and asked, Dong Nak Duong, why did you come to entrust me? I only heard the old man reprimand me. The good disciple he taught dared to beat Bat Pham. This matter could not just end like that. Tu Van had the opportunity to constantly tease the useless saint. When he was young, he fought with the neighbor's son, and when he lost, he cried and ran home to find his parents. I didn't expect that such a big thing would still happen. Lai Bufan, are you such a saint? He delved into the man's fatal weakness. Faced with those insulting words, the anger in the holy man's body flared up fiercely. He narrowed his eyes at him and shouted loudly, Tu Van, if you hadn't played dirty and borrowed the power of Chaos Chung, then a single hair of I can also force you to death. Tu Van tried to provoke even more. Then if you are good, wait for me to cultivate to the cave of heaven, then fight with me again. Looking at his defeated disciple whose mouth was not even close to that of his opponent, Dong Nak Duong immediately raised his voice and shouted, How can the cultivator fight fair? You insulted the Holy Sun and caused the old man to lose many treasures before you could help the boy recover his cultivation. Today, this old man will teach you according to the rules of the Holy Land. The saint, who was relieved, smiled happily and sarcastically. Seeing that the other person refused to talk with reason, the elder had to fly into the sky. Standing face to face with his old enemy, he expressed disdain. Dong Nak Duong, disciple of my Emperor Tien, since when did it become your turn to be the prison guard? The old man who owned the room narrowed his eyes and didn't look at him at all. De Tien, that year when I was defeated by your hands, I wanted to wash away that humiliation. Do you dare to fight? The elder replied calmly, If you don't dare, go. The two people's bodies quickly flew high into the air, one blue and one red clashing fiercely, without any concessions. Returning to the ground, Tu Van enthusiastically asked, Fu Lin, is there any way for me to chase that guy Lai Bufam and fight him? Fu Lin replied, Yes, I gave Chu Na a flying sword magic weapon that can help you chase him. Just when he was feeling sleepy, he happily said, Junior sister, then I'll bother you to use the flying sword to go with me. Tu Na immediately agreed, said yes, then she summoned her flying sword, a yellow light flying around her body. Looking at the flying sword continuing to wrap around his leg, Tu Van urged, Depart. Okay, then let's go. Tu Van stood in front. Tu Na followed closely behind. Both stood on the flying sword and began to fly into the air. She excitedly said, Brother, stand firm. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them approached where Lai Bufam was standing. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional, but Tu Na's big round soul pressed against Tu Van's back, making him indescribably ecstatic. Out of his mouth, he asked, Junior sister, please steer a little more steady, let me summon the general chaos. But in reality, my heart is extremely happy, Junior sister, this feeling is so good. However, Tu Van still knows how to take the big picture seriously. He shouts loudly, Chaos Chung, come out here. Immediately, the treasure was summoned, and the two were quickly surrounded by a giant bell made of golden veins. Lai Bufam saw the opponent using the old trick and got angry. This bastard, come again! Having had previous experience, the three-legged and four-legged man yelled and ran. Tu Van tried to use magic to provoke the general. Lai Bufam, you were chased by the body-refining realm and ran for your life. What qualifications do you have to be the holy son of the Chaos Holy Land? If I were you, I would have directly found a toilet to jump into and drown. The words seemed to touch his pride, making his face change. The look of indifference was replaced by anger. The holy man turned around and swung his sword to counterattack, his face contorted, his mouth roaring as if he wanted to scream fire. I dare you! He used all his strength to launch a heavy blow towards Tu Van, the red aura sword straight in front of him. Suddenly, he was thrown back at a speed much faster than when he had just struck. The reason was extremely simple. Lai Bat Pham was once again hit directly by the chaos beam. The kinetic energy was so great that he could not resist at all and just flew backwards. Boom, the saint's body fell to the ground, sand and dust scattered over a radius of several meters. But maybe that's still not enough. I just saw him holding his sword in one hand, shouting angrily, Tu Van, if you have the ability, fight fairly with me. Of course, Tu Van was not stupid enough to be tempted to give up his advantage on the battlefield. He looked contemptuously at the defeated general at his feet. Fair fight? You are a heavenly cave. Asked me to fight fairly with you. Do you think everyone is brain damaged like you? Tu Van laughed at the other person's stupidity. Gaining momentum, Tu Van declared, Wait until I beat you into a physical refining state, then have a fair fight. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, the chaotic palm was immediately brought down on Lai Bufam's head, causing him to be helpless. Suddenly a stream of blue power flew from nowhere. In less than a blink of an eye, it rushed straight into chaos, causing the treasure to break into a large piece, thereby saving the saint's hand from danger. Tu Van gasped as he witnessed the scene before his eyes. The chaos was broken. He and Chu Na looked in bewilderment at the bells suddenly cracking into hundreds of thousands of pieces. Seeing that he had been saved, Lai Bufam laughed loudly with joy. He turned his head to see who had helped him. Ha ha, Tu Van, it seems you are dead. A figure flew in the air behind him. As soon as he saw his face, he shouted loudly, enough. It is none other than the law enforcer named Dong Then Vang, a powerful holy land. He stared straight ahead. Tu Van, you are so bold, you dare to insult the saint. I didn't let myself be hooded as soon as I entered, he immediately retorted. The master was beaten to the door. Could it be that I couldn't defend myself? But the law enforcer did not listen to a word and continued to use his power to crush him. Arrogant, you are just a disciple of Elder Tai Thuong. When you see the saint, you should be respectful and respectful. As he spoke, he used his strength. You are so indifferent to your elders, sooner or later you will be an ungrateful person. Today I must oust you and eliminate future disasters. Seeing the tense situation, Fu Lin quickly ran out to intervene. Lord Law Enforcement Officer, our young master is more talented than others. In the future, he will definitely be able to cast chaos. If you abolish him, it will affect the rise of the Chaos Holy Land. Regardless of those words, contempt was clearly visible on the law enforcer's face. It's ridiculous. Does the Holy Land of Chaos have to rely on a body cultivator to rise up? De Tien is also called incredibly talented. In the end, isn't it a waste of effort? If I want to cast the Chaos body, I feel like I'm dreaming. A terrifying stream of power was continuously condensed in his hands. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, he immediately released a move aimed straight at Tu Van. Fu Lin stood at the helm, making her whole body tremble. She tried to endure it and said, "It's broken, her body can't move at all." Even Tu Van standing behind could not escape his fate. His whole body trembled continuously. He exclaimed, in front of law enforcers, "I am just like an ant." Tu Van is now even more deeply engraved with the rules of survival in this world. While gritting his teeth and resisting, he commented that the cultivator world is truly respected, can cover the sky with one hand, and live as he wishes. Death of others. Strength, I need strength. If I can survive, in the future I will definitely destroy this damn law enforcer. When the onlookers witnessed the tragedy, they all thought that Tu Van and his group would not survive this ordeal. Fu Lin and Tu Van would surely die. That's right, if they angered the law enforcers, they would definitely be dismembered. 100 pieces. It's a pity that a genius just passed away like that. Some people feel sorry for his cruel fate. At the same time, the law enforcer's move in the form of a palm seal crushed everything that stood in the way, causing rocks and soil to fall without stopping. When the dust and smoke cleared, all that remained was a hand-shaped dent clearly marked on the ground, but there was no trace of the victim, not even a blood stain or a piece of cloth. The law enforcer quickly realized the situation and immediately became suspicious. Someone was saved. He frowned, scanning his surroundings. At this moment, a figure wearing a red coat suddenly appeared, accompanied by a mocking sound. "King Dong then, it's just a fight between two juniors. Touch Dong Nak Duong and leave, no need, even you won't take action, right?" Although the statement was completely polite, the sarcastic meaning was extremely clear. The speaker was none other than the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Behind him was the entire group of Chu Van people who had luckily avoided a lifetime. Seeing that the prey was offered to his mouth but could not be bitten, the law enforcer bitterly argued, "Holy Master is a good trick." However, even though he is the Holy Master, he cannot cover up his disciples' transgressions, and there is no elder in his eyes. He was determined to corner Chu Van into a dead end, not allowing him to resist. Contrary to his expression, the Holy Master remained calm as if nothing had happened and responded, "Whether good or bad, Chu Van was also once a courtier who beat the chaos and shouted 9 times, such a small thing was not enough to fight. Where's the killing punch?" Fu Lin clearly understood the identity of the law enforcer, so he explained that this Dong Then King was the big brother of Dong Nak Duong, and also the master's big opponent. Tu Van understood the reason, so he commented, "No wonder, it turns out they are family." Faced with himself being oppressed by strong enemies 5 times 7 times, Tu Van frowned and silently vowed, "These bastards, when I get stronger in the future, I will suppress all of you." King Dong then at this time of course could not let Tu Van go. He was determined to carry out the punishment. "Lord Saint, rules are rules." Tu Van impersonates the Holy Sun. "I am a law enforcer. Of course I must enforce the law fairly and view things correctly. Tu Van was not convinced and objected. Could it be that the saints can arbitrarily attack ordinary disciples we cannot resist? Does the world have such morality? But no matter what he said, the law enforcer still ignored it and announced, "These are the rules of the Holy Land, unless you also become a saint." Unable to bear defeat, Tu Van threw out a question, "So let me ask, how can one become a saint?" The king of the eastern gods looked at his prey struggling, and was even more pleased as he smiled sarcastically. "Do you want to become a saint now? It's a pity it's too late." He was convinced that you wouldn't be able to do it, so he didn't even bother to hide it, and said, "If you have achieved great success, you can start fighting chaos and call it 6 times. You have a special constitution. You can become a saint in 3 ways. It's a pity that you can't do it now." The Holy Master tries to find a way to relieve the siege. Dong then King and Tu Van will soon reach the foot of the dragon's nest. Based on his fighting power, he will definitely be able to achieve great success and be promoted to sainthood. But the law enforcer still insisted on his decision and pointed directly at Tu Van. That was the future. Now he was not a saint, he had to accept punishment. In a situation of boiling water and fire, Tu Van suddenly declared, "Who says I can't become a saint now?" Immediately, he sat down to practice to overcome this tribulation. "Today, I will show you the position of a humble saint. I have Tu Van if I want it." As soon as he finished speaking, a circular magic formation appeared, covering his body. The crowd standing outside found it strange and immediately discussed heatedly, "What is he trying to do?" One person speculated, "It seems like he is cultivating the Chaos Sutra and casting the Chaos body." Some people laugh, "You idiot, how is this possible?" However, if he can cast the initial form of the Chaos body, that is the King body, and he can also become a saint. Another person did not believe at all. So he thought, then it is necessary to reach the 36th level of perfection of the Chaos Sutra. It is truly a foolish dreamer. Tu Na asked, "Master, is it difficult to cast the initial shape of the Chaos body?" Fu Lin explained, "It was very difficult. That year it took the owner 200 years to succeed." Surprise, bewilderment, and surprise were all that appeared on Tu Na's face. In her head, she kept screaming, 200 years. When King Dong then saw Tu Van's actions, he was extremely disdainful. It was ridiculous. He wanted to mold the outline of the Chaos body in such a short time. "I'm afraid this guy is crazy." Even the Holy Master could not put his trust in Tu Van. He sighed in boredom. Tu Van was sick to find a teacher, but to save him, he decided to negotiate to buy time for him to break through. Eastern God King, if that's the case, why not give Tu Van some time? This little thing is not too much. The law enforcer was sure he had won, so he didn't bother to accept it. "Okay, I won't bully him, give him 7 days. The smile on his face became more and more inhumane, and in his heart he thought to himself, even if it were given him 7 years, 70 years, he still wouldn't be able to mold the outline of the Chaos body. Ignoring the things around her, Tu Van devoted all her attention to her cultivation. He thought to himself, once he breaks through the 10th level of Chaos Sutra, he will break through to the Chi-gathering realm. The goal of reaching the limit of 100,000 pounds of fighting power in the body refining stage cannot be achieved, and the true dragon nest can no longer be entered. However, my little life is about to be lost, so why should I care about the true dragon's nest? He ordered in his mind, using the Chaos Sutra once enlightenment. The image of chaos appeared in Tu Van's mind, but unfortunately, the result was failed enlightenment. However, in the current situation, Tu Van had no way to retreat. He frowned thoughtfully but was determined not to give up. Well, if you use it once but you can't break through, then use it again. With a firm will, Tu Van continues to meditate and practice non-stop. The aura around him becomes stronger and stronger. Those standing nearby also felt the unusual aura from Tu Van's body, ripples of spiritual energy spreading throughout the atmosphere. Witnessing everything, Fu Lin couldn't help but worry about him, thinking in her heart, it's bad, the young master wants to break through the atmosphere gathering realm, then he won't be able to enter the dragon's nest. Wave after wave of spiritual energy billowed upward. The Holy Master stood to the side and observed Tu Van's cultivation process, and then said, if you can't break through the Chi-gathering realm, then you won't be able to enter the true dragon? He proactively extended a hand to support, his mouth reassuring those around him, don't worry, I'm here to block the aura and help him suppress his cultivation. As for Tu Van, he sat quietly meditating and practicing the exercises, motionless, just like a Buddha statue in a temple, only streams of spiritual energy continuously churning in the air. Faced with the magnanimity of the Holy Master, Fu Lin expressed her thanks. Many thanks to the Holy Master, while Chu Na focused all her attention on Tu Van. Look, senior brother has broken through a level so quickly. He can definitely cast the outline of the chaotic holy body. Dongdan King is different, he still maintains the same condescending attitude as before. What's there to be proud of? It's only the 10th floor. It's still a long way from the 36th floor. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Tu Van's mind continuously stirred with a series of thoughts. He did not expect that cultivating to the 10th level of Chaos Sutra would cost twice the enlightenment. It seemed that the later the difficulty became, there was, however, fortunately, the number of enlightenment times I had accumulated before was already high enough. In just a short time, he silently continued to break through, his momentum continued to increase, and then he passed through the chaos of the 11th floor, then the 12th floor, then the 13th floor, like splitting bamboo. Tape progress. The crowd admiring such a mysterious scene could not help but squint and praise. It's so scary. He continuously broke through, comparing himself. At first, Elder Emperor Tian said he had 9 floors a day. Could it be true? Someone exclaimed, unbelievable. Looking at the enemy continuously getting stronger, Lai Bufam couldn't help but hastily remind, Uncle, Tu Van won't really be able to cast the initial shape of the chaos body, will he? But King Dong then didn't think so. He reassured his nephew, don't worry, even if he had a stronger understanding, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level in 1 week. Returning to Tu Van, the aura continuously condensed around his body, gradually forming a small golden tornado. Fu Lin, with her sharp eyes, quickly noticed a special point and reminded her, Miss Titch, quickly come to the young master's side to practice. The young master has no use for these heaven and earth spiritual energy, but you absolutely have it. Can be used to improve cultivation. Titch Xian Vu unceremoniously responded immediately. She immediately rushed to Tu Van, a bright smile blooming on her lips. That's great! My great opportunity has come! So 1 yellow and 1 purple, the man and woman separately immersed themselves in the practice. Fu Lin also did not forget to care for her disciple, Tu Na. If you don't enter the dragon nest, now is a great opportunity to break through the Qi-gathering realm. Reaching the top-level Qi-gathering realm, even the divine Kyo realm is also very possible. The fate that came so quickly surprised Tu Na. This, as a direct beneficiary of Tu Van, Xian Vu completely agrees with Fu Lin's comments. She gently said yes. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of spiritual pressure exploded from her body. The others discovered it, and screamed loudly, mid-stage divine beauty. Didn't Titch Xian Vu just ascend to the divine realm? Many people became envious, jealous, and wanted to take her place. With such a great opportunity, it would be strange not to have a breakthrough. So admirable. As for Chu Na, an unusual thought arose in her heart. What to do? Cultivating yourself into the divine realm takes at least 10 years. Furthermore, if this continues, the gap between me and Titch Xian Vu will become increasingly larger. The desire to become stronger motivated her to move forward. Tu Na shouted, Master, I won't walk on the dragon pole anymore. Her eloquent words clearly show her determination. Meanwhile, Fu Lin stood behind and smiled meaningfully, seemingly understanding the thoughts in her disciple's heart. Tu Van's trio sat quietly absorbing energy to break through the realm, the flow of spiritual energy around their bodies creating a continuous whirlwind. Seeing everything working according to her wishes, Fu Lin smiled and said, This is the best. For Lam Tu Na it is a great opportunity. The young master also has 1 less stepchild. Truly is a double job. Thanks to Tu Van's efforts, after only a short time, Tu Na made a breakthrough and her momentum increased significantly. Seeing her progress, her heart surged with extreme joy. Her advancement was really fast. The audience gathered around and watched in unison with envious wishes. The sound of desire did not disappear on its own but only passed from one person to another. I also wanted to go there and practice. That's right, I admire it to death. Isn't that Tu Van? It must really be possible to refine the initial form of chaos, right? Suddenly there was a scream. Look quickly. It turned out that at the top of Tu Van's head, a strong flow of spiritual energy had formed into 3 pink lotus flowers that swayed with the rhythm of breathing. Witnessing the breathtaking scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, this is the 3 flowers gathering peak. The crowd went from one surprise to another, making them unable to help but recognize Tu Van's talent. One person felt, Tu Van had already cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 18th level. Sure enough, what Elder de Tian said 9 levels a day was true. It's truly too scary. Everyone has to admire Chu Van's perverted breakthrough speed. At this moment, Dong Then Vang's face was a little pale. He was extremely surprised and could not believe his eyes. How is that possible? In less than a day, the 3 flowers gathered at the top. Even the ancient great emperor did not have this understanding. Returning to the ground, Fu Lin observed the strange scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sigh, what a pity! This 3-flower master cannot be used. It can only benefit Chu Na and Xian Vu." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to lead the pink lotus flowers to fly towards the 2 girls cultivating in front of her, huge streams of energy quickly pouring into those 2 bodies. Thanks to the additional spiritual energy, Tu Na and Xian Vu broke through again at the same time. Their momentum flared up fiercely, further confirming this. The Holy Master stood outside and observed from beginning to end, smiling continuously as if he had a good harvest. This was benefiting others. What 2 lucky little girls. As for Tu Van, he was equally happy, thinking to himself, indeed, breaking through to the 19th level requires 3 enlightenments. It seems that there are not hundreds of enlightenments. Don't try to cast the true chaos. Fortunately I have a system. Let's continue. Tu Van secretly felt pleased. The aura vortex above is growing more and more in both density and volume. The sounds of admiration appeared continuously. The concentration of spiritual energy on this peak base had become more concentrated. I admire it so much. That's right, those 2 girls are talking big. Some people wonder if Tu Van can still get 1 step closer. Fu Lin took advantage of the opportunity and worked even harder to direct the energy flow to focus on Xian Vu and Chu Na. Such dense spiritual energy could not be wasted. For their part, both girls happily accepted the rare opportunity. Xian Vu thought to himself, "That's great, I've reached the peak of my godly beauty." Tu Na was equally happy. So fast, I'm about to break through to the heavenly cave. As the cultivation process progressed, the aura born from Tu Van gradually reached the blue clouds, only to see a strange vortex appear in the air. The world changed color, the sky suddenly began to darken, but 5 golden clouds appeared hovering above. In the distance were sparkling stars. They all surround Tu Van as the focus, creating an extremely spectacular scene, the phenomenon of the 5 energies of the Nguyen dynasty. The spirit of the Supreme Elder, when observing, widened his eyes and shouted loudly. This was the 5 Qi dynasty. His heart was overflowing with emotions. He had already refined to the 27th level of the Chaos Sutra. The crowd once again experienced surprise. All eyes were focused on the strange scene in the sky, the 3 flowers gathering on top, the 5 Qi tides. It was so scary. He could only use a little time. If this person can't be refined into a chaos form, I'm afraid there won't be anyone else in the world who can succeed. Another person pointed to the sky and shouted expectantly, "There is one last floor." King Dong then was now shocked and lost, thinking, something like that happened again, and Lai Bufam became worried and scared, not daring to think about what would happen to him. Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Contrary to the feelings of the 2 people above, the Holy Master observed everything with an extremely satisfied expression. With such enlightenment, our Holy Land has hope of rising. Fu Lin couldn't help but exclaim, it was a great opportunity. Not wasting another moment, she quickly controlled the clouds to fly towards Xian Vu, calculating in her mind that Tu Na gathered a perfect atmosphere. Only by condensing spiritual power could she enter. The God of Beauty can only be given to Xian Vu first. Xian Vu had been closing her eyes to concentrate on cultivating. When she felt her realm continuously improving, she showed joy, finally reaching the perfect state of divine beauty. The next step was to break through the bottleneck. Seeing that she was stable, Fu Lin retracted her hand, smiled and muttered, "Then we have to see your own creations." The city lord also decided to contribute a part of effort, meeting each other's fate. "Today I will help you with some strength." He mobilized spiritual energy to create each stream of spiritual patterns wandering in the air. After that, they flew straight to Tu Na and Xian Vu. The 2 recognized it and happily accepted it. With rich experience, Fu Lin quickly realized and spoke up to remind, "Great sound, this is a holy sound, has a 1% enlightenment effect, and is a great creation." Overjoyed because of the opportunities continuously falling from the sky, Tu Na burst into laughter as she broke through again. Wow, she has truly broken through to the realm of godliness. Fu Lin used her ability to control spiritual energy to gather into Tu Na and said, "My good disciple, my teacher will help you." Understanding what her master meant, Lam Tu Na returned to focusing on practicing. She commented, "This Hong Van is really powerful." In an instant she has broken through to the middle stage of the magical state. Fu Lin stood behind, not saying a word but still focused on pushing the spiritual energy into Tu Na's body. Thanks to that wholehearted help, Tu Na continuously broke through the small realms. In just a moment she entered the later stage of the magical realm, passed the peak and is currently stopping at the perfect magical realm. At this point, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she had reached the bottleneck again. It seemed like she could only get here. Turning towards Tianvu, she never stopped. Thanks to that, she has now entered the heavenly cave, her aura completely overwhelming compared to the beginning. Tu Na observed her back and praised her. Sister Tich is so powerful, she can enter the cave of heaven with just one action. At this moment, Fu Lin appeared and advised, "You two girls are very lucky, but don't rejoice too soon. Leveling up too quickly will cause your foundation to become unstable. From now on, you will have to go to the virtual magic tower every day to practice combat experience." Tu Na quickly complied, "Yes, master." Of course, in her heart, she was still extremely happy with her new source of strength, her magical state, and finally being able to fly with her sword. It was so cool. While everyone was having fun, the miraculous lotus scene continued with an ever-evolving trend, all following Tu Van's cultivation progress, gradually creating the illusion of an entire lotus field. Immense. The onlookers were endlessly admiring the magnificent scene before them. Could those be the silhouettes of avenues, 30 avenues of silhouettes? He had already drawn the initial shape of the chaos body. It was so amazing. It's too bad. The spiritual elder even unconsciously plucked his beard to check if he was dreaming or not. Oh my god, what kind of demon is this? Detien is so stupid. When he regained his composure, he shouted majestically, "Ah, my precious beard, it hurts so much." With such a clear result, the Holy Master loudly announced that his disciple rewarded Elder Tu Van with extraordinary talent, molding the initial shape of the chaos body, immediately promoting him to become a holy son. Tu Van has now completed the training process, and is extremely satisfied with the results he has received. Few finally broke through. This is the initial form of the stellar chaos form. The Holy Master came to share the joy with him, congratulated the Holy Son, and hoped that the Holy Son would continue his efforts, and soon mold the body of chaos, leading our chaos holy land to rise. Tu Van bowed and replied, "Many thanks to the Holy Protector, the disciple will definitely cast the chaos body." With a completely new position, he turned to look at his two enemies and mocked, "Now that I have become a saint, do you have anything else to say?" King Dong then blew his nose in disdain and hummed, while Lai Bufam's face turned pale. The law enforcer glared at Tu Van and said coolly, "Detien has truly received a good disciple." Failing to carry out his plan to destroy him, the guy coldly flew away to another place in an unhappy mood. Huh? Gloating as he watched the gray man leave, Tu Van turned to ask, "Holy Master, now as long as I don't kill him, I can arbitrarily attack Lai Bufam, right?" The Holy Master replied, "Theoretically so." Hearing that, Lai Bufam widened his eyes. The villain's sweat poured out like rain. He was speechless and didn't know how to react. Tu Van looked at him with humorous eyes, squeezing with both fists, as if preparing to torture the other person. "Lai Bufam, did you hear that? Come!" He took a defensive stance and signaled. With the motto that life is the most important, Lai Bufam abandoned everything and ran for others. The other person's actions were so decisive that Tu Van could only stand and watch. He couldn't help but admire his ability to improvise. Oh my god, he ran that fast. Giving him a temporary reprieve, Tu Van whispered to himself, "Humph, oppress me for not knowing how to fly or anything. Wait for me to return from the dragon nest. After improving my cultivation level, I will come to you to calculate the debt." As expected, Tu Van did not easily forgive Lai Bufam. At the same time, Fu Lin and everyone rushed to celebrate and congratulate the young master. Xian Vu and Tu Na praised him one after another. "Congratulations, brother Chu, you are so awesome." Tu Van smiled happily and replied, "You guys have also made a lot of progress. Happy together, happy together." Tu Na took advantage of the opportunity to brag, "Senior brother, now I am already a perfect goddess, I have surpassed you." Tu Van lovingly patted her head and said, "So, wouldn't you not be able to follow me into the dragon's nest?" Fu Lin heard this and immediately teased, "Without a stepchild like her, your young master can also be more free in the dragon's nest." Tu Van follows along, that's right. Seeing one person after another bullying her, Tu Na puffed her cheeks in extreme discomfort. Her playful demeanor was no different from that of an angry child. However, concern for Tu Van is still top priority. She held his hand and said, "Brother, you must be careful." Tich Xian Vu came forward to contribute, and wished Brother Tu to win right from the first match. Faced with such warm concern, Tu Van rubbed Tu Na's head with one hand and Xian Vu's shoulder with the other hand and happily replied, "Don't worry, Don't you believe in the strength of your brothers and sisters? Waiting until the end of the farewell, Detienne approached him and urged, Okay, it's not like we won't come back anymore, let's go. Tu Van immediately complied, Yes, master. Elder Tai Thuong's face clearly showed his heavy feelings. Our mixed holy land has been quiet for too long, so long that the cultivators out there have forgotten that our mixed holy land is one of the 6 great holy places. But Tu Van simply replied with confidence in his own abilities, so this time, let Tu Van tell them that our chaos holy land is still the strongest holy land. Detienne was moved, he laughed extremely cheerfully in a way that he had not experienced for a long time. Ha 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 ha, as expected of being my disciple, he had cast the initial shape of the chaos body. His combat power had reached 800,000 pounds already. Tu Van politely praised him when he successfully chased away Dong Mak Duong. Yes, congratulations, master, on winning the mighty heavenly realm. Elder Tai Thuong became even happier and commented, a mere mid-level trash, it wouldn't be difficult to beat him. He turned to instruct, Tu Ni, next you must hone your fighting skills, try to break through to 100,000 fighting power at Long Saw, sooner or later you will become chaos. Tu Van promised, Yes, master, I will definitely mold it into chaos. His eyes shone with the excitement of a conqueror full of confidence and ambition. The new saint said to himself, True Dragon's Lair, wait for me, I will definitely take one step to heaven. Time passed like that. It was 3 days before the dragon nest opened. At the imperial peak, everyone came to see Tu Van off and prepare to depart. Fu Lin gently sent him a parting gift and advised, Young master, inside this space ring are fleshy spirit beasts, flying swords of profound iron, and various types of spirit stones. Take it with you. Realizing the preciousness of the treasure, Tu Van politely said, Thank you. Just like that, Tu Van followed his master to the foot of the dragon's nest. When they arrived, what they saw was a thick layer of barrier, exuding solidity and steadfastness. When the teacher and students saw such a scene, they quietly observed. Then Detienne turned and instructed, Tu Ni, you stay here and wait for the true dragon's star to open, and the teacher will go see some old friends. Tu Van respectfully replied, Yes, master. As soon as he flew up, another person was already present. It was Lu Ninyin, the supreme elder of the mountain and water sect. She looked at him and calmly said, Here we go. Detienne replied briefly, Yes. Recognizing the extremely familiar gestures between the two, Tu Van chuckled in his heart. There was an affair, but he did not expect that his master's knife would not age. After the two walked for a while, suddenly there was a sound. Surely this person is senior brother Tu. A girl appeared with a curious look on her face. Tu Van asked suspiciously, May I ask your noble name? Why do you know me? The girl slowly explained, My name is Tang Van Van, I come from the Sun Tui sect. As for why I know senior brother, it's because of the beautiful woman who left with your teacher, that person is my teacher. Hearing the familiar person, Tu Van happily clasped his hands and said, It turns out it's junior sister Tang. Ju, I would like to apologize. Van Van praised, Master said that Senior Detienne has accepted a very powerful disciple, and today we met is truly different from ordinary people. Suddenly there was a loud shout, The Overlord sect is here, those random people don't go away yet. The arrogance and disregard for anyone in the statement made the two people turn their heads to look at him in discomfort. I only saw a muscular man with a murderous aura driving the wheel. He whipped his horse and shouted, Whoever dares to stand in the way of the tyrannical sect is looking for death. Faced with that unreasonable attitude, Van Van frowned and looked directly at him without any fear. She immediately threw a blow that sent both man and horse flying to the side of the road. The big man only had time to scream, Ah! And the horse vomited blood, and it seemed he would not survive. No matter how fast the whole carriage was at first, it was now thrown away much faster, dust and dirt flying everywhere. Luckily, he was able to drag himself away from the scene of the tragic traffic accident. The big man hugged his injured body and questioned, You dare to stop the convoy of our overlord clan, and even dare to kill the horses. My, are you tired of living? Van Van refused to give up and argued, The power of an adult is real. Bumping into people still seems reasonable, so there is nothing to fear. Suddenly a young girl without a scratch stepped out of the carriage. She looked challenging. Did we bump into you? Why didn't I see it? It was none other than Truong Nakam, my female younger sister. From Ba Vong sect. Tang Van Van was visibly upset. If it weren't for my strength, you guys would have bumped into me by now. Finding a loophole in the sentence, Truong Nakam gritted her teeth and retorted, saying, So, we never bumped into you. As soon as she finished speaking, The woman immediately rushed straight to Van Van without forgetting to put all the responsibility on her. You killed our horse again. Rotten prostitute, worth beating. Without hesitation, she gave a resounding slap. The speed of the attack was so fast that Van Van had no time to react and could only endure the attack. Tang Van Van covered her face, speechless, looking at the other person's miserable appearance. Truong Na Kim is even more overbearing. What are you? Don't say you haven't been bumped into yet. What if our Ba Vang sect bumped into you? At this moment, Tu Van suddenly appeared and blocked Van Van's front. He frowned and directly threatened her, or for a domineering overlord, immediately slap yourself in the mouth and apologize to her. Otherwise don't blame me. Polite. My future teacher's disciple, you dare to bully me? Of course there was no way Truong Na Kim would give up. She jumped up, pointed straight at him and scolded. Who are you, dare to say that to me? With her sharp and sour nature, she rushed towards Tu Van intending to repeat the old trick, wanting to slap my mouth, so I will smash your mouth first. Even so, Tu Van still calmly crossed her arms as if nothing had happened. Only when her hand was close to his face did he speak. I didn't want to hit a woman, but I didn't expect your heart to be like a snake. This is what you found yourself. Before the sentence finished, Tu Van's whole body suddenly disappeared, making Truong Na Kim stunned. By the time she regained composure, he grabbed her arm with one hand and strangled her with the other hand, making Truong Na Kim extremely frightened. The people standing around watching saw the evil woman being overpowered and applauded Tu Van's bravery. This person is so powerful, he can subdue Truong Na Kim in one move. That's right, Truong Na Kim is already the most forbidden, right? Some people are extremely looking forward to what's to come. Yes, next is a good drama to watch. Her older brother, Truong Phi Van, is a five-element divine body. Turning back to the person who was being strangled, having to endure both difficulty breathing and anger at losing face in a crowded place, Truong Na Kim growled threateningly, Quickly let me go, my brother is Truong Phi Van, if you dare to touch me, he will not forgive you. But contrary to her expectations, Tu Van didn't pay any attention at all. Sorry, I'm not familiar with Truong Phi Van or something, he emphasized. If I say slap your mouth, you will slap your tongue. If you don't do it yourself, then let me help you. As he was about to execute the sentence, suddenly a strange girl appeared from nowhere and stopped him. Stop, you can't attack her. The person who came was the holy woman Tenu Tong with the name Motien Tuet. The sound of heated discussion rang out everywhere. It seemed like the vast majority of people present recognized her identity. It's Motien Tuet again, the number one beauty in our young generation, with the peerless demonic body Xian Bing. It is said that she has a marriage contract with the time-space member of the original Holy Land. This is interesting. Ignoring the whispers, Tu Van without any concern asked in return, why? Motien Tuet still maintained her confidence, and smiled gently. It's like giving me face, so what? But once again, Tu Van has no respect. I don't know you, so why should I give you face? Facing such a difficult opponent, Motien Tuet became speechless, not knowing how to react. Witnessing the scene of Motien Tuet falling into an awkward situation, many people gloated and laughed. This guy is quite good, but he dares to be so disrespectful to Motien Tuet. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to talk to Motien Tuet like that. I guess he wanted to attract Motien Tuet's attention. Suddenly, without any signs, Tu Van immediately slapped Truong Na Kim in the face with a strong blow. The speed of the attack was exactly the same as when she attacked Tang Van Van. The slap was so unexpected that everyone present was stunned, all thinking the same thing. He really hit him. Toward Truong Na Kim, she spat out a mouthful of red beetle juice, which was enough to realize the terrible force she had suffered from the slap. After completing the deed, Tu Van coldly ordered, Go away, next time don't be so overbearing. Truong Na Kim used her hand to cover the injured area. While glaring at Tu Van as if looking at someone about to die, she threatened, You wait for me, I swear. I will definitely ask my brother to cut you into 100 pieces. Her response was just a round of teasing from Tu Van. Okay, I'll wait for him. Remember, my name is Tu Van, don't look for the wrong person. There was no trace of fear on his face. Motien Tuet observed the situation then frowned and commented, You shouldn't take action. I really wanted to save your life. Unfortunately your fate was like that. As expected, being ignored just now made her have an unsympathetic view of Tu Van. Those present were given the opportunity to freely flatter. It turned out that Fairy Mo wanted to resolve resentments. No wonder the world called Fairy Mo a reincarnated bodhisattva. It was truly great compassion. Only insiders can clearly understand the beginning and end. Tu Van countered, According to you, if your friends are beaten you can't fight back, you can only endure? And in my heart I despise it. Where is the Holy Mother? Mo Tien still thinks he is right. Maybe he is not willing, but sometimes taking a step back can reach the vast ocean. Tu Van was completely indifferent to the advice. Sorry, this person of mine doesn't like to back down. This made Mo Tien frown and reprimand, stupid and ignorant, without strength and still wanting to show off to the world, could only bring humiliation to herself. Feeling that the other person's thoughts were too ridiculous, Tu Van asked in return, how do you know that I have no strength? Mo Tien looked disdainful. Among the geniuses with special physiques, I have never heard of the name Tu Van. You must be just an unfamous person. Hearing that, Tu Van smiled sarcastically. That's just your knowledge is too shallow. Tang Van Van softly whispered at this time, Senior brother Tu is sorry I harmed you, but you still firmly refused. I did nothing wrong, why do you say I harmed you? Suddenly a strange guy rushed in and shouted loudly, she didn't do anything wrong, but you did wrong. It is none other than the character whose name was called out earlier, Truong Van Phi, Truong Na Cam's older brother. As soon as he appeared, everyone quickly realized that Truong Van Phi was coming. Truong Van Phi has a 5-element divine body, and it is said that her strength is comparable to that of the saints of the Holy Land. Many people believe that this kid named Tu Van was dead. He slowly said, Na Cam, you step back, this place is left to brother. Truong Na Cam, the dog leaned near the house, immediately pointed forward and shouted, brother, kill them. Truong Van Phi confidently replied, don't worry. He looked straight at Tu Van and provoked, do you regret it now? But he just calmly crossed his arms, observed his opponent, and muttered to himself, is this the 5 elements divine body of Truong Van Phi? I've never heard it before, it feels very normal. Seeing Tu Van's attitude of not taking him seriously, the crowd of spectators again played their background role. Everyone simultaneously widened their eyes and mouths. Oh my god, this guy is too overbearing, said Truong Van. It's not normal, he considers himself a part of time and space of the original Holy Land. I have never met such an ignorant and arrogant person. As for Truong Van Phi, being despised by his opponent increased his rage. Unable to bear it anymore, he immediately exploded with power. Never heard of me, right? From today onwards, I will forever be engraved in your heart. Realizing there was something ambiguous in his words, Tu Van pretended to change her expression and raised her hand to stop. Stop, I only have beautiful women in my heart, I'm not interested in men, I hope you don't kill yourself. Amorous. Truong Van Phi paused for a moment, he was extremely angry at being called a perverted sentimental monkey. I just want to teach you, make you remember forever, who would be interested in you. Yes. Not giving his opponent time to react, he mustered all his strength, and immediately rushed forward to attack. I hate people with sharp tongues the most, die. Tu Van also quickly responded with his fist. Only to hear a thud, the shock force spreading from the place of contact was extremely intense. One yellow and one green, 2 figures directly confronted each other, the resulting momentum shook the ground, accompanied by a hurricane that swept everything around. At this moment, Truong Van Phi suddenly became surprised at what happened before her eyes. Well, he can help it. Unable to accept reality, he frantically increased his attack, and once again, the fists were continuously released, clattering. However, with amazing reaction force, Tu Van easily neutralized his opponent's moves. The sound of blocking continued to echo, boom boom boom. Observing the fierce confrontation between the two sides in the air, the crowd below could not stop admiring. Oh my god, how could this be possible? A person began to doubt life. Who exactly is he? This Tu Van can withstand all of Truong Van Phi's attacks. Seeing that his brother couldn't do anything to the enemy, worry appeared clearly on Truong Nakam's face. Why is that? Older brother couldn't do anything to Tu Van. As for Mo Tien, she was equally surprised. Who is he anyway? In the great holy places, there is no such person. Suddenly Truong Van Phi pulled away and backed away. Tu Van said sarcastically, "What's wrong, are you scared?" Truong Van Phi looked confident and began using the trick to press the bottom of the box. His 2 fists flickered with 5-colored light. "I didn't want to use this trick here. I don't believe you can handle it," he immediately shouted. His 5-element divine fist, his fist flew straight forward at wind-breaking speed. As soon as Truong Van Phi made his move, everyone's eyes widened. This is the 5 elements divine fist, which is said to be a terrifying fighting skill composed of 5 top-level fighting skills. The sounds of praise continuously came out, the 5 elements divine power combined with the 5 elements divine body, truly defying the heavens. Next, let's see how Tu Van blocks this. For his part, Tu Van did not hesitate to attack. He took action and shouted, "Nine Chuan Fach Fist." The two fists collided directly, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure, making an ear-splitting sound. But contrary to most people's thoughts, the person who was pushed back a few meters was Chuang Fai. Surprise spread through the crowd at breakneck speed. The five elements' divine fist was repelled. This person is so scary. Who is he? Why is he so strong? This person is absolutely not an ordinary person. With a reputation, no one now doubts Tu Van's abilities anymore. Truong Van Phi saw that he had failed and screamed even more furiously. "I don't believe I won't fight you. The realm of the five elements opened for me." Spiritual energy began to flow into his body. In just a blink of an eye, an area was covered by five-colored light, creating a brilliant hurricane with Truong Van Phi as the center. Tu Van was surprised and asked, "What is this?" "It can make your body feel pressured and slow down your actions. You become suspicious when you notice unusual changes." An outsider observing this praise and wonder, "Is this something that only the spiritual realm can produce?" Someone who knows the product immediately commented, "Legend says that the five elements' divine body is born with the five elements field, which can suppress opponents. However, his field seems to still be in its original form." But soon there was an exclamation. The original form was already very powerful. When Truong Nakam saw his brother's moves, his confidence rose strongly. My brother's five-element realm was out. Except for the peerless demon of the six great holy lands, no one could oppose him. Returning to the battlefield, the terrible power quickly focused on Truong Van Phi's fist. He rushed towards Tu Van without forgetting to color. "It can be seen that I use the five elements field. Today is considered a you've already made a name for yourself." A giant fist came straight down in Truong Van Phi's direction, but was immediately stopped by the huge golden bell. The shock wave spread out quickly, destroying the border terrain. Seeing the enemy without a scratch, Truong Van Phi was horrified. How could this be possible? Amo Tien Tuet was extremely surprised by the scene before her eyes but was able to recognize Tu Van's identity. "This is Kim Chung Chao, a great magical power of the mixed Holy Land. Turns out he came from the Holy Land of Chaos." The whispers of discussion resounded. The disciples of the mixed Holy Land had not been seen for many years. Today someone came again. Some were dissatisfied and protested. They ranked last among the six great saints. "Land, what happens when we get there?" "That's right, it seems like it's about to be overtaken by the Holy King's sect outside the Holy Land. Some people are certain, it's not like. The Holy King's sect has a divine king body. It has caught up in time. No body of the primordial mother has already passed through the chaos of the Holy Land." Extremely itchy ears are what Tu Van is feeling. He is determined to change the situation. It seems that the mixed Holy Land is despised by people, so let Tu Van create heaven and earth again. Without any hesitation, he compressed the spiritual energy in his body into a punch, the terrifying power radiating out as if it wanted to distort space. The terrifying aura from the fist paralyzed Truong Van Phi's reaction system, making him stiff and unable to resist. How is this possible? It was the same scenario as when he struck, but the result was completely different, only seeing Truong Van Phi's body being thrown into the air, accompanied by a pitiful groan. "Ah!" While about to fall to the ground, he gulped down his soup while secretly regretting that he had chosen to anger someone who should not be touched. Although the chaotic Holy Land is in decline, it is not something that our sects can compare to. The assault was so violent, so one-sided, that the audience simultaneously stared, everyone sweating profusely in horror. Only Truong Nakam was worried and immediately ran to ask about Truong Van Phi, the big brother. Amo Tien Tuet is now filled with the feeling of losing face when she misjudged Tu Van. Her strength is too strong. She is afraid she has entered the five forbidden fields. In contrast to those people, Tang Van Van happily praised, "Wow, senior brother Chu, it turns out you are so strong. What your master said was indeed right." Tu Van calmly commented, "Truong Van Phi is just a name, not worth mentioning." Then he turned to Amo Tien Tuet and teased her, leaving her disappointed. "It seems the one who has to regret is not me, but Truong Van Phi. There is no more hole to crawl into." Amo Tien Tuet had no choice but to answer, "I admit that your strength is very strong, a bit beyond my imagination, but several batches of disciples from the mixed Holy Land all died in the true dragon nest. I hope you can take care of it yourself." Tu Van calmly gave advice. "I know you have an engagement with the once-in-a-lifetime member of the princess, but I advise you to break off the marriage as soon as possible, otherwise you will become a widow." The statement successfully angered Amo Tien Tuet, causing her to leave angrily. "Crazy. You will regret it." Suddenly there was an interrupting sound. "Young man, I am counting on you. Tu Van refused to give up and responded, "Hey, where does this person come from? Such an illusion." Suddenly, a burly figure with golden hair that seemed to be curled up jumped down from somewhere and hit the ground hard, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. It was none other than True Vo Chi of the ancient Holy Land. He laughed loudly and looked very happy. "Just now I was in the sky watching the war. You were quite good." He gave me a very attractive invitation. "Follow me. Become the #1 warrior under my command. Follow me to sweep the wilderness and dominate the world." As soon as the big guy appeared, everyone immediately recognized him. The sound of heated discussion rang out. It was the Holy Son True Vo Cuc of the ancient Holy Land. No wonder his aura was so strong. He is someone who can prove that he is a great emperor. However, accepting people from other holy places as followers is too arrogant. Some began to criticize him. As for Tu Van, he still kept his dissatisfied expression. "Who are you? What the hell are you? You dare to conquer me?" Realizing that the other person was a complete stranger and knew nothing about himself, True Vo Cuc was confused and didn't know how to react. Some kind-hearted people gave advice to Tu Van. "Little brother, there is no benefit in offending True Vo Cuc. That's right, my brother is an ancient holy body. Being able to follow him is a blessing for 8 generations. I want to follow, but unfortunately people don't like it." True Vo Chui then began to introduce himself with a very confident manner. "My name is True Vo Cuc. I have the ancient holy body, the holy son of the ancient Holy Land. You guys in the Holy Land have already fallen. Following me won't tarnish your status." Contrary to his wishes, Tu Van just picked his nose to show his indifferent attitude. "Zhao Wuji? Never heard of it. Moreover, the ancient sacred body is nothing. Suppressing you with one hand is enough." His extravagant reaction surprised the onlookers once again. "Mom, why does this guy dare to tell True Vo Cuc that he doesn't want to live anymore? That's right, that's one of the 10 great supreme bodies. Isn't he afraid of being killed by Zhao Wuji? A person who shows contempt, I bet he can't live for 10 breaths." But Tu Van's response was a resounding laugh from True Vo Cuc. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. The more stubborn and impure you are, the more I like it. This clearly shows that your talent is very high, absolutely can become the #1 war general under my command." It was clear that True Vo Cuc's love for talent had completely overcome the discomfort caused by his recent rude attitude. But in Tu Van's mind, another thought arose. Isn't this guy mentally ill? True Vo Cuc put his hand on his shoulder and started to pull Tu Van. "Think carefully. The so-called enlightened person, chicken and dog ascending to heaven, in my opinion will not let you suffer." He was about to flatly refuse but at this moment, the notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. The content of the latest mission announcement includes defeating a genius with a special physique and will receive a reward of 3 times of enlightenment. Killing such a person will receive 10 times of enlightenment, and if one can capture for one person, the reward is up to 20 times enlightenment. Tu Van happily said, "The new mission has finally arrived." He was extremely pleased when the system appeared at the right time. There were only 84 enlightenments left in front of him. He was feeling sad. The mission had arrived. He felt refreshed. But before he could do anything, True Vo Cuc misunderstood the meaning and immediately waved goodbye. "So happy, definitely agree. So, next time if you encounter any danger at the foot of the dragon's nest, just report my name. Let's go." Before the words were finished, the big guy ran away, leaving only Tu Van standing alone in bewilderment. Wait. Suddenly losing the opportunity to gain more enlightenment points, he pouted fiercely and silently cursed. "This idiot, I swear, when you enter the dragon's nest, you will definitely make your bastard cry and want to be my follower." Tang Van Van poked his head out and asked, "Brother Chu, do you really want to follow that desolate ancient holy body?" Tu Van confidently smiled and replied, "Follow him? No way. You want to conquer him, make him your subordinate." Tu Van's words were beyond imagination, surprising Van Van to no end. This senior brother Chu really has strange thoughts. Putting this aside for now, she pointed in one direction and announced, "Senior brother, I will introduce to you the experts participating in the True Dragon Poll this trip." Being curious, Tu Van completely agreed. "Okay, you also want to expand your knowledge about the evil of the great holy places." Tang Van nodded and replied, "Yes." So she introduced the prominent characters to him one by one, starting with the young couple, one black and one white. The 2 men standing next to each other were Lu Nam, son of Heavenly Knife Sanctuary, and Deep Vo Tran of Tien Kim Holy Land. The 2 are distinguished as the Tien Sin Sword Body and the Tien Sin Sword Body. Then she pointed at the person wearing the royal robe floating above. The person in the air was the supreme body of the Holy King sect, the divine King Kwang Hao Nin. Then he turned to a muscular man with a taciturn expression. The one wearing a black gold battle robe was the supreme body of the Holy Land, the heavenly overlord, Vo Kwang. Considering that he was ignorant about intelligence, she emphasized that he was a mortal enemy of the ancient Holy Land of True Vo Cuc. Just as rumored, at this moment True Vo Cuc is facing directly with Vo Kwang. The two big guys took turns sneering at each other. This is also what I want to say, Vo Kwang, this is your last moment. Zhao Wuji, this trip to the True Dragon Nest, I will definitely kill you. The tense atmosphere between the two eternal rivals seemed to be thick with the murderous intent generated. Then Van continued to provide more information. In the end it was the original Holy Land, the Lai family's son was Tanda, a part of time and space. Unfortunately, he hasn't arrived yet, but Tu Van excitedly announced, no, he has arrived. The crowd was also in an uproar when they discovered that the saint's hand had appeared. Look quickly, the time-space body of the original Holy Land has arrived. It's Emperor Lai Tan, so cool, he finally met the strongman's will. After being honored, many people cheered as if they had met a famous star. All eyes simultaneously turned to the place where the space gate was. A young man in a pure white outfit slowly walked out, the owner of the time-space body of the original Holy Land, Lai Tanda. The girls competed to scream to express their admiration for his worldly demeanor, wanting to marry Lai Tanda so much. What a beautiful dream, they already have Mo Tien Tuet as their partner. Of course it's okay, but people have to look right at her. Some couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time 4 supreme bodies appeared, truly rare to see in 10,000 years. True Vo Cuc, Vo Kwang, Kwang Hao Nin are also fine. Worried that Tu Van underestimated the enemy, Van spoke up to advise, Brother Chu, this Emperor Lai Tan is very powerful. If you encounter my brother in the dragon's nest, you must be very careful. But he just smiled and replied, don't worry. You will definitely win the world. Tu Van quietly observed the surrounding scene with an extremely excited attitude, along with confidence in herself. His eyes clearly revealed his expectations for the mysterious expedition. Van secretly looked at him. Her heart seemed to beat faster than usual. In her heart she thought, although she knew it was impossible, Brother Tu was so cool right now. Suddenly, the dragon god's illusory shadow appeared. From the beast's mouth, a brilliant golden vortex was formed in front of the crowd. Seeing that, everyone eagerly stared at it. Looks like the dragon's nest is about to open. Finally the hunt for the treasure is about to begin. A great chance to meet in 100 years. This time we absolutely cannot return empty-handed. Witnessing such a majestic scene, Tu Van became extremely looking forward to the trip. This majestic dragon is so scary. Even if a saint suffered a direct roar, he would collapse. It is worthy of being a place of great power. Chance. Not letting everyone wait too long, the inner space of the ancestors' true feelings gradually appeared at the center of the vortex, signaling that an important moment had arrived. An idea simultaneously appeared in everyone present. The true dragon's nest had finally opened. The desire to conquer of the attendees flared up extremely fiercely. Having waited for a long time, Lai Tanda immediately took the lead and flew straight into the secret realm. Tu Van secretly praised him, indeed very quickly. Without wasting any more time, the supreme beings rushed forward at the same time. Let's go. Tu Van was equally excited, so he urged the person next to him. Let's go, junior sister Tang, I'll take you to visit the dragon's nest. Van nodded and responded, okay. Just like that, the two brothers and others followed one another into the foot of Long Saw, creating a rolling wave of people. After setting foot in the secret realm, Van couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the inside of the dragon's nest is so big. Tu Van proactively pointed in one direction. That's right, let's go over there. The silhouettes of the two people quickly flew away. However, they did not know that they were being secretly watched by the second stage body trainer named Chu Feinge and his accomplices. Jai Nok Long reported, Senior Brother Chu, Tu Van's group went over there. Chu Feinge coldly ordered chase. The crowd complied yes. While they were chasing, Jai Nok Long commented, Senior Brother Chu, that Tu Van seems to have gotten stronger. Just now it seemed like he defeated Truong Van Phi. But Chu Feinge despised and did not take anyone's eyes. Truong Van Phi was nothing, he was not a person of the Holy Land. Even if he had a divine body, he could not exploit it. Jai Nok Long immediately developed his ability to flatter. That's right, Senior Brother Chu is a living being. Destroying Truong Van Phi is as easy as killing a dog. A moment later, he announced to the group, we've caught up, everyone prepare to go. Now that Tu Van and Tang Van Van were surrounded, with the advantage of numbers, Chu Feinge bluntly declared, "Chu Van, today the day of your death has come." Van Van began to worry, senior brother Chu, but Chu Van was not the least bit afraid but instead provoked. "Jai Nok Long, long time no see, why are you still here for a defeated general like you?" Anger flared up in Jai Nok Long's body. He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Tu Van, I'm really not your opponent, but in the early Holy Land, our heroes appeared. There's someone who can kill you." Tu Van is even more curious. Who is that body of time and space? Call him out here. I will kill him immediately. The leader frowned and said, "Do we still need the pride of our princess to kill you? Chu Feinge is enough." Tu Van is not the average person, so he teased his name. "Even a fish dares to be rude in front of me. You come here, now I will cut you and cook fish soup to drink." The rudeness in his words made the people in front extremely angry. "Kid, you are really too arrogant, don't want to live anymore, and dare to talk to senior brother Chu like that." Chu Feinge growled. "Find a way to die." A henchman volunteered to go to the front line. "Killing chickens does not require a scalpel. Senior brother Chu, I don't need you to take action, let me kill him." The master immediately agreed, "Okay." The henchman pointed the tip of his sword and rushed straight towards Tu Van, his mouth arrogantly shouting, "Boy, I am ranked 8th in the list of physical training realms of the primitive Holy Land, but it is enough to sweep away the holy chaos. Your land!" Suddenly letting out a loud noise, his seemingly dangerous attack was simply blocked with just 2 fingers. Tu Van sneered at his opponent with eyes like an idiot. "Even the 4 forbidden fields want to kill me. Who gave you this confidence?" Without waiting for his opponent to change his move, Tu Van immediately gathered force into his other hand. He delivered a powerful blow right in the middle of his opponent's chest, leaving him helpless. He didn't stop there, he was also thrown back 10 meters, crashing into his accomplices who were looking on in bewilderment, dust rising everywhere. The whole group saw the miserable corpse in front of them, and were surprised and couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? One punch killed Old Bat? Jai Nok Long, is your information wrong? Jai Nok Long stammered and said, I also didn't expect it would turn out like that. Faced with the serious situation, Chu Feinge raised his hand and signaled, "Everyone, please retreat. This person is not someone you can fight against." He stepped forward and pointed directly at Tu Van's face, showing respect and being a disciple of the Holy Land. Before killing you, he would give you a chance to say your last words, but he did not show respect and waved his hand to provoke him, saying so many words. "What should I do? Come over here and accept death." Uncomfortable with the other person's hateful face, Chu Feinge immediately mobilized the spiritual energy surrounding his body. "If you are in such a hurry to find a way to die, then I will complete it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the air. Chu Feinge unleashed a giant palm made from burning flames, killing countless lives. Seeing this, Tu Van immediately gathered his strength. He aimed straight at the enemy and responded with the move Q Chuan Fach Fist. The power contained in the golden fist was so terrifying that it easily smashed Chu Feinge's fire palm, causing him to explode and fall backwards. Just like that, his whole body collided hard with the trunk of an ancient tree, accompanied by a few mouthfuls of blood pudding. The crowd of barbarians standing nearby widened their eyes in horror at Chu Feinge's miserable appearance. How could this be possible? Am I dizzy? A scary thought appeared in everyone's minds. Senior brother Chu's strength was not as strong as him. He was an immortal. One guy in the group panicked and withdrew his mind. Then there was trouble. Phuc Tudong next to him was equally worried. How could Tu Van be so strong? Having gained momentum, Tu Van smiled pitifully. Longevity is just like that. I'm in a hurry. You all go up and die together. Throwing away all shame, Chu Feinge was determined to eliminate the enemy at all costs. He vomited blood and roared. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded this guy. The crowd immediately used the human wave tactic to surround Tu Van from all directions. Everyone roared loudly to create an overwhelming atmosphere. Kill. Go up. Don't be afraid. He is alone. Tang Van was dissatisfied with their despicable methods. The people of the early Holy Land also relied on the crowd to bully the weak. It was really hateful. Phuc Tudong had a thick face and scolded him. Even though he was a mere body refiner, he even dared to seek death. Then Van threw her sword across the path but was easily dodged by her. Realizing the difference in level between the two sides, she silently shouted, "Bad luck, bad luck, these people are too strong." Before she could think of a solution, suddenly a sword flashed across Phuc Tudong's neck, causing her to die without even having time to say a word. Phuc Tudong's body no longer had anything to support it, so it collapsed right before Tang Van Van's eyes. Seeing someone important to him leave, Jai Nok Long lost his temper and shouted, but another, more wise person quickly stopped him. Don't worry about that woman, surround and kill Tu Van first. While facing the enemy on all sides, Tu Van still had enough room to provoke the surrounding enemies. A bunch of trash, come! Even though he was outnumbered, thanks to his ingenious bravery and quick movements, he easily wriggled out and even counterattacked. A careless guy was immediately kicked in the face. Taking advantage of the chaos in their formation, Tu Van continuously waved his fists and feet, killing them one by one. Looking at his comrades who were completely helpless and unable to do anything to him, Jai Nok Long burst into rage in his heart. Tu Van, go and bury him with junior sister Fook. He used all his strength to deploy the Thunder Dragon Bronze burial technique. Just like that, his whole body was enveloped in lightning and fire, rushing towards Tu Van. Just listen to him mock. Courage is commendable, but in the end you are still too weak. Tu Van immediately saw his flaw, then aimed at it, and launched a heart-wrenching blow, breaking the opponent's fierce attack. Seeing another teammate on the counting board, Chu Fine-gu was furious and shouted, Tu Van, you are so cruel. Ignoring the curses from him, Tu Van used his magical powers to fly straight to Chu Fine-gu, attacking him while arguing, cruel? In the past, the disciples of the mixed Holy Land were all killed by your ancestors. Why don't you say it was cruel? Today, Chu Van, I must avenge them. He screamed in his face. Bang! Following the heavy sound, Chu Fine-gu's whole body sank deep into the earth. The ground and rocks shook violently as if suffering a terrible earthquake. Looking at the leader's eyes, which were white and no longer focused, Chu Van clenched his fists and shouted in challenge. Who else? The remaining gangsters were scared to death when they witnessed his gruesome massacre, and were speechless. The group exhausted all their strength and ran away, not daring to pick up their comrade's body. Let's go, senior brother Lai Tan will come and kill him sooner or later. But everything was within Tu Van's pre-planning. He sarcastically mocked their naivety while pulling out a handful of throwing knives. Go, have a nice dream. Immediately, dozens of throwing knives shot out of his hands and flew through the air. Thump thump, one by one they were hit through the abdomen, and had the misfortune to stay inside the dragon's nest. After clearing the map, a sound from the system rang out, congratulating him on defeating 6 special physical geniuses and achieving 60 times of enlightenment. Joy surged in Tu Van's heart, 60 times at a time, so refreshing. Van Van ran up and praised him endlessly. Brother Chu, brother, you are so great. Tu Van smiled and waved his hand and said, usually. So the two continued to move forward on a journey full of surprises waiting for them to discover. Let's go, let's start looking for treasures. After a while of marching, the two discovered the first result. Tang Van Van happily introduced the ancient tree with lots of fruit in front. Senior brother Chu, look quickly, the fruit will last forever. Tu Van also immediately realized, that's right, extremely difficult to meet. However, according to the master, there must be many treasures of this level in the dragon nest. She suggested, pick and then continue walking. After the assassination attempt, luck seemed to smile on the two of them. Moments later, a succession of genius treasures were collected by them, only to see Van Van frantically chasing after a ginseng plant. 10,000-year ginseng. Don't run. As for Tu Van, he knelt down and pulled out a herb, which turned out to be the ancient spirit herb 9 wisdom flower. Not stopping there, Van Van's eyes lit up and called him over. Senior brother Chu, quickly come over and see, is this the legendary 9-leaf Tian Lin Chi? Tu Van was surprised to see the treasure. It's really him. Appearing before the two people's eyes was a mushroom with a glowing spiral pattern on lush green leaves. After a while of careful observation, Tu Van made the judgment that, from the leaves, it would probably mature very quickly. Van Van commented, Brother Chu, you are already very strong. If you add in the refining of the 9-leaf heavenly spirit, it will definitely be even more powerful. He constantly praised her. Sister Tang is truly my blessing, being able to discover such a treasure. You go rest first, I'll keep it here until it grows up. Van Van immediately agreed, yes. An hour later, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps. Tu Van turned his head and glared. Someone was coming. It turned out to be Lu Nam's son, in a black suit with a large sword. He ignored him and laughed. Ha ha ha! My great opportunity has come, and it is the 9-leaf heavenly spirit. From now on, Deep Vo Tran will no longer be my opponent. Not only was he not grateful, he was also extremely rude and chased him away. Go away! Out of respect for you helping me guard the 9-leaf heavenly spirit branch, I won't kill you. But Qiu Van of course did not mind the father and son, so he pulled out his weapon and challenged him. Are you born with a sword body? Come here, see if your sword is more powerful, or if my sword is more powerful. The only response was Lu Nam Sun's even more arrogant expression. Relying on you, you dare to play with a knife in front of my natural sword body. I can't help but say, you are truly hopelessly stupid. But Qiu Van coldly announced, this 1,000-year-old profound iron sword weighs 100,000 pounds. The natural body of the knife, as the first undead soul to fall under my knife, cannot be considered as defaming this sword. Lu Nam Sun thinks that he is just trying to show off his prestige. Who can mobilize 100,000 pounds of combat power? Do you think I'm a fool? You think you can scare me away with just a few lies, don't you? He immediately put all his strength into the great sword in his hand. If you want to find a way to die, I will complete it for you. Many invisible blades blocked the space around Qiu Van, but Lu Nam's son completely did not realize that the dark spiritual energy surrounding the person in front of him was becoming more and more dense. Seeing that the other person was arrogant and still ignorant, Qiu Van's eyes calmly looked at him like he was looking at someone about to die. As expected of a natural-born knife, this knife had blocked all his escape routes. But unfortunately, you know nothing about strength. He suddenly raised his sword, and the accumulated dark power quickly formed a giant sword tens of meters high. Qiu Van immediately slashed down. The terrifying aura and terrifying pressure aimed at Lu Nam's son made it seem like he couldn't breathe. What? Although Lu Sun Nam raised his hand to block Qiu Van's knife blow, Qiu Van's knife blow was so strong that Lu Sun Nam could not block it, so he was not only sent flying into the sky but also thrown away. The sword in his hand moved away. Next to him, Tang Van Van slightly covered his mouth with his hand and smiled. His eyes looked admiringly at Qiu Van and said, Senior brother Qiu is so powerful. With one knife, he sent Lu Nam's son's natural sword body flying. Once you finish refining the 9-leaf heavenly spirit, you can kill the body of time and space. Some time later, Lu Sun Nam appeared. It seemed that he had suffered serious internal injuries. The ground was covered in blood, and streams of blood were still flowing from his mouth, causing him to have to reach out to wipe the blood off his mouth. He was having difficulty standing up, silently saying, Your knife really weighs 100,000 pounds. Who are you anyway? Opposite, Qiu Van raised the knife in front of him and smiled. We've started talking. Are you trying to take this opportunity to prolong the healing time? Although the wound can still kill you, I'm not that stupid. When you are injured, take your life in peace. Having said that, Qiu Van threw his knife towards Lu Sun Nam. The knife created countless knife energy. A move of 10,000 knives returning to the sea was created. Seeing that, Nam Sun raised his hand to wipe all the blood from his mouth before saying, Damn, this guy is so cunning. He saw it again. However, do you think that the natural sword body only knows how to cut you and me? The demon sword Qiu appears. This was originally a surprise that I prepared for Deep Vo Tran's natural sword body. It's beneficial for you. Having said that, he raised his sword upwards. Countless flames appeared from his sword. After that, Nam Sun slashed his knife hard at Qiu Van, the four sides hitting 1,000 pounds. A stream of red light emitted from him, starting to confront his 10,000 turtle sea knives. Looking at this scene, Qiu Van frowned slightly and said, Born with a knife body, he really has the ability. But it seemed that Nam Sun's knife was very difficult to stop Qiu Van's knife, so Nam Sun decided to use another technique, the fusion of human and sword. Dying under one of my strongest blades, this was originally something for Deep Vo Tran. Having said that, he jumped up and launched a move towards Qiu Van. At the same time the blade also shot out. Seeing this move, Qiu Van thoughtfully said, Truly one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. To show respect, it seems I must use the strongest technique to kill you. Finished, Qiu Van held the knife up and smiled triumphantly. Behind him appeared golden lights like the tails of a 9-tailed fox. The powerful aura made his clothes fly up, and he prepared to strike a powerful blow towards Nam Sun. Seeing the sword rushing towards him, Nam Sun panicked and said, This is the initial form of the chaos body. Are you a person of the chaos holy land? At this moment, a bell is forming around him, which is his Kim Chung swap technique. Seeing that the bell was protecting Qiu Van, Nam Sun struck a knife at the other bell and shouted, Break for me. The bell is gradually being broken by Nam Sun's moves. Some time later, after countless blows from Nam Sun, the bell protecting Qiu Van shattered, creating a huge explosion. Seeing that, Nam Sun smiled, his face still covered in sweat, and finally understood. But before he could take away that triumphant smile, he saw something that made him panic and fear. What is this again? Before Lu Nam's son could react, a stream of blade energy rushed towards him, causing him to be thrown far away. The wounds on his body bled like streams of blood. Where the blade touched, rocks and soil were thrown in all directions. Moments later, Lu Nam's son appeared with the knife firmly planted in the ground, while he was trying to pull the knife up. Tuvan seemed to have just slashed another knife towards Nam's son. Looking at the scene of Nam's son having difficulty drawing his knife to block that knife gas, Tuvan thought to himself, what a spectacular knife, much stronger than Truong Van Phi and Chu Feinge. As for the blade energy that Tuvan had just released, it flew to Lu Nam's son. Fortunately, when the sword gas was close to him, Lu Nam's son was able to pull out the knife in time to block the attack. However, it seemed that due to pre-existing injuries, Nam's son was unable to block this blade. He was blown away by the blade and flew far into the forest. His body was thrown hard into a very large tree trunk, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. His body slid to the ground. A moment later he sat down firmly. His head bowed slightly and said in fear, "Spare my life. I will help you deal with Emperor Lai Tan. Lai Tan De is extremely strong, even one of his moves cannot block him." Hearing that, he said, "Then keeping you is useless." It seems that Tuvan is thinking at this moment that a person that he himself cannot fight against, Lai Tan De cannot fight against. Having said that, he swung a knife towards Nam's son. Seeing this, Nam's son panicked and feared, "You're crazy man, my grandfather will not." Tang Van Van behind Tuvan saw him raising his hand to slash the knife. She quickly stopped. "Senior brother Chu, don't do it." But not as she expected, the blade slashed towards Nam's son. On the other side, Nam's son didn't have time to finish his sentence. The knife weapon had already cut into his body. The huge tree behind him was also cut horizontally. Van Van did not have time to stop Tuvan. Seeing that Tuvan didn't seem to care but was coming closer to look at Nam's son's body, Tang Van Van said a little sadly, "Senior brother Chu, I'm afraid you're about to get into big trouble." Even though he heard that, he still looked intently at the body before asking, "Will there be any trouble?" As soon as he finished asking, a system board appeared. "Congratulations on killing a genius with a special physical condition. The reward is 10 times enlightenment." Next to him, seeing that Tuvan didn't know anything about Nam's son's background, Van Van slowly explained that Lu Nam's son's grandfather was the sacred body of the heavenly sword Lu Tiandu, who was about to become a saint. Once he becomes a saint, he will be the new saint of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Hearing these explanations, Tuvan stood up, looked at Nam's son and said, "You have really heard your master talk about this person. You dug a hole to bury him first, hoping that there was no treasure on his body that could convey the news that he had died." Some time later, Tuvan and Tang Van Van finished burying Nam's son. They went together to the Ganoderma tree and saw it had grown and was glowing. He said to Van Van, "Thank you, Sister Tang, the 9-leaf Lingji has finally grown up." Hearing that, Tang Van Van quickly said, "Senior brother Chu, pick it up quickly. The master said if you don't have time to pick it, it will disappear. Now I will help you protect the Dharma." Hearing that, Tuvan happily said, "Okay, thank you, sister." After picking the Ganoderma tree, he picked up a branch of the Ganoderma tree and started eating it. As soon as he took a bite, he seemed to feel countless spiritual energy pouring into his body. Moments later, Tu had eaten all of this 9-leaf Lingji tree. The aura around him was filled with aura. He silently said, "Truly a treasure." Having finished speaking, Tu Van began to refine the aura of the 9-leaf Lingji, under the protection of Tang Van Van. Time passed so quickly, it was already night, but Tu Van Van was refining this 9-leaf Lingji tree. One could see how much spiritual energy was in this 9-leaf Lingji tree. But it seems that the spiritual energy outside is still gathering to Tu Van Van. A moment later, Tu Van was surrounded by blue spiritual energy, which carried him up into the sky. Looking at Tu Van now, it is completely different from before, making people feel that Tu Van now and Tu Van before are two different people. He was transformed from the inside out. After refining all the 9-leaf Lingji trees, Tu Van regained his aura. He smiled and said, "Finally finished refining." The combat power also broke through to 900,000 kilograms. So great. Seeing that Tu Van had finished refining, Tang Van Van approached him and asked, "Senior brother Chu, how do you feel now?" Tu Van put his hands on his hips, smiled and said to Van Van, "Thank you, junior sister, I have never felt as good as I do now." Then Tu Van turned around and looked towards the center and said, "Let's go, let's continue to the center of the dragon's nest." Hearing that, Van Van said, "Okay." Having said that, the two of them walked together into the center of the dragon's nest. Time passed so quickly. Somewhere in the center of the true dragon nest, it was daytime. There were 3 monks sitting around a spirit fruit tree, on which there was a glowing fruit. Outside there were also countless monks surrounding them, quietly looking at this spirit fruit tree. It seems they are waiting for this spirit fruit to mature so they can compete for it. The 3 people around the spiritual fruit tree waited and borrowed the spiritual energy that the spiritual fruit tree was emitting to practice. Looking at this spiritual fruit tree, the monks in the outer circle discussed together. "Oh my God, that's the legendary Bodhi tree." The guy in the purple shirt began to explain. Legend says that the Bodhi fruit only matures after 1,000 years, and can make people enter a state of enlightenment. A red-shirt monk standing behind the purple-shirt monk continued, "That's right, one of the 10 great gems in this world. If you have it, breaking through the realm is as easy as playing." Hearing that, the blue-shirt man said with some regret, "It's a pity that there are 3 great demons guarding it." At this time, Tu Van and Tang Van Van were also among the monks outside the perimeter. They were discussing the Bodhi tree. Tang Van Van pointed at the Bodhi tree and said, "Brother Chu, look quickly, it is the Bodhi fruit that can make people enlightened and break through the realm." But Tu Van didn't care and said, "Isn't it just enlightenment and breaking through the realm? What's the matter?" Speaking of this, as if thinking of something, he stopped his sentence and thought, "Wait, that's not right, this thing is useless to me. But if the master has it, he can break through the heavenly realm, plus 1,000 years of longevity." Thinking about it, Tu Van's sharp eyes looked towards the Bodhi tree. Seeing that Tu Van seemed to want to compete for the Bodhi fruit, Van Van said, "Brother Chu, be careful, that Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe, you must let the flowers on the tree fall to fully ripen." Hearing Van Van's advice, Chu Van turned to look at her, smiled and said, "Don't worry, before the Bodhi fruit is ripe, you won't be able to take action easily." Having said that, Tu Van walked towards the center, where 3 monks were surrounding the Bodhi tree. Seeing him enter the center circle, the monks outside the circle began to discuss. "Who is that guy? Do you not want to live anymore? Could it be that he wants to steal things from the 3 great demons?" A monk heard that and then spoke up to explain. "I know him, he is Tu Van of the Holy Land, who previously defeated Truong Van Phi." Hearing this explanation, another monk said, "Defeating Truong Van Phi makes you think you are invincible. Is your brain broken?" Inside the siege, seeing someone daring to step forward, the 3 monks who were cultivating near the Bodhi tree opened their eyes wide, looking sharply at the person boldly stepping forward. The owners of those 3 eyes are Quang Hao Nin, Lai Tanda and Chu Van. If looks could kill, I don't know how many times Tu Van would have died right now. Despite the sharp eyes looking at him, Chu Van still leisurely walked forward, not forgetting to wave his hand and fire his weapon at those who were speaking. Moments later, those hidden weapons flew straight towards those who were discussing him, causing them to be hit by hidden arrows, some falling backwards, others falling face down on the ground. His eyes glanced slightly back, his face darkened and he said, "You can eat rice indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately, otherwise that person will die." It seemed that his hidden weapons were just to threaten those monks. True Vo Siusi, one of the 3 monks sitting near the Bodhi tree, laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Tu Van, I didn't expect you to come. Didn't you encounter any danger on the way here?" Tu Van looked at him, his face sweating, thinking to himself, "This mentally ill guy waits to finish cleaning up Lai Tanda and then deal with you." Quang Hao Nin, still sitting, looked up at Tu Van and said, "Stop, this place is not accessible to just any kind of person. Get away quickly, you are not qualified to compete with me for the Bodhi fruit." Hearing that, Tu Van glanced at him slightly and said, "Who are you, daring to bark in front of me?" Hearing Tu Van's words, Lai Tanda angrily stood up and shouted, "Insolence!" Quang Hao Nin was also angry, clenched his hands, but he said nothing, just looked at Tu Van with a murderous look. As for True Vo Siusi, he acted as if everything had nothing to do with him, still sitting in contemplation, not knowing what he was thinking right now. A moment later, True Vo Siusi stood up, crossed his arms, smiled and said to the 2 people in front of him, "You are the arrogant one. This is my retainer, the number 1 general under my command. I called him here, are you not convinced?" Hearing that, Quang Hao Nin turned his head slightly to look at Vo Chi and coldly snorted. As for Lai Tanda, he was looking at Tu Van, without a single wound, and said, "Your luck is not bad, and you can avoid meeting Chu Feinge and the others." Tu Van somewhat disdainfully replied, "My luck is always good. Right now this Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe, it is probably waiting for me." Having said that, Tu Van bowed his head slightly curled his mouth and thought, if he didn't know the news that Chu Feingu was killed, then it would be better not to tell him. Letting him surprise his enemies is only beneficial to him. Tu Van's words made True Vo Cuc so angry that he laughed loudly. He said, Bodhi is waiting for you, ha ha, worthy of being my number one warrior, domineering. It seems I have seen the future where you will follow me to sweep the world. Hearing these narcissistic words of Vo Cuc, Tu Van's face was filled with helplessness, sweat was pouring down his forehead, thinking to himself, this crazy guy is beyond help. Next to him, Lai Tanda on the outside pursed his lips and snorted, but in his heart he thought, if Van Duong Hui hadn't already established that he was only a mortal, he would have really almost been scared by him. Some time later, the Bodhi flower gradually bloomed and then began to fall, accompanied by lightning spreading out. As if hearing a noise, the three of them, True Vo Cuc, Quang Hao Nin and Lai Tanda, looked towards the Bodhi tree together. They all thought to themselves, the last flower has fallen, the Bodhi fruit is ripe. As for Tu Van, his eyes became sharp and he began to make plans in his mind. Emperor Lai Tan is the biggest threat. If I were True Vo Cuc and Quang Hao Nin, I would definitely join forces to deal with him first. My chance has come. Without waiting for Tu Van to finish thinking, Lai Tanda rushed towards the Bodhi tree. At this moment, he was reaching out as if he wanted to pick a Bodhi fruit. Behind him, Vo Chui angrily held the knife with both hands, preparing to slash towards Tanda, shouting, Stop! And Hao Nin was also rushing towards him. At the same time he did not forget to shout, Insolent! It seemed that because the two of them rushed too fast, not only could they not touch Lai Tanda's body, but they also caused themselves to fall to the ground. Lai Tanda was nowhere to be seen at this time. He must have run to the Bodhi tree. That's right, Lai Tanda came close to the Bodhi tree. At this time, he was happily jumping high, and reaching out to the ripe Bodhi fruit, smiling and saying, Bodhi is indeed mine. At this moment, time around the Saint Emperor seemed to be frozen. An arrow was flying towards his hand. Below, True Vo Cuc and Quang Hao Nin stood up, holding weapons and slashing at Emperor Lai Tan. Surely the trick that causes the time around Lai Tanda to slow down is the result of these two people. Seeing this scene, Tu Van's eyes formed an O shape and his mouth formed an A shape, thinking, what? He can make time slow down. On the other side, the arrow had passed through Lai Tanda's arm, injuring him, but it was still rushing towards his hand. Seeing this, Tanda was surprised and asked, Huh? Lai Tanda used his other hand to hit the arrow down, then hugged his injured arm and thought, the power is so great, after a period of deceleration it is still so strong. Thinking about it, he started to land on the ground. Perhaps at this time he felt very lucky that the surroundings had time to decelerate. If not, with the power of this arrow, he would probably be just a mass of corpses right now. Behind, Vo Cuc and Hao Nin started their next move. Hao Nin's move is the Divine King's Sutra Tian Chuang, and Vo Cuc is the Fierce Ancient Beheading. Lai Tanda was still holding his hand and looking at the Bodhi tree. A moment later, Lai Tanda reacted and began to use his strength to counter the attacks of the two of them. That is the move of the sea above giving birth to bright moon. Behind Lai Tanda's body appeared a huge circle. Explosive energy shot out in all directions, making it very difficult for the two people Vo Cuc and Hao Nin to resist. But before the two of them could stand, a force pulled them, causing them to collide with each other, creating a rumbling sound. Then, according to the force of inertia, Vo Chi and Hao Nin were pushed away in opposite directions. They slid along the ground, creating a trail of fire that followed their feet. After a while, Vo Chi and Hao Nin were able to steady their bodies, gritting their teeth together, their sharp eyes thinking, Lai Tanda is indeed very strong. In the outer circle, the monks looked at Emperor Lai Tan flying in the sky. There was a circle behind him. They admired and discussed. This is a strange phenomenon of the sea giving birth to the bright moon. Another monk replied, this is an extremely powerful phenomenon. Another monk admired. One person repelled the combined attack of two great demons, too strong. At the same time the monks were discussing Lai Tanda, True Vo Cuc rushed with lightning speed towards Lai Tanda with his fist of war divine power. Quang Hao Nin was also using his martial arts to prepare a strong blow to hit Emperor Lai Tan. At this time, a large green monster gradually appeared behind him, slightly reaching out as if to grab Emperor Lai Tan. Seeing this, Lai Tanda, who was at high altitude, also began to gather spiritual energy to form the move Min Noyet slash to counter the attack of the two people Vo Cuc and Hao Nin. The magic of the three people collided with each other, the blade energy flew everywhere, and the monks in the outer circle could not see the images of the three people. Seeing this scene, Tu Van outside the battle smiled and thought, the opportunity has come. Thinking about it, Chu Van picked up his knife and slashed towards Lai Tanda, whose back was turned. It seems that Chu Van is trying to secretly attack Emperor Tan. But Chu Van didn't get what he wanted. Tanda's back seemed to grow an extra eye. He snorted, then stretched out one hand and struck a palm at him. At the same time, a large hand appeared and hit him. Seeing that Emperor Lai Tan only hit him with one palm, Chu Van smiled. His eyes were sharp, and thought to himself, "Dare to look down on me? Ha ha, this is what you found yourself." Thinking about it, Chu Van slashed the knife towards the approaching big hand, causing the other hand to be cut into pieces, sending pieces flying in all directions. Hearing the noise, Lai Tanda slightly turned his head to look back, looking at the scene before him. His eyes opened wide, his teeth clenched. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He thought to himself, Without letting Emperor Lai Tan react, a magic spell was thrown at him, which was the condensation of space, and at the same time a blade of gas slashed at him. That blade slashed Tanda's back, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. That blade not only injured Lai Tanda but also sent him flying away. Below, the owner of that blade is Chu Van, holding the knife and looking at Emperor Lai Tan. Opposite him were two people, Tru Vo Cuc and Quang Hao Nin, witnessing the scene of Chu Van beating Lai Tanda. One was scared and widened his eyes and did not dare to say anything, the other widened his eyes and opened his mouth. That's right now they are very surprised and scared. The person needed the two of them to join forces to fight without being injured, but Chu Van was alone and injured him. So how strong is Chu Van? As for the outside circle, the monks who were watching the excitement were also panicking and discussing. Oh my god, Emperor Lai Tan was slashed and vomited blood by that guy. The guy with short hair and pink shirt said, "Are the disciples of the mixed Holy Land that powerful?" The long-haired blue-robed monk also panicked and said, "Unbelievable." As for Lai Tanda, after being sent flying a long distance, he wiped his mouth with his hand, a little scared, and thought to himself, how is this possible? In the end, what level of ban has he reached? Didn't Elder Van Duong Hui say that he was just a mortal? After thinking about it, he opened his eyes angrily, thinking, "Big idiot Van Duong Hui, have you ever seen a mortal body with a combat power of 1,000 pounds in the physical realm?" As for Chu Van at this time, seeing that Lai Tanda was injured, he said, "The body of time and space, it seems that it is just that, Bodhi is indeed mine." Having said that, Chu Van reached out and wanted to pick the Bodhi fruit. A moment later, Chu Van picked the Bodhi fruit, held the Bodhi fruit in his hand, smiled and said, "Indeed, it is a good treasure." Seeing that Chu Van had picked Bodhi fruit, Lai Tanda ignored the blood on his mouth and opened his eyes wide in surprise, while Quang Hao Nin still seemed unable to react, his face still showing an expression of not understanding what had happened. As for Tru Vo Cuc, he was still calm as if nothing had happened. Maybe right now he was thinking, even though Chu Van picked the Bodhi fruit, Chu Van would probably give it to him, because Chu Van is an old man. That's his disciple. As for the monks who were watching not far away, they saw Chu Van picking Bodhi fruit, but the three Vo Cu people did not react. They put their heads together and chatted, the storks and storks fought, and the fishermen benefited. Unexpectedly, the three great demons fought over each other, and were taken advantage of by Chu Van. Another monk pointed to his hand and said, "I feel like he can't keep Bodhi fruit." The blue-robed monk raised his hand and replied, "I also think so." Moments later, Quang Hao Nin reacted. He began to threaten, "Kid, don't think that sneaking up on Lai Tanda is the winner. If you hand over Bodhi fruit, I can spare your life." As for Tru Vo Cuc, he laughed loudly and said, "Chu Van, I like you more and more." Having said that, he began to seduce, "Give me the Bodhi fruit. When I become a great emperor, you will patrol 10,000 worlds for me. Below one person, above 10,000 people. How about that?" Hearing what Vo Chui said, Lai Tanda raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, thinking to himself, "This idiot. I don't know how scary Chu Van is." "That's good, let them fight. It's best to lose both and get hurt." Having finished speaking, he smiled slightly as if he had everything in hand. After Chu Van finished listening to their provocative words, he shook his hand and said, "Come over here, kneel down and submit to me. Today I will spare your lives." Chu Van's provocative words made Hao Nin so angry that he turned black. He shouted loudly, "You don't know whether to live or die. Today I will show you that the holy land of chaos has long been in decline." Having said that, a huge palm hit Chu Van. Seeing a large golden hand hitting him, Chu Van used all his strength and threw countless fists at that hand. The fists collided with the giant hands in different positions, creating huge explosions. debris began to be thrown into the distance. Some time later, that golden table was destroyed by countless hands of Tu Van. Not only that, his fists were also gradually hitting Kwang Hao Nin. At this time, Hao Nin could only put his hands in front of his face to shield the broken pieces of his big hand. The power of the explosion caused Kwang Hao Nin to be knocked back. Looking at the remaining light from the after effects of the explosion, Hao Nin thought a little scared. How could this be possible? The enthusiastic monks outside saw the two people fighting, and they discussed again. Oh my God, one punch sent Kwang Hao Nin flying. The hairless monk was suspicious. Tu Van was not lucky. The purple-robed monk with his hair in a bun said, he is also a demon. Regardless of the discussion, Tu Van still raised his fist and said, take another punch from me. Having said that, his punch hit Hao Nin again. On the other side, Hao Nin raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said, you are too arrogant. Today I will tell you the absolute distance between the mortal body and the divine body. After saying that, he shouted loudly, gods will destroy the world. As soon as the voice ended, behind him appeared countless people with yellow bodies as if they were bronze and iron skin, floating in the air. Seeing that Hao Nin had created a strange vision, Tu Van crossed his arms and raised his head slightly and said, compared to the strange vision, do you think I don't have a strange vision? Having said that, Tu Van began to show his strange vision, a chaotic appearance. As soon as the voice ended, a blooming lotus pond appeared at his feet. Not far away, the monks in the outer circle were also discussing the war. A hairless monk asked the person next to him, what is that? The black-robed monk not far away explained, it's an image, and he can cast a composite shape. The blue-robed monk led everyone and said, how old is he? I remember that the first holy son of the Chaos Holy Land, Emperor Tien, also spent 200 years. Seeing this scene, Lai Tanda's eyes widened and he began to scold, bastard Van Duong Hui, what mortal, what a useless thing. As for True Vo Cuc, he shouted angrily, somewhat unwillingly, it seems that making Tu Van surrender is already impossible. As for the war between Tu Van and Kwang Hao Nin is still going on. Two streams of strange phenomena, one blue and one red, collided with each other, creating rumbling sounds. Some time later, the confrontation between the two was divided into a winner or a loser. The strange circle that Kwang Hao Nin created could not hold up against the attack of the strange circle that Tu Van created. He was once again thrown far away and was once again sprayed with blood. Fragments of the strange phenomenon were also thrown out a lot. In the distance, one could also see the explosion from the collision of two strange streams, making the entire sky red. A moment later, Kwang Hao Nin was affected by the impact and was lying on the ground coughing, his eyes looking sharply forward. Without giving Kwang Hao Nin time to recover, Tu Van quickly rushed towards him with a fist full of internal force. As he rushed forward, he thought to himself, take this opportunity to kill him first, destroying the grass completely. But unlike his wishes, True Vo Cuc quickly rushed into the fight. He was now standing in front of Kwang Hao Nin, creating a barrier to protect the two of them, and at the same time block the attack from him. Seeing that, Tu Van thought to himself, he originally wanted to kill Kwang Hao Nin and then deal with this guy. But unexpectedly he couldn't wait and chose death. That's fine, kill him first. Thinking about it, Tu Van acted stronger and rushed towards infinity. Seeing this, Vo Chui put both hands in front of his face and said, the first form of chaos is difficult to find in the world of cultivation, worthy of my action. Hearing this sentence, Tu Van replied, okay, come here. Having said that, the two of them rushed into battle together. True Vo Cuc stepped on the ground so hard that the ground around his feet began to crack. At the same time, behind him, a blue giant wearing pink armor also appeared. Just like its main body, it was spreading its legs, slightly bending one leg, and its fist was outstretched. Finished, Vo Cuc laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, finally I can have a good fight. Saying that, he threw a divine fist at Tu Van. A purple fist hit Tu Van. Seeing that, Tu Van also punched back, the 9 Chuan Fach fist. At the same time, a yellow fist punched straight towards infinity, countering his fist. The two fists touched each other, one purple and one yellow, colliding, creating a rumbling sound. A moment later, the two separated. True Vo Cuc had some difficulty standing on the ground and said, hee, it's really refreshing. Then he continued to say to Tu Van, continue. Kwang Hao Nin thought to himself, ran ahead and said, staying here there are no delicious fruits to eat. Tu Van glanced at True Vo Cuc and said, if Kwang Hao Nin has already run away, then he will subdue you first, and then talk. Zhao Wuji, don't you want to see the chaos body? Then I will let you have your way. Having said that, Tu Van punched Tru Vo Chui again. That fist was close to the giant that infinity had created in front of him. Seeing this, Tru Vo Cuc shouted loudly, "Break it for me." Then he punched the incoming fist. But it seemed that Tu Van's strength was much stronger than his. His fist passed through the giant in front of him, creating a large hole, dividing him into two halves. Then that fist rushed in front of Tru Vo Cuc. The golden light emitted from the fist blinded everyone. Seeing this, Tru Vo Cuc opened his mouth wide in fear. Perhaps now he no longer had the strength to resist. Like Emperor Laitan, Tru Vo Cuc was sent flying back. At the same time, blood spurted from his mouth. At this moment, a person quickly rushed forward. He is Emperor Laitan. Right now he is holding a sword to sneak attack behind Tu Van. In front, Tu Van, who should have been focusing on the fight with Tru Vo Cuc, now smiled slightly. Tu Van's eyes were sharp. He glanced back slightly, thinking, "Do you want to sneak attack me? Ha ha, I was already on guard against you." Thinking about it, Tu Van threw countless formations at Lai Tan De, chaotic air formations, radiating dragon formations, making the space around him seem to stop. At the same time, the surrounding space formed twisted circles as if wanting to kill Lai Tan De. Seeing this, Lai Tan De screamed in fear, thinking in his heart that it was a space condensation formation. On the other side, Tu Van saw that Lai Tan De was hooked. He threw countless knives at Lai Tan De and said, "Waiting for you to get hooked." Seeing the blades rushing towards him, Lai Tan De created a yellow barrier in front of him to stop them. Some blades are blocked by this barrier, causing the blades to fly back. On the other side, Tu Van used another magic spell, magical powers. He rushed quickly to Lai Tan De. Just a moment later, Tu Van approached Lai Tan De. He raised his hand and punched a 9-turn punch towards Tan De, causing him to fall backwards. At the same time, he once again vomited a lot of blood. He was pushed back by this punch. This punch caused him so much pain that he could only groan. A moment later, Lai Tan De grimaced and asked Tu Van, "When did you arrange the formation?" Hearing this question, Tu Van's mind recalled the scene of the three people Lai Tan De, Quang Hao Nin, and Tru Vo Cuc fighting and said, "When you were fighting with Quang Hao Nin and Tru Vo Cuc, I arranged battle." Having said that, his mind flashed back to the scene of him carrying out more flags in his hands, preparing to arrange the formation. Finished, Tu Van raised his fist and punched Lai Tan De. At the same time, his voice rang out. "Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously at that time." Seeing that Tu Van was about to approach him, Lai Tan De stepped back slightly and said, "It seems that you have already aimed at me. I was injured unjustly." Tu Van still rushed forward and said, "Van Duong Hui said you are so powerful, of course I have to take it more seriously. Therefore, when you were just fighting, I had already arranged the formation." Having said that, the scene of Lai Tan De and Tru Vo Cuc confronting each other appeared in his mind, while he was on the ground starting to arrange the flags to form the initial formation. Little by little the formation flag was arranged. At that time Tu Van still took the time to choose the formation that he needed to arrange. It's very difficult to arrange the 8-monster blockade formation, but you should also use the Chaos Air formation and Dragon blockade formation. Hearing Tu Van's words, Lai Tan De's face turned black and said, "Oh, you idiot Van Duong Hui, if you don't find out the enemy's situation then stop it, you'll expose me again." Outside the war, the monks far away were still discussing the war. A green-shirt monk said, "Tu Van still knows the formation." A ponytail-tied monk began listing Tu Van's skills. So many skills, his chaotic initial form, his formation, his enlightenment, just how strong is he? The short-haired monk continued, through the story of the dragon's nest, the name Tu Van will definitely echo throughout the cultivation world. Lai Tan De had been thinking about how to break the formation all this time. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Got it." Having said that, he turned around to look at Tru Vo Cuc who was standing not far away and said, "Tru Vo Cuc, quickly break the formation, otherwise I will die, and you will not live in peace." Lai Tan De's words were like a lightning strike through the sea of consciousness of infinity. He understood all the reasons. His eyes were sharp, thinking to himself, it seemed that Tu Van's fearsomeness far exceeded that of Emperor Lai Tan. If he was like that, he would absolutely not follow him. Instead, he would kill him with Emperor Lai Tan. After thinking about all the pros and cons, Tru Vo Cuc began to gather spiritual energy to cast spells to attack the formation surrounding Emperor Lai Tan. Seeing that Vo Cu was fighting the formation, Tu Van slightly curled his mouth and said, "Tru Vo Cu, this is you looking for death. The inside of the formation is solid and unbreakable, but the outside is much weaker." Regardless of what Tu Van thought, True Vo's CUC continued to punch towards that formation, shouting, "Break for me." Sometime later, True Vo's CUC's efforts paid off and the formation was broken. Lai Tanda escaped from the formation. He rushed towards Tu Van while laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, without the formation I see how you can break my speed." At this time, Tu Van was a little scared and clenched his hands. A sharp look emitted from Tu Van, like a needle in a frying pan. Standing in the golden belt surrounding himself, Tu Van said to Lai Tanda, who was flying, Unfortunately you don't have speed, you don't have enough energy." Despite Tu Van's contemptuous words, Lai Tanda still gathered his internal strength to strike the Tai Chi divine palm into Kim Chung Chao. Later, True Vo's CUC also participated in the destruction of the broken needle. "Lai Tanda, I'm here to help you." The two of them continued to diligently use punches to break the Kim Chung True, but the other Kim Chung Tam remained intact, unharmed. Outside, those monks were still discussing, but Tu Van was able to fight one against the other. The monk behind him exclaimed, "It was truly amazing." The monk tied his hair in a bun and said, "It's hard to imagine. As for me, I want to say, in the secret world, I don't look for opportunities but stay there to listen to stories. There are indeed many stories, in every era." On the side of the battle, a dragon's head circled behind Tu Van's back and was screaming loudly, while Tu Van was resting his hands on his hips, somewhat contemptuously saying to the two people outside, "If I don't have the formation, I won't do anything. How are you? Today I will let you see what strength is called." Having said that, Tu Van began to demonstrate his techniques. A blue dragon head behind Tu Van began to roar loudly and radiate the pressure of dragon power, causing Lai Tanda and True Vo's CUC to begin to tilt. They began to mobilize their internal strength to fight this scream, but it seemed that Tu Van's negative attack was more advanced. In just a moment, True Vo's CUC and Lai Tanda couldn't stand it. They staggered, vomited blood, and then had difficulty thinking that this was a negative attack. Then, as if he had gathered all his determination, True Vo's CUC clenched his fist and shouted loudly at Lai Tanda, who was still resisting the negative attack. "Lai Tanda, take the risk with him." The giant behind him was showing the same determination as the master who created him. Hearing that, Emperor Lai Tan also tried to steady his body. He raised his hand horizontally and said, "Okay, space is the wall, time is the honor, watch me destroy time and space with one palm." As soon as his words ended, around him, space and time began to distort. The two people, Vo Cuc and Tanda, began to hit Tu Van with their strongest punches. On the other side of the battle, Tu Van was still indifferently looking at Vo Chi's giant fist and Tanda's giant hand attacking him. A moment later Tu Van pursed his lips and said, "Okay, then decide the winner." As soon as the words ended, the golden dragon behind him began to show off its yin gong and dragon power, while Tu Van also threw a 9-turn beating punch towards the two of them. Tu Van's 9 punches hit infinity. His one punch could not stop Tu Van's punch. The punch sent him flying far away. He vomited blood again, not knowing that next time he would have blood to vomit out anymore. As for the golden dragon's negative attack, it hit Lai Tanda. His one palm could not stop the negative attack. At this time, he was covering his ears with his hands and thinking to himself, the negative attack is really weird. Strange, can cause mental disturbances. As if realizing something, although his hands were still covering his ears, Lai Tanda still opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, this is not good. That's right, at this moment, taking advantage of Lai Tanda's hands being free, Tu Van quickly rushed towards him, punched him with a strong punch, causing him to fall backwards. He once again vomited blood. A moment later, Tu Van floated among the golden lights, indifferently looking at the injured Lai Tanda and True Vo Cuc, who were falling to the ground. On the outskirts of the battle, the chatty monks were looking at the scene in front of them with eyes and mouths. Everyone was silent, as if they couldn't believe why two great demons joined forces. Unable to defeat a nameless pawn, but had to escape together. That's right, no matter what those monks think, Tanda and Vo Cuc are running away together. They are using everything they can to run away from the pervert Tu Van. But it seems that Lai Tanda's techniques are better. He is running faster than True Vo Cuc, ignoring someone's screams, and running away. Looking at the two people running away in front of him, Tu Van thought to himself, Lai Tanda's speed was too fast. Maybe he was chasing True Vo Cuc. Remembering this, his face was covered with sweat. He felt a little embarrassed and thought, oh, isn't this what I said before? Thinking about it, he lowered his head, ignoring the blood flowing from his mouth, and said, dreaming, there is only the battle to the death of the ancient holy body, there is no surrender of the ancient holy land. If you want to kill, just kill. Tu Van raised his hand to touch his chin and smiled and said, I respect you as a good man. Let's do this. Let's make a gentleman's agreement. The two of us, who is strong and who is the master? Waiting for the day you can defeat me. I will worship you as my master, okay? Zhao Wuji's face sank. He thought for a moment, then gently said this. Speaking of this, he secretly thought, his chaos body is just a preliminary form. He wants to refine it into a complete chaos body. It's difficult, but my ancient holy body. After waiting for a long time, True Vo Cuc didn't say anything. Tu Van crossed his arms, glanced slightly at Vo Cuc, smiled and said, It seems you think that in the future you won't be as good as me. It's really disappointing. Hearing that, True Vo Cuc ended his thoughts, stood up, clenched one hand, the other on his hip, and said a little angrily, Who said I would lose to you in the future? Estimates are estimates. Who is afraid of whom? On the other side, Tu Van heard this sentence. He smiled contemptuously and said, Refreshing. So you and I distinguish cubism from the chaotic Dai Dao and the ancient Dai Dao, dare we? As soon as Tu Van's words ended, True Vo Chui pointed a finger at him and said, If you don't dare, come right away. After the two had finished discussing, Tu Van and Vo Cuc together raised 3 fingers of their left hand to swear under heaven. Tu Van said, I swear by the great Tao of chaos to make a gentleman's agreement with True Vo Cuc. And Vo Chui said, I swear by the ancient path of chaos to make a gentleman's agreement with Tu Van. A moment later, the two of them had sworn. True Vo Cuc lowered his voice and said to Tu Van, I, True Vo Cuc, 1 word and 9 peaks, will temporarily be your entourage. Once I get out of the dragon's nest, I will announce it to the world. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Tu Van, But don't be complacent, I will soon surpass you. Hearing that, Tu Van crossed his arms, looked a bit disinterested and said, Okay, I'll wait for that day. As soon as Tu Van's voice ended, the system screen appeared again. Congratulations, capturing a genius with a special physical condition, reward 20 times of enlightenment. Looking at the words on the system screen, Tu Van smiled smugly and thought, Ha ha, Emperor Tian of the ancient Holy Land is my follower. To still get so many opportunities for enlightenment, this time it's a big deal. Thinking about it, he turned around to look at True Vo Cuc sitting on the ground and said, First recover your wound, then let's go to the central area to test our luck. Seeing that Tu Van was caring about him, True Vo Cuc replied, Okay. Having finished speaking, he began to use his energy to heal his wound. Looking at Wuji healing his wound, Tu Van thought to himself, receiving the ancient sacred body. In the future he can become a great emperor, become an entourage, compete for Bodhi, and the number of enlightenment times also reaches 192 times. This trip almost transformed his body to 100 kilograms, and also found an opportunity to kill Lai Tande and Kuang Hao Ning. Sometime later, Tang Van Van ran from the Bodhi tree and gently called out, Brother Chu. Seeing that Vo Cuc was healing, Van Van was a little suspicious and asked, Brother Chu he. Without letting Tang Van Van finish the question, Tu Van seemed to know what she wanted to say, so he replied, Don't worry. Now he is your entourage, his own person. Hearing a voice approaching, even though True Vo Cuc was healing, he still opened his eyes to look at the newcomer, his face slightly wrinkled, thinking, he also brought a trash woman. Tu Van's words made Tang Van Van a bit surprised. At this moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that True Vo Cuc would become Tu Van's entourage. Is this world crazy? How can the ancient sacred body submit to others? Thinking about it, she put her hands behind her back, bowed slightly, smiled and said to Tu Van, Senior Brother Chu, you are truly a god. These compliments from Tang Van Van made Tu Van a little embarrassed. He said to Van Van, Don't praise me anymore, eat something, we have to go to the central area later. At the same time, outside the true dragon's nest, there was a ring with many monks standing on it. Outside the ring, there were also many monks surrounding the ring, waiting for people to come from inside. Go out. Suddenly a voice rang out, another disciple came out. Another monk hastily said quickly, Ask about the situation inside. The other monk also responded excitedly, That's right, it's been 5 days since 7 days. Seeing someone coming out, Van Duong Hui crossed his arms and turned around to look at De Tien standing next to him and asked, De Tien, it seems there is no news about your Chaos Holy Land. I see that your disciple named Chu Van or something is probably dead inside. These challenging words made De Tien's face turn black, but he still maintained his image and said, Don't be happy too soon, be careful too happy and it will turn into sadness. After listening, Van Duong Hui disdainfully said, De Tien, don't be stubborn anymore, that disciple of yours is just a chess piece created by no then Dan. He can't compete with a real genius, and he can't bring anything out. These words made Detienne's face turn even darker, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, no then Dan? Looks like this guy completely misunderstood. Thinking of this, in Detienne's mind, the image of Tu Van confidently smiling as if everything was in his hands appeared in Detienne's mind. After thinking about it, he said, wait, Tu Van will definitely have a fight. Become famous in the foot dragon nest. Having said that, Detienne turned around to look at Van Duong Hui, whose back was facing him, and said, my disciple, how can you guess? Hearing that, Van Duong Hui turned his head slightly, then said contemptuously, keep your mouth shut. Suddenly there was a voice from the ring shouting, you guys didn't expect it, right? Many disciples of the early Holy Land have been killed. Hearing this scream, Van Duong Hui couldn't believe it, turned his head to look towards the voice and shouted loudly, what? Despite Van Duong Hui's screams, the monks under the stage still gathered together to chat. I see that Chu Feinge, Jai Nok Long and the group of 9 great disciples of the First Holy Land have been killed by mysterious powerhouses. Another monk who seemed to have witnessed this battle said, there was a lot of blood at the scene, it was truly hell. Another monk who did not witness this scene was a little scared and asked, is this happening again? That is the original Holy Land. Seemingly angry because no one reacted to him, Van Duong Hui angrily threw a punch at them, causing rocks and dust to fly away from them. Hearing the noise, the monks who were talking all stopped and looked towards the angry Van Duong Hui. Van Duong Hui approached the monk who said he witnessed the battle and shouted, what are you talking about? Are Chu Feinge's group really dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Who killed them? Seeing that Van Duong Hui was approaching him, the monk who had just said that he had witnessed the battle shouted in fear, ah, master, save me. A monk with no hair and a long beard, who seemed to be the other monk's master, stood in front of the other monk and said, don't be afraid, quickly tell your seniors everything you hear and see. The old man is a senior, he won't have the same shallow understanding as you. Hearing that, the other monk said, yes, master. A moment later, Van Duong Hui regained his composure, he landed on the ground and said to the monk in front of him, I was rude, young man, don't need to be afraid, the old man just wants to hear something from you. Seeing that there was no danger, the other monk began to tell the story. At that time, I was looking for treasure and found the bodies of senior brother Chu's group. From the traces at the scene, it seemed they were besieging someone. Not far away, Detienne was laughing loudly and talking to Lu Nanyan. Haha, I just reminded him to be careful when too happy and sad, the result appeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Nanyan said a little happily, killing 9 great masters, your disciples, is not simple. The other side told me what was going on. Then I collected the bodies of the group of senior brothers, everyone please see. Having said that, in his hand, from the location of the storage ring, a light began to flash. Moments later, all the bodies in his storage ring were taken out, and those bodies lay on the ground in 2 rows. Seeing that, Van Duong Hui read the names of those bodies one by one, Feinge, Nok Long. After calling, he started shouting, who killed them? I have to cut him into hundreds of pieces. Having said that, as if realizing the problem, Van Duong Hui turned his head to look at the monks who seemed to be the elders of the holy places. Depending on the strength of one person, they could kill them, but there were only a few people. A monk. The monk said, Van Duong Hui, the 6 great holy lands have an agreement. The killing in the true dragon nest cannot hate each other. The monk next to him also replied, that's right, don't come and disrupt our ancient holy land. The holy land will not lose painfully. Van Duong Hui tilted his head somewhat disdainfully and said, don't worry, I won't target you juniors. However, don't rejoice too early, Lai Tanda is still inside, he will definitely avenge Chu Feinge and his group. Back inside the true dragon nest, this is the 3rd day the true dragon nest has opened. In the central area of the foot of the dragon pole, Tu Van is leading 3 people, Tru Vo Cuc and Tang Van Van. Tu Van said somewhat boredly, disgusting, after such a long time, a treasure similar to the 9-leaf heavenly spirit has not been found. Hearing that, Tru Vo Cuc was a little angry and said, do you consider cucumber Ganoderma a vegetable? Finding one is already top luck. Next to him, Tang Van Van was looking around and comforting Tu Van, don't be discouraged, brother, we'll slowly search. A moment later, Tang Van Van suddenly saw a tree that looked like a vine, with bunches of ripe fruit on it. She happily shouted, brother, there is a treasure over there. Hearing that, Tu Van led everyone towards that tree. He raised his hand to pick the fruit and smiled and said, "Ha ha, great. This is the legendary dragon fruit. One fruit can increase life expectancy by 10 years. Looking at this dragon fruit tree, Cuc crossed his arms and said in disdain, "Huh, I thought it was a very interesting treasure. After becoming a saint, there are several thousand years of lifespan. Who cares about these 10 years? Tuvan did not pay attention to Cuc. He reached out to pick a dragon fruit and said, "You don't care, but longevity is very important to the master and Fu Lin. Dozens of these dragon Dien fruits can add hundreds of years of longevity." Having said this, he thought to himself, big words. Some time later, Tuvan had picked all the dianthus fruit from the tree, and they continued moving forward. At this time, before their eyes was a very long tunnel. On the tunnel door there were also dianthus fruit trees rolling around. Seeing them flying out, Cuc rushed forward, not forgetting to explain to Tuvan, who was also rushing in, extremely accurately. However, now he is still young. When he matures and molts, he will turn into a true dragon. Hearing that, Tuvan slightly closed his eyes and said, "So that's it, so the golden one belongs to me." Cuc did not answer but shouted, "Go up." Suddenly a golden flame flew towards them. However, Tuvan was not affected by the fire, and sent a strong fist to the mouth of the dragon that was still spitting fire. Although this fist was very strong, the golden dragon only slightly tilted its head to avoid Tianvan's attack. Seeing that, he thought to himself, he has a combat power of 800,000 pounds, worthy of being a true dragon of a different species. On the other side, Cuc was knocked down by the dragon's claws, but he did not forget to throw a magic spell at the dragon, causing its body to emit a golden light. As soon as he fell down, Cuc shouted loudly, "Damn it, this beast has 700,000 strength." At this time, Tuvan was standing on the ground, holding his hands tightly, his eyes shining with sharp yellow light, smiling and saying, "Very good, such a strong mount is worthy of me." Having said that, Tuvan punched the golden dragon. Seeing that, the dragon contemptuously raised his claws to block this attack. From where one person and one dragon touched each other, creating a huge explosion. Behind the golden dragon's back, one can see the dragon's very long and large body. At this time, its head is tilted to one side, and at the same time, one can also see the golden light of the confrontation just now. Tuvan punched the golden dragon's head again and laughed loudly, "Ha ha, it's a pity that you are still one level below me." Hearing that, the golden dragon shouted loudly, making Tuvan a little unsteady. Moments later, Tuvan angrily punched the dragon's head, thinking as he hit, "Although this guy is not as strong as him, his body is really strong." These punches made the dragon so painful that he could only open his mouth wide. A moment later, the golden dragon was hit to the ground, causing the dirt to fly in all directions. However, Tuvan did not forget to punch more punches towards its head, and at the same time did not forget to say, "Little dragon, you will not fight me, submit yourself, be my mount." The golden dragon screamed loudly in pain, and at the same time, it did not forget to send out its dragon power towards Tuvan. With the dragon's arrogance, how could it accept being a mount for lowly humans? Seeing that, Tuvan began to use his magic. A huge dragon head began to appear behind him. He spread his arms wide and said, "Do you think only you know dragon prestige?" Having said that, the dragon head behind him also emitted a dragon's power, hitting towards the golden dragon. Two streams of dragon power confront each other, forming a vortex, you to me, I to you, regardless of high or low. Tuvan flew up amidst the yellow light. He clenched his hands, smiled and said, "Give you the last chance, surrender, otherwise die." The golden dragon did not care, it began to scream, creating streams of dragons that shot towards Tuvan. Seeing that, Tuvan rushed towards the golden dragon and said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heartless." Then he continued to punch strongly towards the dragon. This punch caused the golden dragon to fall to the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Moments later, the dust cleared and Tuvan's body began to appear. He was now stepping on the head of the dragon lying among the jagged rocks. He said, "What an unruly creature," he even thought he could catch it as a mount. What a pity. Tuvan was a bit sad at this time, he lifted his feet and turned around to walk back. At this moment, the dragon raised its head and shouted loudly. Seeing that the golden dragon still had the strength to resist, Tuvan turned around and punched the golden dragon's head with a powerful punch, causing it to hit the ground hard, sending rocks flying in all directions. Moments later, the golden dragon was killed, its body was scattered on the ground. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You are truly a waste of heaven, these are two mutant true dragons." The owner of the voice was Cuc, who came from nowhere, looked at the golden dragon and said, "Once you become a saint, you will kill them." Tu Van turned his head to look at Vo Chui and said, "These two guys are very arrogant. They are not willing to submit and stay as enemies?" Without waiting for True Vo Cuc to answer, Tang Van Van came from nowhere, happily looked at the golden dragon's body, then smiled and said to Tu Van, "Brother Chiu, the body of this strange true dragon is a super treasure. Don't you want to upgrade your body? The opportunity is here." Hearing that, Tu Van turned around to look at Tang Van Van and asked, "Sister Tang, tell me quickly, what should we do?" As soon as Tu Van's sentence ended, Tang Van Van began to explain. "Legend has it that if you eat true dragon meat, you can physically change. I went looking for mushrooms, wild vegetables, and lingonberries. How about we cook cactus soup?" Hearing that, Tu Van happily took a knife from the storage ring and said, "Okay, you come and cut the meat, I'll stew the soup, you grill the meat, let's do it." Zhao Wuji still hadn't spoken until now, so he crossed his arms and spoke. "You dare to eat the meat of a mutant, aren't you afraid of the true dragon's anger? We won't eat it anyway." Time passed so quickly. An hour later, Tang Van Van was holding a large chopstick stirring a large pot of soup. Chu Van was happily grilling meat, and True Vo Cuc was looking at them with his arms crossed. Without doing anything, it seemed he was determined not to eat the meat of this true dragon. Moments later, the two of them finished their work. Tang Van Van happily said, "Come on, senior brother Chiu, drink this soup, it's very fragrant." Hearing that, Tu Van raised his hand to hold the grilled meat and said, "Okay, taste the grilled dragon leg meat according to your secret recipe." Van Van happily replied, "Yes." Having finished speaking, the two of them began to eat. Tang Van Van held the grilled meat, biting each piece happily and said, "Ah, delicious, so delicious." At this time, Chu Van also held a bowl of stewed meat, and ate it one mouthful at a time. As he ate, he said, "That's right, this taste is so great." Seeing that the two people ate so deliciously, True Vo Cuc ran to them, his mouth watering, his eyes stared at the bowl in Tu Van's hand and then shyly said, "Let me try that." Tu Van puffed up his cheeks, hid the bowl of soup, and said, "Aren't you going to eat?" I don't know how True Vo Cuc persuaded Tu Van. At this time he also joined the group that ate the golden dragon. He held the grilled golden dragon meat in one hand, puffed his cheeks and nibbled on each piece, and in the other hand held a bowl of soup, and at the same time did not forget to praise, "Hee, it's delicious." Behind him is the skeleton of a golden dragon. Now he has forgotten who was the person who said he didn't dare eat. A moment later, golden light appeared around Tang Van Van's body. She said in surprise, "Wow, my body has changed." Seeing that, Tu Van gave a piece of grilled meat to Tang Van Van and said, "Quick, eat more." In front of him there was also a plate of grilled meat. Some time later, Tu Van and Tang Van Van sat together to practice, refining the spiritual energy in their bodies that the golden dragon meat brought. Seeing this, True Vo Chui took a bite of meat, glanced back, and said, "What a pity, my supreme body has reached its limit, and this dragon meat that can level me up is also limited." Regardless of what True Vo Cuc said, Tu Van and Tang Van Van still sat cultivating, the spiritual energy converging on their bodies, slowly changing their physical bodies. Time passed so quickly. 4 hours later it was already here. At this time Tu Van Van was cultivating. In his hand he had a spherical golden spiritual energy. There was also a source of dark golden spiritual energy behind him. A moment later, Tu Van happily stood up and played with the ray of spiritual energy in his hand. Then he punched a punch towards the old tree next to him. At this time, he only used the strength of his body without using any weapons, causing the ancient tree to be cut off. Seeing that, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, finally reached the limit of body refining, 1,000 pounds. Finished." Tu Van smiled and silently imagined the future. With such a foundation and a system, from today on, he will be able to defeat all his opponents. My name Tu Van will spread throughout the world. Seeing that Tu Van was in love with himself, True Vo Cuc crossed his arms and said to Tu Van standing in front, "You are really a pervert." In front of him, Tu Van was praised, smiled slightly, his eyes sparkled. Tang Van Van, who had finished cultivating, also ran over and said, "Brother Chiu, thank you, I also increased my combat power by 100,000. Hearing that, Tu Van didn't care, looked at True Vo Cuc and said, "No need to thank me, let's split up and take action next." Then Tu Van raised one hand and said, "Go find Lai Tonda and Quang Haonin, find them and send me the news." Hearing that, True Vo Chui panicked and asked, "Do you want to kill them here?" Hearing this question, Tu Van slowly explained, "If you have made enemies, of course you have to eliminate them first." Shouldn't you wait until they grow up later? After hearing these words, Cuc quickly turned around and rushed back, not forgetting to say, "The punishment is decisive. Indeed, I did not misunderstand the person." Speaking of this, he did not forget to shout even louder, "If we find them, we will burn a tree and release smoke as a signal." Seeing that Cuc was far away, Tu Van led Tang Van Van deep into the heart of the true dragon nest. "Senior Sister Tang, let's go too. The last day is here." We go to the entrance, and hug the tree to wait for the rabbits, not afraid they won't come. Hearing that, Tang Van Van replied, "Yes, brother." Having said that, Tu Van led the two people and rushed forward. A moment later, suddenly a man jumped down in front of the two of them, making the two of them unable to help but stop. That man was Vo Quang. Looking at the young man in front of him, he grinned. "Are you Chu Van who defeated Truong Van Phi?" Tang Van Van stood behind Chu Van in fear, gently calling out, "Senior brother Chu." Tu Van raised one hand and said, "It turns out to be a heavenly overlord. What are you looking for me for?" Vo Quang pointed at himself and said, "I heard that True Vo Cuc wants to accept you as the first war general under him. I have to stop him. Follow me, become my #1 war general. I will take you to kill True Vo Cuc, conquer the world, sweep all the worlds." Hearing these words, Tu Van clenched his fists and said, "Dare to be overbearing in front of me? You are truly extremely stupid." These words of Tu Van made Vo Quang so angry that he clenched his hands tightly. His anger even spread to the outside air. The air was dyed with a red light. He said, "Do you arrogantly think that defeating Truong Van Phi is invincible in the world? If you refuse me, go die." Having finished speaking, he gathered his spiritual energy and punched Tu Van. Looking at the fist coming at him, Tu Van thought to himself, "It seems that the news of his fight with Emperor Lai Tan and Quang Hao Nien has not spread yet." Thinking about it, Tu Van raised one hand to receive Vo Quang's fist. The two fists collided, creating a loud noise. In the confrontation between the two, the victory belonged to Tu Van. Tu Van's fighting force was so strong that his opponent's hand was knocked aside. At the same time, Tu Van did not forget to throw another punch as fast as the wind towards him. His arm. Moments later, Vo Quang held his bleeding arm, clenched his teeth in pain, and thought to himself, "How could this be? Just how powerful is he?" Regardless of what Vo Quang thinks, Tu Van Van gathers spiritual energy in his hand and prepares to punch him again. This thing that doesn't know life or death, now knows the smell of teaching? Ooh! Vo Quang was hit with a punch by Tu Van. The power of this punch caused him to be thrown very far away. Meanwhile, Tu Van is maintaining his boxing stance. A moment later, Vo Quang painfully put his hands on the ground. Facing the ground, he coughed, then said, "It's too evil, run first and talk." Before he could prepare to run, Tu Van came and kicked him again. At the same time, he did not forget to say, "I want to run now, it's too late." Tu Van's kick was for Vo Quang, causing him to fall face down to the ground. A moment later, Tu Van stepped on Vo Quang's body, put his hands on his hips, smiled and said, "Submit to me, save a life for you, in the future follow me to conquer the world, sweeping the world." World how? Even though Vo Quang was trampled on the ground at this time, he still remained determined, clenched his teeth and said, "No, that's impossible. Never before has anyone been able to insult the world's overbearing body." Suddenly, Vo Quang burst out with energy under his body, pushing him back. A moment later, Tu Van steadied his body, looking at Vo Quang in front of him with some surprise. Before he finished speaking, Tu Van jumped up and looked at Vo Quang, who was pushing his body up with his hands. Around him was filled with blood-red airflow, and at the same time, a roaring sound also filled the surrounding area. Moments later, Vo Quang was prepared, standing straight in the middle of the red air currents. There was also a pool of red blood under his feet, and at the same time, painful cries also came out. Ah! Looking at this scene, he was a little surprised and thought to himself, he had exploded and injured his overbearing body. Although a little surprised, Tu Van quickly gathered spiritual energy in his hand. Looking at the scene of Vo Quang in front of his eyes, Tu Van said, "Chaotic in its initial form, worthy of a tyrannical body, truly crazy. Come!" Seeing that, Vo Quang flew up from the ground, then flew towards Tu Van, saying as he flew, "Great job." Seeing that Vo Quang had flown towards him, Tu Van laughed loudly, "Ha ha!" But before Tu Van finished laughing, he stood silently, not understanding what was going on, looking ahead. Even so, he used part of the spiritual energy surrounding him for defense. That's right, at this time, Vo Quang did not fly to Tu Van to fight, but flew back halfway. Even so, he did not forget to open his mouth to threaten. Chu Van, everything that is today, another day will definitely demand it back 100 times more. Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, even if he explodes his own body, he only has a limit of 1,000 pounds of combat power, and he cannot defeat this guy at all. Still, before the self-explosion effect disappears, quickly run away. Seeing Vo Kwang turn around and run, Chu Van's face turned black, thinking to himself, hey, running really fast, isn't he the type to risk his life? I haven't fought yet. Tang Van ran from afar and asked, Brother Chu, let him run okay? In front of her, Chu Van clenched his hands then said, he does not have the body of Thuong, from now on he is just a waste, not worth worrying about. Then Chu Van continued, let's go. At the same time, at the entrance to the foot of the dragon's nest, there were many monks gathering together, surrounded by sharp rocks. Suddenly there was a sound coming from somewhere. The other monks looked together in the direction of the sound. Seeing people coming, they began to discuss whether Kwang Hao Nin could subdue a strange true dragon. That's right now, Kwang Hao Nin is standing on the head of a true dragon. A monk said, it's so beneficial. Another monk is also participating in the discussion. I'm afraid Kwang Hao Nin has surpassed Emperor Lai Tan, becoming the strongest. Another monk objected, don't talk nonsense. Before Lai Tan De and Kwang Hao Nin were defeated by Chu Van. Hearing that, a monk asked doubtfully, really? Another monk replied, I saw it with my own eyes. Moments later, Kwang Hao Nin retrieved the true dragon into the space beast. At this time, he was standing in front of the Supreme Elder of the Holy King sect, listening to the elder say, unexpectedly, Kwang Hao Nin, you have subdued a different species of true dragon. Don't worry, our Holy King sect will definitely use all our strength to train you. Hearing this sentence, Hao Nin replied, thank you, elder. Then Duong Hui walked up to the two of them from afar and asked, Dear Kwang, congratulations on subduing the mutant true dragon. I would like to ask if you met Lai Tan De. Did he find the murderer of Chu Fine-ge and the others? Hearing that, Kwang Hao Nin turned his head slightly and said, sorry, I didn't know about Chu Fine-ge's death. However, I actually met Lai Tan De. He was imprisoned in Tu Van's formation. I don't know if he lived or died. As soon as Kwang Hao Nin finished speaking, the monks standing behind Van Duong Hui began to discuss. What? Being detained by Tu Van? The monk on the left of Van Duong Hui wondered, can the body of time and space also be imprisoned? The blue-shirt monk also wondered, Chu Van of the Mixed Holy Land? It's unbelievable. In the distance, Lu Ninyan smiled and said to De Tian standing next to him, this disciple of yours is really powerful, and can suppress the body of time and space. De Tian smiled slightly and said, this is nothing. He will definitely be promoted to the position of emperor. On the other side, Van Duong Hui still didn't believe it and asked Kwang Hao Nin, Gentle Kwang, are you lying to the old man? How could a talented person like Lai Tan De be imprisoned by a mortal like Chu Van? Hearing that, Kwang Hao Nin bowed his head slightly and asked in doubt, mortal body? Elder Van must have misunderstood mortal matters. Speaking of this, he began to explain, that Chu Van's combat power has reached 900,000, how can it be immortal? These words of Hao Nin seemed to strike a strong blow to Van Hui Duong's spirit. A moment later he was very surprised and couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked again, what? 900,000 pounds? How is that possible? The elder Tai Thuan of Tan Vang's sect had not said anything until now, so he asked, Hao Nin, so to speak, have you also fought with Tu Van? Hearing this question, Hao Nin turned around and said to the elder, yes, at that time, I and True Vo Cuc and Lai Tan De were competing for Bodhi fruit. Having said this, Kwang Hao Nin began to tell what happened in the dragon's nest. 5 minutes later, many monks stood around Hao Nin. At this point, Hao Nin's story is about to end. He spread his hands and said, I don't know what happened after that. After listening to what Kwang Hao Nin told, Van Duong Hui clenched his hands and walked to De Tian and said, De Tian, the holy land you have hidden is really deep. As soon as the sentence ended, De Tian stood before him and said in a deep voice, it's because you have blind eyes and look down on my disciple. Who can blame you? A moment later, De Tian, Van Duong Hui, Kwang Hao Nin, stood in a circle. Outside, they were also surrounded in a circle. Some time later, Vo Kwang was helped out by 2 people from the dragon's nest. Seeing this, the monks in the distance began to discuss again. Look quickly, Vo Kwang's overbearing body has come out. Another monk saw Vo Kwang covered in blood and asked, who beat him like that? Another monk also wondered, that's right, his whole body is covered in blood, it seems like he's about to die. Regardless of what was said around him, The monk who was supporting Vo Kuang just turned his head to look at Vo Kuang and said nothing. A moment later, a man jumped down from above and flew towards Vo Kuang, who was being supported by that monk. He said, "Thank you for your kindness in bringing Vo Kuang out here." The person who came was the Supreme Elder who dominated the Holy Land. As soon as he landed, he asked, "Do you know who beat him like this?" The other monk was having a hard time holding on to Vo Kuang's body, so he raised his head, frowned slightly and said, "It's Tu Van." At this moment, Vo Kuang woke up and thought to himself, "Tu Van, I will not forgive you." Thinking of this, Vo Kuang's face turned completely black. On the other side, hearing the desired answer, the Supreme Elder of the Overlord Holy Land's face darkened, gritted his teeth and said, "Tu Van, you are very good, you can force Vo Kuang to blow himself up into the sky." Hegemonic body. The Holy Land of Chaos really has you. De Tien was now standing above the ring looking down and said, "Don't forget the rules of the true dragon nest." Hearing that, the Supreme Elder of Ba Tien Holy Land said, De Tien, don't be proud. If our mountains don't move, the water will move. Next time we'll meet again at the foot of Long Saw." Having finished speaking, he reached out his hand to receive the martial arts from the monk and led the three people to fly up high. Seeing that they had gone far, those monks began to discuss again how strong this Tu Van was. The slightly long-haired monk said in a bit of a panic, "It's really scary. I'm afraid this time when the Holy Land is mixed up, it's about to become the biggest winner." The black-robed monk said, "Don't jump to conclusions too early. The time-space body of Emperor Lai Tan has not yet appeared." Above the ring, Lu Ninyan stood behind De Tien and said, "It seems that your Chaos Holy Land is finally about to rise." These compliments from Lu Ninyan made De Tien happy. He said, "That's right. Unfortunately you only have less than 100 years of life left. I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day." At the same time, in the exit door of the dragon's nest, at this time, Tu Van was holding his hands tightly and said to the person in front of him, "Junior Sister Tang, you go out first, it's okay for you to stay alone." Hearing that, Tang Van clasped his hands, raised his sparkling eyes and smiled and said, "Brother Chu, take care, I hope you won the first battle and killed Emperor Lai Tan." Having said that, she felt a little regretful. "Unfortunately, my little strength not only couldn't help, but also implicated you." Having finished speaking, the two separated. Tang Van turned towards the exit of the dragon's nest. As for Tu Van, at this time he was gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Two circular vortices appeared on both sides of his hands. He said that this time, the three formations had been arranged, and he would definitely make it so that Emperor Lai Tan would never return. A moment later, from monks were approaching Tu Van. Looking at his actions, they discussed, "Who is he? What is he doing?" Another monk replied, "He is Tu Van, he is definitely arranging the formation." Another monk exclaimed, "Formation? Mom, didn't he want to kill Lai Tande?" Another monk exclaimed, "Scary." On the other side, Tu Van had clasped his hands together, his eyes exuding murderous intent, smiling and saying, "If you want to go, then get out quickly, otherwise you will both die." Hearing that, those monks were panicked, scared, and their faces were full of sweat. Then, as if reacting, those monks panicked and ran to the exit of the dragon's nest, not forgetting to shout in panic, "Go quickly, go quickly." Another person was also rushing away and said, "Lai Tande, True Vos Cuc, the two of them can't win, let's not touch him and bring bad luck." Another monk also urged, "Let's go quickly." They panicked and ran to the door of the true dragon nest, and at the same time did not forget to discuss, "I feel that this time Emperor Lai Tan is gone." Another monk also said, "That's right." Tu Van hugged the tree and waited for the rabbit, but there was also a formation, he couldn't get out. Another monk also exclaimed that Tu Van was really cruel. A moment later, when those monks had gone out from the foot of the dragon's nest, suddenly a hand reached out to block a monk's face and asked, what exactly happened inside. The owner of that arm was Van Duong Hui. Seeing the person in front of him, the monk clasped his hands together, bowed slightly and said, "Elder Van, Chaos Holy Land Tu Van is setting up a formation at the exit. Wanted to kill Emperor Lai Tan." Hearing that, Van Duong Hui slightly frowned and said, "That doesn't make sense." Having said that, he was a little worried, thinking to himself, won't something really happen to Emperor Chang? At this time, inside the exit door of the dragon's nest, Tu Van was sitting and thinking, there is not much time left, Lai Tande is definitely about to appear. Suddenly there was a sound from far away. Tu Van tilted his head slightly to look into the distance. Tu Van's eyes became sharp and said, "Here." In the distance, Lai Tande was leading Mo Tien Tuet slowly to the exit of the dragon's nest. Seeing the person sitting in front of the door, Tu Van slightly raised his mouth and called out, "Tu Van." Seeing the two of them, Tu Van was a little happy and said, Lai Tanda, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, Tu Van was meditating. He continued to say, today in this place, will be your grave. Hearing that, Lai Tanda slightly frowned, his eyes sharp and said, Tu Van, you are too overbearing. Behind him, Mo Tien Tuet also said, Tu Van, also a holy son of the Holy Land, why do you have to hunt down and destroy him like that? Having finished speaking, she put her hand on her chin and thought to herself, she didn't expect that the boy she completely ignored was so strong. On the other side, Tu Van propped up one leg and placed his hand on it, his eyes sharp as he said, in the previous attacks at the foot of the dragon's nest, the primitive Holy Land always pursued and destroyed our Holy Land. Where were you at that time? Tu Van's words made Mo Tien Tuet a little embarrassed and said this. Without letting Mo Tien finish his sentence, Tu Van stood up and said, what the first princess did to the Holy Land before is what I want to do now. Then he continued to speak to Tanda. Lai Tanda, the 9 members of Chu Feingu's group have gone one step ahead, waiting for you. Facing Tu Van, Lai Tanda smiled and said, Tu Van, today I must kill you to avenge my brothers. As soon as his words ended behind him, Mo Tien Tuet's eyes became sharp, saying, this person has cruel methods, has completely entered a demon. I don't know if he will threaten the entire cultivation world. These fake words of Mo Tien Tuet made Tu Van a little angry. Holy Mother, take back your nonsense. This place is your death. As soon as this sentence ended, a pair of feet kicked hard on the ground. Its owner is Lai Tanda. At this moment he is kicking the ground hard and flying quickly towards Tu Van. Looking at him, Tu Van smiled, raised his hand to his chest and said, come. On the other side, Lai Tanda was still running towards Tu Van, but when he got to a distance from Tu Van, he stopped and showed no signs of moving on. Seeing that Lai Tanda did not continue, Tu Van was a little surprised. His eyes opened wide, thinking, huh? On the other side, Lai Tanda raised his hand and said, Tu Van, do you think I'm stupid? If I knew you were skilled in formations, how could I fall into the trap? Hearing that, Tu Van laughed a little and said, what if you know? Unless you don't want to go out. Lai Tanda slightly raised one leg and said, Tu Van, you look down on me too much. Having said that, countless red rays of spiritual energy appeared around him, and he smiled slightly. Moments later, his whole body was filled with red aura. Seeing that, Tu Van opened his mouth wide in surprise. Moments later, 2 streams of red air flew out. Seeing that, Tu Van's eyes became sharp and he frowned slightly, not knowing what Lai Tanda was doing. At this moment, Lai Tanda smiled and punched the ground hard. A moment later, he punched again to the side. Tu Van looked at the 2 cracked places, dirt and rocks flying, and said, how did you discover the place where I hid the spirit stone? Do you also understand about formations? Lai Tanda smirked, then said, Tu Van, do you not look down on the body as an ornament? Then he said somewhat contemptuously, you are just a body refiner. The array formation cannot completely cover the spiritual energy waves of the spirit stone. In the distance, Tu Van heard these words, clenched his hands, his face turned a little dark, looking at the calendar stone in the middle of the formation. On the other side, no matter what Tu Van thought, Tanda stomped his foot hard on the ground and said, I just need to mobilize the power of space to easily find it. The rocks on the ground surrounded Lai Tanda's body. He said, Tu Van, without the help of the formation, this time I will see how you can fight me. Hearing that, Tu Van smirked and said, Lai Tanda, do you think I can only rely on the formation to deal with it? Using the formation just makes killing you a little easier. Hearing that, Tanda's eyes were sharp, his surroundings filled with pink spiritual energy, and he said, shameless boasting. As soon as this sentence ended, Tu Van's mind was filled with incomprehensible question marks. He just opened his eyes wide and looked at Lai Tanda. I don't know what method Lai Tanda used. At this moment he jumped behind Tu Van and shouted loudly, die! Meanwhile, Tu Van was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. A large hand with hearing rushed towards me. The owner of that hand is Lai Tanda. He is rushing towards Tu Van, but he does not let him have his way. He summoned the golden bell to protect himself, then he raised one hand and said, if you want to sneak attack me, do you think I don't know your tricks? At the same time, jingling sounds rang out due to the collision of Lai Tanda's hand and the bell. Hearing that, Lai Tanda angrily raised his hand and punched the bell very hard. He was trying to break his defense. At the same time, a loud sound also rang out. The other blow came out, it hit the needle very hard, creating tinkling sounds. But everything was not as he wanted. The bell only swayed a little and then stood still, with no signs that it was broken. Seeing that, Lai Tanda's eyebrows twitched, his teeth clenched, and he said each word, unexpectedly, your needle is stronger than before. The power of 800,000 pounds cannot destroy it. Tu Van was standing in Kim Chung Chao, raised his head to look at Tanda and said, "No wonder you brag shamelessly, wanting to defeat me. It turns out you just gained 100,000 pounds of strength. What a pity, I just gained 100,000 pounds and have reached the limit of physical training." Tu Van's words made Lai Tanda panic. He frowned slightly and asked, "What? You already have 1,000 pounds of strength?" Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, in history, there's only one person, the great patriarch of chaos of the Chaos Holy Land, who can reach this level. I didn't expect this kid to be able to achieve it. If you are such a cruel demon, you cannot save your life today. Thinking about it, he tried to shout, "Tian Trung Chuang." As he finished speaking, countless hands appeared behind him. Those hands quickly rushed into the needle, punching it hard and not forgetting to shout, "Let's see how long you can resist." Meanwhile, Tu Van stood in the middle of the coin and did nothing. A moment later, although Lai Tanda still punched the bronze needle countless times, it remained intact and remained as steady as before. Seeing this, Lai Tanda thought to himself, this guy can really resist. If that's the case, will I not be able to control him? A moment later he saw something. His whole face turned black, his eyes opened wide, his face was full of sweat. He thought to himself, this. Before he finished thinking, something surrounded by yellow spiritual energy rushed towards Lai Tanda. Seeing this, Emperor Lai Tan also cast a time deceleration spell to stop that spell. Even though he had time to slow down, that magic had already approached Lai Tanda. Seeing this, he clenched his teeth, widened his eyes, and slightly tilted his head to one side. Then his eyes narrowed, looking at what was passing by his face. The weapon that rushed past Lai Tanda was a knife. At this moment, he was tilting his head and frowning as he looked at it. Seeing that, Tu Van, who was in the Kim Chung, grimaced, looked at Lai Tanda with sharp eyes and thought to himself, what a pity. It was very difficult to seize the opportunity, but could not hurt him. Now that he has preparedness, it will be very difficult to succeed. Thinking about it, Tu Van slightly jumped up and spread his arms out. At the same time countless knives rushed out from his brother, then said, "Next it's my turn, I'll see how long you can resist." Seeing Tu Van begin to attack, Lai Tanda quickly used his techniques to lean forward to avoid those knives. Not only that, he also took the time to say, "It seems like no one can do anything to anyone. Or leave." He moved back a bit and said, "Once imprisoned here, you will have to stay here for 100 years. As soon as the Tan's voice fell, countless swords rushed towards Tanda. Seeing this, Lai Tanda began to move to the other side and said, "Tu Van, I won't play with you anymore. Wait until the next Holy Land Exchange meeting. I will definitely defeat you in front of everyone." Having said that, Emperor Lai Tan ran quickly to the teleportation point. At the feet of Emperor Lai Tan, a formation began to open. Seeing that Lai Tanda was starting to want to leave the dragon's nest, Tu Van threw out the knife in his hand and said, "If you want to go, do I give you permission to go?" Looking at the flying knife, Tanda's face turned pale, sweat poured down his forehead. Then, as if realizing the danger, Lai Tanda jumped high to avoid the knife. At the same time Motien Tuet threw stones to block the rapidly approaching blade. Seeing that, Tu Van slightly bent down to avoid those stones, then let the stones fall to the ground. Tu Van stomped his foot on the ground, sharp eyes looking forward. On the other side, Motien Tuet seemed to feel something behind her, so at this moment she was very scared, her eyes wide open, her face full of sweat. That's right, at this moment there was a dark shadow behind her. That shadow was Tu Van. At this time, he captured and held the knife in front of Motien Tuet's neck and said, "Lai Tanda, don't want her to die, obediently stay." Seeing that her life was in Tu Van's hands, Motien Tuet stammered in fear, Don't kill me." Hearing that, Tu Van looked at Lai Tanda in front and slowly said, "Then we have to see how much your tutor loves you." Tu Van's words made Tanda silent for a moment before he said, "Tien Tuet, sorry. Until the day I become emperor, I will remember you." Emperor Tan's words had not yet ended. On the other hand, a hand reached up and pushed aside Motien Tuet's bangs, revealing her sparkling eyes that were streaming with tears like rain. Seeing this, Motien Tuet said in fear, "Brother, what do you want to do?" At this moment, Motien Tuet's body was filled with blue light. She was scared and raised her hand to her chest, her voice trembling a bit. "Brother, what are you doing to me? Don't." Behind her, Tu Van looked at this scene and smiled. Moments later, the place where the two of them were exploded, causing Tu Van to be shot far away, and he also spit out a lot of blood. Some time later, Tu Van stood on the ground, his sharp eyes looking at the person in front of him. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and said, "Lai Tanda, you are so cruel. In the distance, Emperor Laitan rushed to Tu Van and said, "If you succeed, don't worry about details, die." At the same time, there was a tubular light behind him, and in the distance there were circles of light like a bottomless pit. Suddenly he turned around and walked towards the door. He didn't forget to turn his head to look at Tu Van. It seemed like he read Tu Van's thoughts. He no longer walked towards the exit, but flew around Tu Van, then leaned on Tu Van's body from behind and gently said, "This time you can't run." "Where?" Hearing that, Tu Van turned his head slightly and looked back, disdainfully saying, "The one who can't run is you." Having said that, he raised his hand, held up 2 fingers and said, "Let's start the battle." As soon as Tu Van's voice ended, a huge pattern appeared under Lai Tanda's feet, which was the Toa Dragon formation. Seeing this, Tanda panicked and asked, "Why is there still a formation?" Hearing that, Tu Van happily spread his arms and stood in the middle of the formation and said, "That kind of formation appearing in front of you, along with all the things just now, are all baits to make you let down your guard. This shining dragon formation is the real killer." These words of Tu Van made Lai Tanda's face turn black, saying that this bastard was indeed cunning. In order not to let me recognize him, he acted for me to see. On the other hand, Tu Van shouted angrily, "All the things the princess did to Chaos, today must be reclaimed." Hearing that, Lai Tanda angrily shouted, "Tu Van, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After speaking, he thought again, "This bastard is too strong, he can only temporarily burn the body of time and space to kill him." Thinking about it, behind him appeared a stream of blue spiritual energy forming a circle. Then he threw a magical ring of the moon god towards Tu Van. Very quickly, that magical path flew towards Tu Van's forehead. Seeing that, Tu Van gritted his teeth, opened his eyes wide to look at it, then he unleashed his own energy to fight that magic. The 2 spells collided, creating a huge explosion. A moment later, Tu Van's body appeared in the middle of a pile of dust and smoke. At this moment, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and laughed loudly. "Very good. Being able to meet an opponent with equal strength, it really makes people excited." Speaking of this, his face filled with joy and his voice became even more excited. "Seeing you burn the body of time and space, my blood also began to boil. This is the first time someone has been able to send me flying." Having said this, he bent down and rushed forward without forgetting to say, "Let's fight." Hearing that, Lai Tanda also became more excited. He clapped his hands together and said, "Okay." Having said that, he also rushed towards Tu Van. As soon as the sentence ended, the 2 rushed at each other. 2 magic spells, one green and one yellow, confronting each other. The 2 spells collided, causing the 2 spells to shatter. There was not only the sound of collision between the 2 magical paths, but also the sound of something breaking. While Tu Van resisted Tanda's attack, he listened to see what was happening. It turned out that the cracking sound was Tu Van's formation breaking. The fragments of the formation were flying in the sky. Lai Tanda cast out a time-space magic spell and at the same time did not forget to say, "Tu Van, without the formation, you will surely die." Tu Van promptly put his shield out in front of him. However, because the other guy's blow was too strong, the shield also cracked. He was still hit by some aftershocks and was blown away, his mouth spitting out fresh blood. He regained his balance, waved his hands and pointed the sharp swords towards him. "It's a pity that your injuries are so light. I really want to see how long your time-space body can burn." Lao Tzu also has a flying knife. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered countless swords from another dimension to fly towards him. That guy frowned. Although he was very angry, he had to admit that what this bastard said was right. If he waited too long, his body would burn dry. Having said that, he did not hesitate and rushed straight towards the tip of Tu Van's sword. He was determined to rush out no matter what. Although he avoided most of the fatal shots, there were still places on his body that were injured by the sword. When Tu Van saw him approaching, his expression did not change, creating a bright yellow magic weapon in front of him. The other guy raised his hand forward, intending to attack him directly. His hand approached the shield. At this time, Tu Van's face changed slightly. His hand contained heavy strength, breaking the shield and touching him closely. He was made to vomit blood by his aura. Unable to resist, I already had thoughts of starting to risk my life. The body of time and space is difficult to deal with. However, I have already thought about this point. From his hand appeared a stream of blue light, which then formed a large sword. He held that sword firmly in his hand. Then, immediately give that guy Lai Tanda a shot. He didn't have time to react. The sword caused one of his arms to separate. His face turned into panic, looking fearfully at the sword in Tu Van's hand. He held the sword firmly and backed away a bit. He turned around, His body was now very damaged. I hurriedly ran away, thinking that I could finally get out. He watched him run away from behind, gently waved his hand, pointed his sword at him, and commanded, "Go." The sword immediately flew towards him, landing straight on one of his legs. That guy spit out blood, and now even his legs are not healthy. He tried to stand up after falling to the ground, gritting his teeth. However, there was no time to counterattack. He could only hold his bleeding arm and use all his strength to run towards the door. Seeing him like this, Tu Van also frowned. Damn, he's really a little strong man who can't be beaten to death. The tip of the throwing knife appeared behind him. More flying knives appeared straight towards that guy. His face now looked extremely scared. There were many people outside the door. Someone raised their hands high and shouted, "Big deal, big deal. Tu Van is crazy." Lai Tanda was held by him at the exit. Van Duong Hui was surprised when he heard it and immediately asked, "What? What's going on? Is Tu Van really that strong?" One person bowed respectfully. "Back in Elder Van, I heard Tu Van say that he had hundreds of thousands of fighting powers." Looking at his expression, the fear is real. Hearing what that guy said, Van Duong Hui was surprised. He didn't expect that he actually had millions of fighting power. The people around couldn't believe their ears. How many people exclaimed, "Hundreds of thousands of fighting power? That's too melodramatic. So isn't that the ultimate level of body refining? I feel like it's not possible." The three people, Deep Vo Tran, Quang Hao Nin, and Truong Van Phi, stood close together, sharing the same thought. This person will definitely be a big enemy standing in my way in the future. His thoughts stopped. The guy in the middle crossed his arms, complacently said loudly, defeating Truong Van Phi, "I am such a peerless demon, I see who dares to laugh at me anymore." De Tien stood next to him and smiled faintly. "My disciple has the qualities of a great emperor, haha." Lu Nanyin continued, "That's of course." Van Duong Hui's face was serious. "I don't believe it. I don't believe Tu Van can really defeat Emperor Lai Tan." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise behind him and a figure flew out, screaming in pain. Duong Hui turned around and was surprised to see that it was Saint Emperor. He quickly helped Tanda, who was fainting. "Tanda, why did he become like this?" Emperor Tan struggled, trying to say every word. "Elder, your majesty, aren't you saying that Tu Van is a mortal who eats divine pills?" Then Duong Hui glared, disgusted that this Tu Van had such skill. Seeing that the other man's breathing was weakening, Duong Hui supported his back and said, "Tanda, don't talk anymore, don't worry, I won't let you die." Another guy was equally worried, stammering, Tanda, is he okay?" He poured his spiritual energy into Tanda's body, and as soon as he answered, that guy's arms and legs were still supported, and he had a spiritual treasure that could restore him. The problem is the wound from the flying knife. However, that Tu Van is so cruel, he has already entered a demon. The early Holy Land absolutely cannot tolerate him. De Tien replied right behind him, "Van Duong Hui, there is no hatred in the true dragon nest. This is the matter that the 6 great Holy Lands have set out. Do you want to go back on your word? Could it be that you only let the primitive Holy Land kill the people of our Chaos Holy Land at will, but not allow the common people of our Chaos Holy Land to fight back?" A few other people heard De Tien speak and quickly followed suit. "That's right. Before, the princess also wanted to use 9 people to kill Tu Van alone. Now I can't catch chickens and I lose rice. That's right, my talent isn't as good as other people, and I'm too embarrassed to be angry. I really don't have any dignity." A few people were making a commotion when another voice interrupted. "Can everyone please stop talking about Elder Van like that?" Looking back at the source of the sound, it turned out to be Tu Van. He stepped out, looking arrogant. "If it weren't for him coming to my holy land to show off his power and help me create fake intelligence, I wouldn't have had the chance to prepare so thoroughly." After finishing speaking, he added, "Tu Van would like to thank Elder Van." Seeing him, everyone shouted, "Out, Tu Van out!" A young hero, he became famous in an instant, but unexpectedly he became the biggest dark horse of this year. The applause continued non-stop. Then Duong Hui was still trying his best to save Emperor Lai Tan. He was angry in his heart but had not yet had time to express it. Tu Van came closer, looked at the two of them and was a bit provocative. He didn't expect that senior brother Lai was still young and would fall into this situation. Truly a great loss to our cultivating world. The other guy standing nearby heard this and also got upset and pointed his finger straight at Mr. Tu Van's face. "You've had enough, don't stay here and pretend to be compassionate, isn't this what you did?" After listening, he calmly said, "Don't talk nonsense, I am a mortal, I don't have that ability." Then Duong Hui was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his face changed color. At this time, Emperor Tan coughed a few times. Although he was still weak, he was a bit better than before. Consuming more than 9 parts of the source's power, it can still be saved. Then Duong Hui turned towards him. Tu Van, I admit I saw wrong. Although I said that, in my heart I secretly believe that the only person who could become a Taoist in this life was Emperor Lai Tan. Putting Tanda still weak on the ground, he continued, De Tien, I'll go ahead and wait for you. Another day, you and I will be under the 9 Yu, to see whose disciple can become the great emperor. Having said that, he cast a magic formation and immediately teleported to another place. When he left, De Tien said to Tu Van Duong Hui and I fought for so many years. But unexpectedly because of my disciples, the oil ran out and the lights went out. Children, let's go. He also obediently, yes, master. But the entourage you received hasn't come out yet. Let's wait for him. He seemed quite happy. Is there still an entourage? Okay, let's wait for him. At that time, Lu Ninyin said congratulations to the Holy Land for having heavenly pride, the matter here is over, we will go now. Next to him was Tang Van who was blushing. Tang Van approached and smiled brightly. Brother Chu, thank you very much for this trip at the foot of the dragon nest. Without you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to go out. Will you come to Sun Tui sect as a guest in the future? He smiled. Yes, on the way, having seen your sister Tang to accompany me, I'm also very happy. There was no time left. Sister Tang turned around and walked with Lu Nanyin, waving goodbye to Senior Brother Chu. Goodbye, Senior Sister Tang. The two of them flew up high. Nanyin reminded her, Van, don't think about Senior Brother Chu anymore, he is not from the same world as you. Sister Tang was a little sad. Master, I understand. Tu Van smiled happily and asked his master, can my entourage take me back to the Holy Land? Master's face was serious. Of course our chaotic Holy Land can be destroyed. As long as you agree, it is possible. When the master finished speaking, Tu Van also exclaimed, Ah, True Vo Cuc has finally come out. Seeing the haggard yellow-haired man, his eyes white, his mouth wide open blowing out smoke, his hand still holding a cane, he hesitated a bit. But why are you so shabby? Hey, how did you end up like this? He grimaced, having bad luck when looking for Emperor Lai Tan and encountering a mutant true dragon with 900,000 pounds of combat power. It almost kills me. Hearing 900,000 pounds of fighting power, Tu Van's eyes lit up and he drooled. What a pity, that's 900,000 pounds, it must be delicious to eat. True Vo Cuc was also helpless, just snorted. The elder of the ancient desert Holy Land and De Tien saw the two people talking and said in unison, why do they feel like these two people seem to know each other? I just patted his back. Master, let me introduce to you, he is the follower I mentioned, his name is True Vo Cuc. As soon as he finished speaking, both masters gasped in surprise, their eyes seemed to fall out, shouting loudly, what did you say? The elder Tai Thuan of the ancient Holy Land was sweating coldly and arrogantly. Chu Van, don't think that you can defeat Emperor Lai Tan and dare to be overbearing in front of our ancient Holy Land. In my heart, I thought to myself, this Tu Van is definitely brain damaged. Zhao Wuji is a peerless demon of the ancient Holy Land, how can he be someone else's follower? He just laughed. You can ask True Vo Cuc. The elder of the ancient territory turned to him. True Vo Cuc acknowledged Elder Lam. He was telling the truth. You are now Tu Van's follower. He was surprised, couldn't believe his ears, his eyes widened. What? You're kidding, right? You are the holy son of our ancient Holy Land, you will become a great emperor in the future, how is that possible? True Vo Cuc did not hesitate and replied, Tu Van and I have an agreement, whoever is strong is the boss, but in the future I will definitely be able to defeat him. Zhao Wuji, your promise is worth gold. Tu Van listened and just crossed his arms and smiled shyly. Chief Lam still seems to keep his old expression, conjecturing that this child must have been brainwashed by Tu Van. He tried to persuade, have you ever thought about it? There has never been a holy son of the Holy Land who has served as an entourage for someone else. If you do this, where will the reputation of the ancient territory be? True Vo Cuc is still determined. I am invincible. I believe I will defeat Tu Van, become a great emperor, and rule the world. At that time, the ancient Holy Land will call you back. The guy who was standing behind all this time listened to True Vo Cuc's answer and praised him. Worthy of being the #1 war general under my command, he really has courage. He turned back, don't be too proud, sooner or later I will defeat you. Elder Tai Thuan of the ancient Holy Land saw that True Vo Q could not be persuaded, so he turned to tell his master, De Tien, our deserted ancient Holy Land will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. This matter, mister, it's best to give us an answer. Emperor Tian was calm. True Vo Cuc was not forced by our Holy Land chaos, so there is no need for an answer. Elder Lam was annoyed and asked one last time, True Vo Cuc, will you follow me? He's still the same. True Vo Cuc is a decent and upright person. If he goes back on his word today, there will be a gap in his feelings and he will no longer have the chance to become a great emperor. He also thought that for True Vo Cuc, it was really like that. Looking at Tien, he said, I will go back to inform the Holy Master, this matter is not over yet. Having finished speaking, under the witness of several people standing there, the Supreme Elder of the Ancient Wilderness soared and left. A few other guys who were not related but kept on gossiping and sneaking around saying that True Vo Cuc had become Tu Van's entourage again. This Tu Van was so powerful. The two great holy lands won't start a war because of this. After all, the entire cultivation world is about to be in uproar, going against the heavens. Tien turned to you and True Vo Cuc, let's go. We're back, then gone. In the distance, a look of fear followed them. Elder Tai Thuong of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land looked at the few people around him. Lu Nam's son didn't come out. Who killed our holy son of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land? Others say that since the dragon's nest is closed, won't my disciples die in there? This matter must be investigated clearly. Another guy heard everything, later said it was Tu Van. I saw from afar, he killed senior brother Willow Nam's son. Hearing this, the elder of Heavenly Knife Territory asked, Are you telling the truth? Elder Tai Thuong of Tien Dao Holy Land asked again, Are you telling the truth? That guy immediately affirmed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, nothing is as real as it is. The elder of Heavenly Knife Holy Land frowned, Tu Van, you are so good, even Lu Nam's son dares to kill. He used his magic power to fly high and mixed up the Holy Land. You're waiting. It's best for you to give our Heavenly Knife Territory an answer. The few people below continued to gossip. The Chaos Holy Land was about to have trouble. His grandfather was a servant of the Heavenly Knife Territory. That's right, I heard it was an ancient man. Yes, still extremely domineering, Tu Van is about to suffer. The scene changes to the Holy Land of Chaos. A person was looking at the mountains and rivers of the Holy Land. Counting the days, the elders and disciples who had arrived at the true dragon nest were about to return. The other disciples behind also passed on the words, speaking loudly behind them. Tien Nhat Tai rewarded the elder to bow and pay his respects to the Holy Master. The Holy Master has returned, no need for much ceremony. What did you gain from this trip to the dragon's nest? Thanks to the blessing of the Holy Master, my disciple performed well this time. Not only did he enter the second forbidden domain, but he also obtained a heaven and earth fruit. Elder Tien Nhat said. Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and said to the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Heaven and earth are indeed the ultimate treasure, which can help the great power of heaven to break through. The Holy Master of the Holy Land is blessed this time. He will probably be able to ascend to the peak of heaven in one step. A few students behind were excited, afraid that in the future they would have the opportunity to become saints. But they did not expect that Chu Kintu would have such a great harvest. Harmful. So Kintu sobbed, Haha, what a pity that the enlightenment pill had already been exhausted, and wanting to take another step was no longer possible. A few students behind were excited, afraid that in the future they would have the opportunity to become saints. But they did not expect that So Kintu would have such a great harvest. Harmful. He looked at the Supreme Elder and said, I wonder how Tu Van performed this time? He replied, I don't know about this, because my child went out on the third day. The Holy Master of the Holy Land nearby also said, After all, the boy's strength is too weak. If he has a treasure, he must quickly get out to save his life. Do it right. So Kintu was pained. Holy Master, I know a little about Van Tu's situation. I learned from someone else that 9 people from Chu Feingu's group from the early Holy Land had a plan to surround and kill senior brother Chu. I don't know what the outcome would be. After listening, a few others chimed in. I heard that this time the first generation sent out disciples from the group of top 10 body refining realms, so wouldn't it be true that except Lai Tanda, all of them went to surround and kill Tu Van? Fear is good, a little bad, a lot, that's right. Elder Tien Nhat Thuong returned. Isn't it because Tu Van is too overbearing? Before entering the dragon's nest, he defeated Truong Van Phi of the Ba Vang sect, revealing his true strength. Such a personality is destined not to live long. De Tien still does not know how to teach his disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a familiar voice from behind. Who said I, De Tien, don't know how to teach disciples? Looking towards the source of the voice, there was a group of people including De Tien, Chu Van and True Vo Cuc. The three of them had finally returned. Seeing someone wondering about True Vocuc, why is there another person? Emperor Tian ignored it and said in the clearest voice, "Listen, my disciple Qiu Van at the foot of the dragon nest killed 9 great disciples of the First Holy Land, seriously injured Emperor Lai Tan, and wiped out all kinds of geniuses. In addition, he also reached the ultimate physical refining stage, with 1,000 pounds of combat power, making our Chaos Holy Land powerful in the world." As he spoke, he was proud. Everyone in the crowd gasped and exclaimed in disbelief. A few people watching the excitement kept talking. Killing 9 of the first disciples of the first generation, seriously injuring Emperor Lai Tan, was truly too strong. He finally vented my anger. 1,000 pounds of fighting power, isn't that the same as the old ancestor? The Holy Land of Chaos is about to rise. Lu Tiandu and Elder Tian Not Tai Thuong both thought that Qiu Van was too dazzling, and both he and the elder became a glimmer of light. Disgusting, the name de Tian is taking over. The two of them had a bit of a bad mindset and didn't seem to fit in with the crowd of people praising Qiu Van and his master. They surrounded him. The master and True Vocuc congratulated Elder D. Tian, promoting the prestige of our Chaos Holy Land. Holy Sun Qiu Van has made the Holy Land shine. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos raised his hand and said to Qiu Van, "You help our Chaos Holy Land to be a little angry and have successfully established the citadel. Our Holy Land has always had rewards. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Qiu Van smiled. "Holy Master has praised you too much. This is a matter of duty. How dare you ask for a reward?" The Holy Master of the Holy Land rubbed his hands. "That won't work." He was a bit excited. "So please ask the Holy Master to do as he pleases. No matter what, the disciples will not criticize. Having been in the mixed Holy Land for so long, I have long considered this place my home. There's no such thing as doing something for your family that requires a reward." The old man turned around to look at him, secretly praising this disciple for being so powerful, kicking the ball towards the Holy Master, relying on his status. How could he give a normal treasure? This absolutely suits Qiu Van's requirements better. As if he knew what his master was thinking, he also explained to himself that he really didn't think like that. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos spoke. "I thought of a treasure. I hope you will like it." Qiu Van was a bit surprised and curious about what it was. The Holy Master of the Holy Land held out a sword. This was the Golden Dragon Sword, hoping to catch the Holy Sun's eyes. Qiu Van seriously knelt down, using both hands to hold the Golden Dragon Sword. He bowed his head, and thanked the Holy Master. Some people were wondering, this Golden Dragon Sword is said to have been created by the Holy Master who killed Zhao Long in Nirvana, using dragon bones, and is unique. That's right, I heard it was about to be passed on to my disciples. Others interjected. Qiu Van was originally a courtier. It seems that the Holy Master has already considered Qiu Van a servant. De Tian rubbed his beard, thinking it was not bad, giving the Golden Dragon Sword to Qiu Van to prove that the Holy Master recognized Qiu Van. Just wait until Qiu Van becomes stronger and defeats the other saints, then he can be promoted to the position of a servant. On this side, True Vocuc stood on one side, leaning on his hands, not knowing what he was thinking. The Holy Master of the Holy Land saw him and immediately asked, "Who is this person? Why is there an ancient holy body? Why come to our Holy Land?" The Supreme Elder next to him immediately replied that he was the Holy Son of the ancient Holy Land. His name was True Vocuc. As for why he came to our chaotic Holy Land, I also don't know. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land heard the name and asked, "True Vocuc?" De Tian immediately added that True Vocuc had decided to follow Qiu Van, and was now Qiu Van's entourage. Qiu Van absent-mindedly scratched his head. "Ha, Master is really disrespectful, and even acting like that. Have you paid the copyright fee yet?" The Holy Master of the Holy Land was surprised. "What? How is this possible?" Even the most noble elders couldn't believe it. This thing was really too awesome. People who heard the story followed along. The ancient sacred body is actually a fake follower? Qiu Van firmly affirmed that nothing is more real. "Come on, Vocuc, come with us to greet the Holy Master." Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, a bit unwilling. He bowed and introduced himself, his junior True Vo Chui, to meet the Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos. The Holy Master of the Holy Land happily waved his hand. "Ha ha, that's great, True Vo Chi, you don't need to be so polite. Even though you are Qiu Van's retainer, we will absolutely not destroy your talent. I declare that your position in the mixed Holy Land is equal to that of a Holy Son, receiving the treatment of a Holy Son. After hearing this, True Vocuc didn't believe it was such a good thing. He was a little frozen. He performed the ceremony again, thanking the Holy Master. The thoughts in my heart still seemed unexpected. This Holy Master of Chaos really means it, saying that he is just Tu Van's follower. Let me have the treatment of a saint like in an ancient holy land. The Holy Master seemed to have heard what he said, then turned to Tu Van's master, Detien, the Supreme Elder. You take them home first, then come to me to talk. Detien quickly received the order. Yes, Holy Master. At the Heavenly Knife Holy Land, a person knelt outside and reported, Please tell me, the old man is ashamed. He cannot safely bring back His Highness the Holy Sun. I hope I will try to blame him. The person inside replied, You are not guilty. The rules of the true dragon nest are decided by us 6 great holy lands. Nam Sun died in there, because his skills were not as good as others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was movement on the door. The person inside stepped out and added, I am extremely curious about the young man who killed Nam Sun. This person will probably become my opponent on the path to becoming great emperor. As for you, consider yourself unlucky. As he spoke, he released a stream of power aimed straight at the other guy. In just a few seconds, the other guy collapsed immediately. At the Imperial Peak, the silhouettes of 3 girls appeared. I'm back. Do you guys remember me? The 3 people, Tich Xian Vu, Fu Lin and Lam Tu Na, each said a word, congratulating Senior Brother Chiu, and congratulating the young master on his successful return. Senior Brother, I miss you so much. You have swept the true dragon nest. You are truly the most powerful person among the 3 of us. Tu Van walked towards them, and when greeting them, he did not forget to introduce True Vocuc next to him. Ha 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 ha, it's great to see everyone again. This is True Vocuc, once the holy son of the ancient Holy Land. Fu Lin smiled and exclaimed, Oh, he is a saint. Has he become your retainer? Hello, Mr. Infinity. True Vo Chui was a little angry, turned around and said, If nothing happens I will go practice first, and when I reach the atmosphere, I will challenge you. On this side, Detien said to Fu Lin, go arrange a place to live. Lam Tu Na approached Tu Van, dissatisfied, being the subordinate of her senior brother, and still being so overbearing. Do you still consider yourself a saint of the ancient Holy Land? Tu Van looked at her. So you're really right, he's still the same saint's son. This is what the saint said himself. If there's nothing wrong, don't tease him. She pouted, a bit petulant. I know, senior brother. Tu Van said to Tich Xian Vu, Senior Sister Tich, please take me to the magic tower. I want to challenge the Phantom Tower before ascending to the Qi gathering stage. The virtual magic tower still has many unclaimed rewards. Tich Xian Vu also agreed. Then the 2 of them immediately stood on the sword and flew to the magic tower. Below, Lam Tu Na propped her hands up in anger. Hateful. Clearly she also knew how to fly with a sword. Why did senior brother look for senior sister Tich and not me? Tu Van stood above, thinking that this time he would definitely defeat his ancestor and become the ultimate emperor of the body refining realm. This time at Huinma Tower. Some of them have arrived. Tu Van goes up first, brother goes in first. You guys wait here for a moment. Lam Tu Na looked at the flow of people. Wow, so many people came. Tich Xian Vu agreed, yes, even the elders came. Many viewers were excitedly discussing. Tu Van is about to challenge the master, come and watch. This scene is rare to see in 10,000 years. 1,000 times cannot be missed. I wonder if he can succeed or not? Lam Tu Na was excited. Senior brother Tu seemed to be about to make a name for himself. Xian Vu added, that's right, the patriarch has been an invincible character in suppression for tens of thousands of years. Tu Van stood on the tower, standing tall with his hands up. Ghost, I want to challenge the first physical refining powerhouse in history. A voice replied, as you wish. A huge foot appeared, carrying many bright sparks. A large figure appeared, looking muscular, seemingly possessing terrible power. Tu Van doesn't seem afraid at all. Patriarch, disciple Tu Van wants to defeat someone today. The patriarch's huge body overwhelmed Tu Van. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The tower had a slight shaking. Lam Tu Na looked up and asked her sister in wonder, Look, what's on the top of the tower? Looks like divine light. Tich Xian Vu replied. Above is a strong stream of light passing through the tower. Tu Van and the patriarch appeared, on both sides, 2 streams of power facing each other, preparing to determine victory or defeat. The crowd below shouted. It was Tu Van and the patriarch. Probably the master guarding the virtual magic tower had taken action. Next we have the blessing of seeing. I guess the Holy Master is also here to watch the war, right? He smiled confidently. Is this true chaos? What an oppressive atmosphere. The patriarch was not worried at all, but was still a little excited. Come, challenger. Having finished speaking, looking closely, the patriarch was startled again. Huh, Brother Chu? Why Brother Chu? Tu Van was also surprised. Patriarch, are you talking? In my heart, I thought that other ghost heads could only talk like machines, but this old ancestor's shadow seemed to have normal consciousness. Patriarch crossed his arms. Patriarch? Are you calling me master? Could it be? It turns out, ha, time is magical. Patriarch, what's the matter with you? Why have self-consciousness? He asked curiously. The magic tower is a holy soldier that I found when I was young, and at first I was not conscious of it. But later I become a great emperor, so I can retain my consciousness. He secretly understood, it turned out to be so. But listening to the tone of the patriarch's voice, it seemed like he knew me, but I came here from Earth. He immediately asked, Master, how does he know me? Ha, you will know about this later. Initially you and I cultivated to the first level of body refinement realm Van Company. Today you can see, let me come test my talent with you. After saying that, he threw a punch at him. Tu Van also rushed forward. Okay. I don't think I was ever so powerful. The two punches intersected, and the two streams of power also collided directly. The whole sky echoed. The crowd below shouted, worthy of the ultimate body refining stage, truly terrifying. Of course, this is a realm that only legendary demons can achieve. Tu Van is truly evil. The patriarch immediately threw a golden hammer move at him. He immediately responded with the Tai Chi magic palm. Unexpectedly, the patriarch would break his technique. His fist also almost rushed towards Tu Van. Fortunately, he promptly used his magical powers to avoid it. Patriarch praised, you have so many fighting skills that have reached such an extreme level. No wonder even that great emperor praised your understanding. Tu Van looked at him. Patriarch, the great emperor you speak of, could there still be a great emperor in your era? Master once said that in the same world there can only be one great emperor. The patriarch raised his fist high. That was a taboo emperor. I cannot mention his name, you will know later. Tu Van had many mixed thoughts in her heart. The great emperor is the oldest emperor in the cultivation world. The history before him seems to have been erased, leaving nothing behind. It seems that this hole contains a big secret. The patriarch concentrated his strength, not forgetting to remind Tu Van, if you want to win against me, fight with all your strength. The fist containing immense power rushed straight towards him. Patriarch, I admit that you are very strong, but I absolutely will not lose. He spread his arms wide, using the great path to fuse. He cried out, and then rushed towards the master, two patriarchs, and Tu Van. They all opened their eyes wide and rushed at each other. Two powerful punches of two people collided with each other. That huge stream of power collided, shooting out countless rays of light. The two changed directions and punched each other straight in the face. Each person was injured. Blood splattered. Patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth. He could hurt me. Not bad, not bad. Tu Van also regained his balance. He wasn't done yet. I will definitely defeat you. After speaking, he waved his hand. Behind him was the broken illusion. The patriarch saw this and did not expect. Did you remove all defenses, preparing to condense all the power to attack? Tu Van rushes forward. Only then can he defeat him. The patriarch did not hesitate. You are truly a crazy person, as crazy as the heavenly overlord body and the ancient holy body. Two powerful punches crashed into each other again. This time, both could feel the other's dominance. The two created a huge explosion, shaking the whole sky. Space is like moving, opening up a new place. The two stopped. Tu Van asked, what is this? The patriarch immediately replied, this is the side of the river that the Buddha taught, and is also the ultimate goal of us cultivators, the immortal world. The patriarch added, the strongest move of the two of us, completely surpassing the limits of the body refining realm, formed a symbiosis with the great Tao. So, opening the allied to consciousness, I saw some scenes of the fairy world in the future. He wondered again, what is it that makes you awake? The patriarch further explained that the allied to consciousness sect is a kind of realm that belongs to Buddhism. It is the basis of all dharmas. He scratched his head and laughed, still not understanding. Patriarch became serious. Simply put, now is your great opportunity. You should quickly practice a combat skill. Maybe I can use this opportunity to break through to the realm of great martial arts. He nodded in agreement. Don't worry about the great path of combat skills. While you still have family knowledge, practice your combat skills first. Having finished speaking, he immediately got into position and called the system to start using enlightenment with the 9 turns beat fist. He asked the patriarch, isn't it said that the ultimate combat skill is the strongest? Why do we still have great fighting skills? The patriarch stood aside and said that great Tao combat skills are combat skills that only those who become great emperors can perform. Therefore, for the people below the great emperor, the strongest fighting skill is the ultimate fighting skill. Furthermore, your fighting skills are not bad, you can open up the great emperor, and this family technique can enter the source of 10,000 paths. This is the only opportunity for you to practice great martial arts. Whether you succeed or not depends on your understanding. He smiled. What you don't lack is enlightenment. Use one more enlightenment with 9 Zhuan Fat Fist. The patriarch advised that if you can practice great martial arts, you can at least increase your strength by 50 to 1,000 pounds. I'm still cultivating. How can admiration be so powerful? The patriarch kept saying that great Tao combat skills contain Tao patterns. Even if they are weeds, they can become as sharp as a sword in the blink of an eye. This is a gift from the great path. To what level your body can transform depends on the enlightenment and power of the heavenly tribulation. Tu Van was surprised. Wait, is there still a heavenly tribulation? Isn't that what it takes to become a saint? The patriarch sneered. Except for the holy tribulation, breaking through a certain realm will also lead to a celestial tribulation. This time, if you can comprehend the great path of combat skills, each breakthrough from now on will lead to a heavenly tribulation. Tu Van was helpless. So isn't he struck by lightning every day? Master Patriarch stood on high. Brother Tu didn't expect your understanding to be so terrifying. Storm clouds gather, a sign of disaster, you are about to break through. A thunderclap rang out, countless lightning bolts appeared against the black sky. Tu Van sat practicing in the middle of the grand path. Countless lines of text appeared around him. The people below wondered why they stopped. Tu Van even sat down. What's that on him? It seems I hear the gods chanting. The guy on this side suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Break it for me." With a wave of his hand, countless rays of light shot out again, more powerful than before. He flew up, shouting loudly in the air, "It seems like you have become a different person, your demeanor is completely different. Patriarch, let's have another match. I'm afraid that I can kill Emperor Lai Tan now with one punch. The Patriarch is here. Okay, then let me see to what level you have transformed yourself." He frowned, not dodging but preparing to rush forward. Before the Patriarch's punch could touch him, he let out a painful blow, causing him to fly away and spit out fresh blood. The Patriarch's family vomited blood. It's truly a great fighting skill. Continue. Hearing his words, Tu Van once again used his strength to rush towards him. His whole body seemed to glow. The two punches collided, creating a huge explosion of sky-high power. The Patriarch was once again knocked back and fell backwards. He remained as calm as ever, calmly saying, "Patriarch, you have lost." Patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth. Not bad, not bad, I'm afraid your strength has doubled." He replied, "Yes, an additional 900,000 pounds of strength, almost doubling it." The Patriarch smiled lightly. Surpassing the limit of the realm is so scary, no wonder the great emperor can penetrate the immortal road. He wondered a bit who that great emperor was, even his grandfather admired him so much. Exuding a blanket of power, the Patriarch answered him, "Don't think so much, the 9 heavenly tribulation is coming, go out and overcome the tribulation. I will wait for you on the fairy road, Brother Chu. I will rely on you to save the Holy Land." Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning surrounded the tower, darkening the entire tall tower. The people below said to each other, "Is this a heavenly tribulation? Don't gods only have heavenly tribulation?" Another replied, "I don't know, is this our place about to have someone become a saint?" The Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land watched below, and couldn't help but wonder who it was that saved the calamity. "Is it possible that the direction of the magic tower is you?" From above, he jumped down gently before everyone's eyes. The crowd was excited and excited. Tu Van has come out, look quickly, the first virtual magic tower has turned into the name Tu Van. He really defeated the old ancestor, defying the heavens. He stood below, looking intently at the tower being swallowed by the dark gray haze. "I'm a little worried. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid the power of the heavenly tribulation is not small." A thunderclap rang out, hitting Tu Van straight. The aftershock caused all the nearby rocks to crumble. He stood in the middle of the ruins, still surrounded by the power of the heavenly tribulation. He pinned his feet to the ground, determined not to fall. "I didn't expect that this lightning tribulation could temper my body. However, it really hurts." Another round of lightning fell. A group of people stood next to the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land, discussing among themselves, how could a body-refining realm like Tu Van bring about a lightning disaster? It seems that the old man is jealous. God is really jealous of your talent. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land stroked his beard, thinking that through the tribulation, Tu Van might be stronger, but once he couldn't stand it, he would die. The lightning strike became more and more powerful. He used all his strength, and in the end he was forced down with both hands so he could endure. It's really painful, very painful. His eyes were white, determined that he would definitely be able to withstand the last stage of the lightning tribulation. Emperor Tian stood next to the Holy Master of the Holy Land and said, "The lightning has weakened. It seems that my disciples are about to overcome the heavenly tribulation and become supremely capable." The Holy Master replied, "Yes, if you can defeat the Patriarch, withstand the lightning disaster, cast the chaos body, becoming a great emperor is only a matter of sooner or later. The sky is blue again, the disaster is over, he stands firm again." At this time, his body was full of strength, even shining with spiritual energy. In the end, his strength had reached 2,000 pounds, even more than twice that of his grandfather. If Emperor Lai Tan came here at this time, I could kill him with just one punch. He called the two masters and holy masters. De Tian looked at his disciple and said, "Honestly, you just came back not long ago and created such a big commotion." The holy master called him again. "Tu Van, I have something to ask you." The holy master raised his finger and created something. From the holy master's hand, a surrounding formation was created, separating the three people Chu Van, the holy master and De Tian from the outside. Laughed loudly at him again. "Before that, I was in the virtual magic tower and seemed to have talked with the Patriarch. Could it be that the head of the Patriarch's shadow has consciousness?" De Tian also asked, "Is there such a thing?" He replied, "Yes, I was scared at that time." The holy master continued, "So what did the Patriarch tell you?" Thinking to himself, he thought that the matter of his grandfather calling him brother should not be said. He would probably be considered a fool. He scratched his head. "The master said that you are absolutely the most talented person that has been around for countless years. Before there was no one, there will be no one after. He asked me to lead the Holy Land to become strong, and soon the fairy world will meet with him." The Holy Master spoke seriously to him again. The Patriarch was right. "From today onwards I will make you a quasi-disciple, representing my Chaos Holy Land on the outside. You and Elder De Tian go home first." He accepted the order and thanked the Holy Master. The scene changed back to the chaotic sanctuary. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms in front of him and asked him, "How much power do you have now?" He didn't answer right away but teased, "Want to know?" "I won't tell you." Then he turned around and went inside. Truvo Cuc snorted, "You wait for me, wait until I enter the atmosphere gathering scene and then come to challenge you." He looked out. Truvo Cuc was still talking behind him. He was still mumbling, "At that time, I can blow you away with one finger." "Stop gossiping." Time passed a moment later. Now he sat with De Tian. The two of them talked together. He told his master about the story at the foot of the dragon's nest. De Tian gave some rewards. He did well. The cultivation world is a world where big fish eat small fish. Whoever dares to kill me, I will kill him, no matter who he is. He bowed his head, "Yes, master." After a pause, De Tian continued, "But Lu Nam's son's grandfather, Lu Tian-du, was a descendant of the Heavenly Knife Holy Land. At that time, he was on the same level as me, with the title of Ba Dao, ancient times Tian Dao. So rich, I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. Everyone blames the master for being incompetent and unable to break through to the heavenly realm." He heard that and objected. "Master has invincible talent. He can cast half a chaotic body. What is a small Lu Tian-du?" De Tian was a bit sad. "If I can ascend to the heavenly realm, of course I won't be afraid of Lu Tian-du. Unfortunately, now I don't have much life energy left." He raised his hand and held out a handful of glowing gold. "Master, what is this?" Emperor Tian himself was also surprised. This was Bodhi fruit. After a bit of surprise and joy, De Tian waved his hand and walked away. "Even if I break through to the heavenly realm, in this life I cannot cast true chaos. Let me waste it, you better take it and use it." He thought that if the master could even control the temptation of the Bodhi fruit, he truly considered himself his successor. He tried to force into De Tian's hand, "Master, based on the disciple's enlightenment, there is no need to use Bodhi fruit at all. Next, I want to go into seclusion and break through the gathering of energy. Master, please help me stop all the things that bother me outside." After capturing De Tian Cam, he went out. De Tian had no choice but to take it and leave. If that was the case, let the teacher protect his son to attain enlightenment. After all, the teacher also really wants to see the moment when you become a great emperor. This guy is focusing his best on cultivating, as a chi gathering realm, that is, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, penetrating 360 meridians, opening 7,200 acupuncture points, finally forming a great heavenly cycle, condensing spiritual energy in Dan dying. We have to see how much spiritual energy we can hold. The power absorbed into his body made him float in midair. Time passed, and a day later, the jars he placed in front of him, while cultivating, broke. He looked at it, and scratched his head. So many top-quality spiritual treasures were consumed in just one day. This high price is really not something ordinary people can afford. Emperor Tian appeared. Disciple, is the spirit stone used up? I will help you bring the new spirit stone here. He looked at the mountain of spirit stones and happily asked, Master, why are there so many top-quality spirit stones? Tian smiled. Now you are a qualified son. What is this little spirit stone? Try to break through. He was also happy. Yes, having the spirit stone, he practiced for a month, and now he finally broke through. In his stream of power appeared the image of a huge dragon. That dragon flew through the roof and rushed high into the sky. The onlookers outside were happy with him. He had made a breakthrough. Fu Lin stood next to Tian and said that the young master's blood energy was so terrifying. I'm afraid he had already reached the stage of perfect energy gathering. Tian replied, It is very likely that this is the true supreme foundation. Tu Van has surpassed his master, which is truly extraordinary. He appeared, still carrying the silhouette of a majestic dragon behind him. Land on the ground. He clenched his fists. His strength increased 5 times, reaching 1 million pounds. Even if Emperor Lai Tan also increased his qi gathering stage to perfection, it would only be 4,000 pounds of power. Indeed, the stronger your foundation, the stronger you will be in the future. Fu Lin praised, the young master is so strong, it's like a dragon is hidden in his body. Tian also said that I feel like a mountain that has been sleeping for 10,000 years, just waiting for the moment to explode. It will be even more shocking, moving mountains and filling the sea. He thanked his master for his reward. Zhao Wuji has come to us. Is there any movement in the ancient Holy Land? Tian looked at him, wanting to tell you that, through initial negotiations, the ancient Holy Land tends to form allies. But before making allies, you must go on a trip to the ancient Holy Land till they see the sincerity of our Holy Land. He replied, What's the use of me going? Tian put his hand on his shoulder. You don't need to worry about the details. After arriving you just need to beat their genius to a pulp. As for everything else, of course there will be the elders of the Chaos Sanctuary. We come to discuss. He scratched his head again. So it turns out, my master understands. In my heart, I understood that I was asked to do the trick. Just let them know that my talent is very strong, my future achievements are immeasurable, and forming an alliance will definitely happen. A powerful light suddenly emitted. True Vo Cuc appeared from nowhere, his whole body radiating aura, provoking him. Tu Van, I want to challenge you. He glared at him. Come, let me see how much strength has increased after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have already reached the perfection gathering stage. He wasn't worried at all, just smiled. Maybe you should strike first, so that when I strike, you won't have a chance. Tian stood by and witnessed it without bothering to stop him. He also told Fu Lin that this true Vo Chui wanted to test Tu Van's strength. After all, he certainly understood that Tu Van could even defeat his ancestors. Defeated, and at the same time after leveling up, he was definitely no match. Fu Lin continued. Unfortunately, he did not know that the young master had not simply reached his limit. Zhao Wuji used his power, and his body also appeared behind him. It was extremely arrogant. Today I will let you know what the end will be for those who disregard the ancient holy body. Having finished speaking, he launched a divine fist attack and rushed forward. Gu Lin exclaimed, Worthy of being an ancient holy body, the strength of this body of true Vo Cuc has increased to 3,000 pounds. Tian followed. That's right, but that's still far behind my disciple. The incoming punch was gently blocked by one of his hands, not even moving at all. True Vo Cuc couldn't believe that one of his moves was blocked so easily. He threw another punch, shouting, This is impossible. Tu Van is still the same, calm, even smiling. Once again, the punch was blocked lightly, without any difficulty. True Vo Cuc was extremely angry and shouted hateful sentences. Using a stronger move, the war god merged, then continued to puff towards him, only this time with much greater strength. He raised a finger towards the approaching True Vo Cuc. You can stop him with just one finger. He smiled. Next it's my turn to strike. Then he looked seriously at True Vo Cuc. His finger that blocked the blow also bent down. With just one finger, Tu Van easily flicked True Vo Chi, in his strongest state, into the sky. He flew uncontrollably, immediately hitting the next building, causing its roof to shatter. Tu Van looked at him, crossed his arms and spoke up coolly, Hey, I told you, one finger can send you flying. Immediately after that, he turned and approached Tien, asking, Master, must I continue to seclude myself to reach the divine realm? Hearing that, Tien replied kindly, Your strength has increased a lot, it's best to adapt first. Otherwise, if you cannot completely control your own strength, it will cause disaster. Tu Van immediately engraved these precious reminders in his heart, and replied to his master, If that's the case, I will go to the magic tower first and challenge the strongest powerhouse in the history of gathering energy, to get used to his new power. Seeing that his disciple had understood, Tien had no intention of hindering him, so that was good. Hearing this wish, Fu Lin immediately came to take him away. Follow me, young master, I'll take you to the magic tower. Tu Van agreed, then stood with her on the giant sword floating in midair. On the way, he asked, Okay, I just heard that I brought something back from the dragon's nest and wanted to give it to you. Hearing that, Fu Lin turned around in bewilderment. For me? Tu Van immediately took out a few dazzling red gems from his pocket and showed them to her. Seeing this, Fu Lin was extremely confused and said, This is dragon fruit, a fruit with a lifespan of 10 years. No, I can't accept it, this is too precious. Seeing Fu Lin's shyness, Tu Van immediately persuaded her not to refuse. She also didn't want you not to lose her master too quickly, right? Holding the rare gems in her hands, Fu Lin still couldn't believe her eyes. Fu Lin was extremely grateful, took the pearls away and said, Okay, then thank you very much, young master. Seeing that she finally accepted, Tu Van happily said, Take it, the magic tower has arrived. Why are there so many people coming? It seems I have truly become a celebrity. After a while of flying in the sky, the two finally arrived at the magic tower. The scene before them now was a magnificent tower covered by majestic mountains. Hundreds of people are flocking here. Witnessing Tu Van's appearance, everyone standing around immediately started chatting. Senior brother Tu has come to challenge the virtual magic tower again. That's right, this time I bet he can definitely defeat Master Patriarch. That's right, senior brother Tu seems to have defended first place again. Tu Van did not hesitate, immediately jumped down from Fu Lin's flying sword, quickly rushed inside to conquer the virtual magic tower. Just a moment later, a series of new information appeared on the yellow board, causing everyone to rush there. They looked up to read and felt extremely respectful. Wow, so fast, senior brother Tu just entered and defeated the last person. It's really a quick kill. Even second place couldn't hold on for 2 seconds, so strong. Inside the virtual magic tower at this time, Tu Van was starting a fierce battle with a man with loose white hair. The two continuously exchanged moves, fighting back non-stop. This battle made Tu Van realize one thing, indeed his master was right, he cannot increase his strength overnight, he should still learn how to control his strength. Otherwise, this 1 million pounds of power cannot be exerted at all. Strength plus control is equivalent to combat power, it seems like you need to practice more. Understanding the truth, Tu Van immediately threw the decisive punch, immediately knocking down his opponent. A few days later, in a strange highland, there was a citadel hidden among the mountains. Suddenly, a mysterious black aura appeared from the sky. From that stream of air, a person with long hair leisurely walked out. Immediately a voice from below rang out, Lu Tiandu. That voice came from the Holy Master of the Holy Land. He flew up to explore and asked, Lu Tiandu, what advice do you have when you come to our Holy Land? On the other side, Lu Tiandu did not hesitate, his face was serious, he spoke, I just came here to see, you chaotic Holy Land, which master is the one who killed my nephew at the foot of the dragon nest. Having discovered this, the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land was very confused. To prevent this matter from being exposed, he invited Lu Tiandu inside the city and suggested that the 6 great holy lands have rules. The grudges in the true dragon nest cannot be brought outside. Seeing his attitude at this time, Lu Tiandu smiled sinisterly and replied, Holy Master, there is no need to be nervous. Lu Tiandu has not yet fallen to the point of bullying a junior. Even if I want revenge, I will wait for him to grow up without killing him first. Hearing Tiandu say that, the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land thought, Lu Tiandu was also invincible. Only Tian could compete for a short period of time, and would really not do anything to bully his juniors. There was no other way, he had to accept. Okay, then I will complete it for you. You follow me. Lu Tiandu was satisfied and followed the Holy Master. On the way, he began to say, I once met Emperor Laitan, his invincibility was broken, he could do nothing. I hope Tu Van of your Chaos Holy Land will not disappoint me. Without opponents, you will be very lonely. Going ahead, hearing these words, the Holy Master thought to himself, this Lu Tiandu is still as arrogant as before. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos led Tiandu to a very large place inside the city. Suddenly a voice spoke from there. Lu Tiandu, you are still so overbearing. Have you forgotten my De Tien? That year, you were beaten by me many times. That voice came from De Tien. He and Tu Van came out to say hello. Seeing his gentle appearance, Lu Tiandu excitedly replied, De Tien, to be honest, since you disappeared, I have had no opponent for many years. I really miss those days competing with you for the title. Tu Van stood next to observe Tiandu's expression, and immediately made an assessment in his mind. Looking at Lu Tiandu's expression, it seems that he is not pretending at all. The president has no opponents. This is a championship belief at any level. Suddenly his system woke up, giving an immediate announcement. Ding! Latest mission, defeat Lu Tiandu, reward 50 times enlightenment. Being assigned an unimaginable task, Tu Van was helpless, thinking, system, please. Defeat Lu Tiandu? Big brother, do you consider me a reincarnated god king? While he was engrossed in his inner monologue, De Tien suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He put his arm on Tu Van's shoulder and spoke with an extremely proud tone. Lu Tiandu, you don't need to worry about not having an opponent. My disciple, Tu Van, will catch up with you sooner or later, and will definitely defeat you. Seeing De Tien say that, Lu Tiandu immediately turned his attention to Tu Van. He did not hesitate to praise. You said it was him? Indeed, he is worthy of defeating the body of time and space. Truly a powerful talent. I am far behind him in the atmosphere gathering realm. Suddenly, he turned around and said sarcastically, your disciple really has the qualifications to become my opponent in the future. You should train him well. In the future he will become a sharpening stone so that I can become a great emperor. Feeling like he was being looked down upon, De Tien was dissatisfied and suggested, Tiandu, since you're here, how about having a fight with my disciple? After hearing this request, the Holy Master of the Mixed Holy Land was stunned and wondered what Elder De Tien meant. On the other side, Tu Van heard this and was extremely worried and confused. Master, are you pitting your disciple? Lu Tiandu is about to become a saint now. One breath can destroy that creature. How should I fight? Lu Tiandu received this proposal, immediately burst into laughter and replied, De Tien, aren't you old and confused? Your disciple is the one who gathers energy. Even if I stand still and let him hit me, he can't hurt me. De Tien was still very confident in his decision, confident about his student, and replied bluntly, it's very simple, you can compete on the Grand Emperor's stage, that's very fair. Seeing De Tien mention the Great Emperor's arena, Tu Van did not understand and immediately ran over to ask, Master, what is the Great Emperor's arena? He immediately explained to his students, the Great Emperor's ring is a treasure of the Great Emperor, it can be refined, the purpose is to test true genius. This type of arena has a special effect, it can suppress the cultivation level of the person with the higher cultivation level and the two people fighting to the same level as the person with the lower cultivation level. After hearing the explanation, Tu Van suddenly felt confident again. In the same realm, even my ancestors can win. Isn't this an opportunity for me to defeat Lu Tiandu? Tu Van immediately turned 180 degrees, from worry and confusion to a confident expression, and spoke loudly, Senior Lu, dare to fight with me? Lu Tiandu was not caught up in De Tien's scheme, and immediately wisely responded, De Tien, I admit that your disciple is invincible in the atmosphere gathering realm, I can't beat him, but so what? Gathering the champion's atmosphere does not represent the future champion. Do you dare let him fight me in the divine realm? Tiandu's sharp words made De Tien really think, no way. Fighting according to his will is too risky for Tu Van. Seeing De Tien's long silence, Lu Tiandu burst into contemptuous laughter and teased, ha ha, the ones who proposed fighting at the same level were you, and the ones who were scared were also you. Lu Tiandu's words just made De Tien, the Holy Master and Tu Van stand in silence for a long time without reacting. Suddenly, Tu Van stepped up and confidently spoke up. The godly realm is the godly realm. Please Senior Lu stay in the chaotic Holy Land as a guest for a month. In 1 month, I will definitely enter the divine realm and fight with you. As he spoke, Tu Van's mind was filled with determination. If the system had assigned the task, it proved that he definitely had a chance to complete it. Witnessing his extremely brave attitude, Lu Tiandu had no intention of refusing. Okay, I agree with you. At this moment, inside his head, he was extremely proud. The young man really couldn't hold back his anger. He fell into the trap so quickly. De Tian heard his disciple's words, immediately saw that something was wrong, and jumped in to intervene. No, either fight in the air-gathering realm, or wait for a heroic battle later on the way back. Become an emperor. Lu Tiandu immediately responded, De Tian, your disciple has already agreed. Now that he regrets it, he's afraid his state of mind will fall apart. Hearing these words of Tiandu, De Tian suddenly realized this matter. Lu Tiandu was right. A person who becomes a great emperor, his state of mind absolutely cannot have the slightest crack, otherwise he will crumble under the emperor. Life. He immediately became strangely quiet. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land immediately came forward and asked again, Tu Van and Lu Tiandu have been practicing for more than 1,000 years, and their combat experience and fighting skills are far beyond yours. Moreover, the God King realm has used his mental power to cultivate Lu Tiandu's magical powers and has reached the realm of perfection. I have just entered the God Kyo realm. How can I fight with him? After listening to his analysis, Tu Van was stunned. His previous confidence suddenly disappeared quickly. Lu Tiandu suddenly spoke sarcastically, Tu Van, your holy master is right. If you are afraid, you should go back and practice diligently. Seeing that hateful attitude in front of him, Tu Van determinedly responded, You're just a second-order god, what am I afraid of? My supreme body has also defeated quite a few. Even in the divine realm, I can still win against you. Having finished speaking, he turned around and told the two of them not to worry about him. Master, Holy Master, you two don't need to advise me anymore. If you withdraw, your mental state will leave cracks. De Tian is now extremely confused as he let his disciple fall into this situation. Tu Van, why am I suddenly talking about the great emperor's arena? It's true that if I can't catch chickens, I'll lose rice. Seeing De Tian's worried and apologetic face, Tu Van smiled and immediately spoke up to reassure him. Master, please take me back to seclusion. 1 month later, I will definitely defeat Lu Tiandu. Seeing the determination in his words, De Tian immediately agreed to give his full support. The decisive battle has been decided, which means that Lu Tiandu will stay in the Holy Land for a month. He bowed his head and said to the Holy Master, 1 month later, I will trouble you. On the other side, the Holy Master also immediately agreed, you can do as you like. Everything was done. Lu Tiandu immediately flew into the sky and left. He went to the most crowded place and loudly announced, Fellow monks of the Holy Land, today Lu Tiandu is here to fight with Tu Van on the grand stage in the divine realm. 1 month later, I hope you all come to watch the war. Hearing Tiandu's voice, the Holy Master immediately felt a little worried in his heart. Damn, this Lu Tiandu is really sinister. If Tu Van loses to Lu Tiandu in front of everyone's eyes, it will definitely destroy his spiritual heart, and also affect his reputation in the Holy Land. What do you understand? The Divine Kyo realm uses magical powers. Senior brother Chu has just entered the Divine Kyo realm. Can you learn to understand? Hidden in that crowd, the most venerable elder had heard the gossip all this time, and now understood the story. He wondered if this was Tu Van who had already complacently forgotten himself, daring to say that within a month he would decide to fight Lu Tiandu at the Divine Realm. The power of magical powers far surpasses combat skills. Tu Van cannot practice magical powers in a hurry and will definitely lose. The scene changes to Emperor Fong, a very magnificent citadel located between majestic mountains. In the lobby, there are currently many people gathered. They are Tu Van's acquaintances. He gathered them here to inform them about the decisive battle a month later between him and Lu Tiandu. After hearing this information, Tru Vo Cuc felt extremely confused and angrily asked, Tu Van, are you crazy? Fighting again with Lu Tiandu in the Divine Realm, you really seek to humiliate yourself. Hearing those assessments, Tu Van confidently replied, even supreme beings like you will be defeated by my hands. He is just a small second-order insect. What am I afraid of? Seeing Tu Van's flirtatious and disdainful attitude, Tru Vo Cuc was extremely upset and loudly said, you are really an idiot. If he were your senior, you would definitely win. But he has been cultivating for over 1,000 years. All kinds of magical powers have been perfected, and the worm has been exploited to an extremely high level. Even if there were 10 people in the Divine Realm, they wouldn't necessarily win. It seems that Tru Vo Cuc's advice did not reach Tu Van's ears. He couldn't help but say again, don't put the thinking of the weak on others. You will lose if you fight him, but that doesn't mean I will also lose. Tu Van, I am the same champion, no matter who I fight, I am also the champion. After all the advice Tu Van refused to listen to, True Cuc also finished his words to him and left, saying the last sentence, "If you have humiliated yourself, I have nothing more to say. Waiting for your invincible mentality to leave cracks, I will see how you will become an emperor in the future." Suddenly, Fu Lin approached, making Tu Van blush. She also had the same opinion as True Cuc, so she immediately said, "Young master, although True Cuc's words are difficult to hear, they still have some sense." He had not yet cultivated his magical powers, so he basically couldn't win against Lu Tiandu. Seeing that the girl was worried about him, Tu Van was excited and replied, "Fu Lin, don't worry, after I level up, I will immediately practice magical powers. Don't you know my enlightenment qualities?" Seeing that Tu Van still didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the problem, Fu Lin immediately explained more clearly. The young master was afraid he still didn't know, magical powers are 100,000 times more difficult than combat skills. Many people, even to death, cannot practice a magical power to perfection. 1 month, very difficult. Lam Tu Na also agreed from behind, adding, "Brother Chu, what old master said was right. Magical powers are really difficult to practice. I chose middle-grade magical powers and have been practicing for several months, but I haven't even started yet." After hearing so much advice, Tu Van still refused to accept it, smiling and complacently replying, "I have such a bit of talent, how can I compare with you?" After speaking, he said goodbye. "Okay, let's go play. Time is urgent, senior brother must go attack the divine realm." As he left, Tu Van pondered, "Lu Tiandu, are you stronger? Can you compare with me? Just wait, a month later I will beat you so much that even your mother won't recognize you." Tu Van immediately returned to his house, sat down on the floor and began to focus on cultivating. In his mind, he was calculating that after going through a battle in the virtual magic tower, now he has 300 more enlightenments. Then a drum sound rushes towards the perfect state of divine beauty. System, use enlightenment. As soon as he finished speaking, countless white auras immediately emerged around Tu Van's body. Immediately, Tu Van's mind was taken into a magical three-dimensional space, surrounded by many blue screens. He turned around, observed everything, then thought carefully. If he wanted to enter the divine realm, he had to condense his mental energy into a fluid state. After a period of time that was neither short nor long, Tu Van created a rather large ball of energy in his hand. Looking at it, he thought to himself, "This bit of mental power, I'm afraid it can only control 100,000 pounds of power, which is only 1/10 of the power in front of me. It seems that we have to use the divine heavenly training in the Chaos Sutra to continue to improve." Tu Van ordered, the system used enlightenment, and Tien. Immediately countless screens appeared, with numbers and characters written on them. The system immediately issued a notification, "The elementary divine first training has been completed, and the intermediate divine first training will begin." The intermediate training process begins. The pressure from this is extremely terrible, causing Tu Van to grimace and endure. The 9 spiritual trainings, each level of training doubles the spiritual power, a total increase of 9 times, it is truly heaven-defying. It's just that this pain is so scary. Tu Van suddenly remembered that the genius and earth treasure supplemented his spiritual power obtained from the true dragon nest, and this time he could finally use it. He took out the item to use, and immediately the effectiveness of the promotion process increased rapidly. Tu Van continuously eats spiritual energy supplements. He gritted his teeth, chewing each piece, his head was screaming, it hurt so much. And the number of times of enlightenment is consumed too quickly. However, to become the strongest, it's all worth it. Anyway, you can still cheat back later. The number of practice sessions has now returned to 1, and is about to end. Tu Van closed his eyes tightly, mentally prepared himself. Come, the number gradually returns to 0. An unexpected thing seems to have happened inside Tu Van. Right now, at Lu Tiandu's residence, an ancient, high-rise building looks extremely beautiful. Inside, Lu Tiandu was leisurely and happily playing Go with De Tien. He continuously defeated him, laughing loudly. "De Tien, you lost again." Being talked about too much, De Tien was upset and responded, "Humph, my disciple can win against you." Lu Tiandu immediately rearranged the chess pieces to play a new game, and at the same time responded to De Tien's last words with great confidence. "In the future it may be possible, but in the realm of gods, he absolutely will not win." Where are we? The key point of the divine realm is mental power and magical powers. Even if he can break through the condensed mental power, he is afraid he can only control 1/10 of the power in front of him. Furthermore, in terms of magical powers, I have long cultivated all kinds of magical powers to perfection and have very rich combat experience. Therefore, the odds of him defeating me are 0%. Lu Tiandu confidently affirmed, picked up a chess piece and crushed it. De Tian sitting opposite saw this attitude and did not show any fear, immediately responded strongly. So what? I believe in my disciple, he can definitely defeat you. Time flies quickly. Before long, Tu Van had practiced for 9 days. At this time, he was still sitting motionless in the room, his hands clasped together, creating dazzling rays of light. The internal force in Tu Van's body has now become almost perfect. Finally, just a little more practice and it's done. Tu Van was cultivating, thinking in his head. With strong mental power, he was able to observe his own insides. Through mental power, you can see not only the mind, but also the meridians, acupuncture points, bones, flesh and blood in the body. Suddenly, the ball of internal energy in his head lit up, causing his eyes to widen. It seems like the entire process is complete. Tu Van was happy, looking at his body filled with spiritual energy. He said excitedly, "Very good, the divine TNQ has been refined and successfully condensed the spiritual power of the golden pill. It costs 100 times enlightenment, but this effect is worth it. Don't talk about divine Kyo realm, even if you are an expert in the spiritual power of Dong Tian realm. You are not as strong as yourself." After Lu Tiandu was crushed to death, he was definitely not as good as he is now. Taking advantage of the victory, Tu Van took out 2 swords, calculating in his mind, the golden dragon sword given by the Holy Master is very light, winning depends on speed. The demon sword that the Master gave me is very heavy and wins by attacking. At the same time, practice these 2 swords. He decided to continue to pour spiritual power into it. Only 2 hours later, Tu Van successfully upgraded these 2 swords. Witnessing his achievements, he was extremely happy. It's done! Master Chu, I can finally fly with my sword, ha ha ha. He immediately used the yellow sword and rode on it, jumping straight out from the roof of his house. Standing nearby, Fu Lin, Tixien Vu and Lam Tu Na were very worried about Tu Van. Tu had been in seclusion for 9 days, and there wasn't much time left for him to practice his magical powers. Well, to be honest, even if the young master only had a month's time, it would still be very difficult to practice a magical power. While they were chatting, suddenly a shadow flashed across the sky. Tixien Vu glanced after him and immediately discovered that senior brother Tu had come out. He had ascended to the realm of the divine. After 9 consecutive days of not being able to go out and breathe fresh air, Tu Van can finally do it. He rode his sword and flew across the sky, saying with satisfaction, "The feeling of flying is so refreshing." Seeing his new silhouette flying by, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "It's senior brother Chu. He made a breakthrough, really fast. That's right, maybe he can defeat Lu Tiandu. It's certainly possible in the future, but right now it's very difficult." Looking out from inside Lu Tiandu's house, De Tian witnessed the outstanding growth of his disciple and felt extremely proud. 9 short days have condensed spiritual power. Looking around the world, only my disciples. Sitting next to him, Lu Tiandu also saw that scene. He was extremely excited about Tu Van's strength. His natural talent was very strong. "I hope more and more that he will grow up quickly and help me become a great emperor." Seeing that the disdainful attitude was still there, De Tian seriously warned, "Humph, you should quickly get stronger. My disciple will sooner or later cut off your path to becoming emperor." Tiandu just smiled and replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Tu Van is now floating in the sky of Imperial Peak. He immediately tested his new strength, clasping his hands together, and casting his search for spiritual power. After a while of testing, Tu Van pondered that the maximum scope of his search for spiritual power could cover the Emperor's Peak. He didn't know what level it was in the divine realm. To understand more about these things, Tu Van went to his monks for advice. He flew to them, and as soon as he landed, he asked, "Junior sister, senior sister Tich, after you ascended to the divine realm, what is the scope of your search for spiritual power?" Hearing that, Tich Xian Vu immediately responded, "Senior brother, my spiritual power is also strong, it can cover the entire continent." Lam Tu Na also agreed, "I'm almost the same." Receiving the answer, Tu Van was quite disappointed, his face full of confusion, and exclaimed, "Is that still called strong?" Seeing that, Fu Lin immediately approached and asked, "Young master, how far can your spiritual power search?" Tu Van heard that and immediately replied, "Actually, it's not very big, you can only search throughout the entire Emperor Peak." As soon as Tu Van finished speaking, Fu Lin, Xian Vu and Lam Tuna were all startled at the same time, suddenly exclaiming, "What? The entire empire?" On the other side, Lam Tuna and Fu Lin saw Tu Van boasting and immediately turned away and sulked. They always compared themselves with others, making people angry. Seeing that, Tu Van sighed and quickly explained so as not to make the girls angry, "Hey, I really don't want to attack you girls, but Fu Lin definitely wants to ask." Suddenly from the sky, De Tian landed. His eyes lit up and he excitedly said, "Good boy, quickly tell the teacher, after you ascend to the divine realm, roughly how much range can your spiritual power cover?" Seeing his master's silhouette, Tu Van bowed politely, "Master, my disciple's spiritual power can cover the entire imperial peak." Hearing Tu Van say that, De Tian was extremely excited about his new strength and immediately replied, "Is it that strong? Quick, let me see your consciousness." Tu Van closed his eyes and said, "Yes." He raised 2 fingers, channeling his energy in preparation. Immediately, the ball of mental power in Tu Van's head appeared before De Tian's eyes. Looking at it, he was extremely surprised by his student's current strength, and did not hesitate to praise, "It is the spiritual power of the golden pill again. I have just entered the divine realm, how can I condense my spiritual power into a golden pill?" Hearing De Tian say that, Lam Chiu Na did not understand anything and turned to ask, "Master, what is the spiritual power of the golden pill?" Fu Lin stood next to him, excited, and immediately replied, "The golden pill's spiritual force is a high-quality spiritual force that can only be condensed when entering the extraordinary realm. Of course, there is also another way, which is to practice in the Chaos Sutra." Hearing Fu Lin's words, De Tian suddenly remembered and asked, "Disciple, have you completed the 9 trainings?" Tu Van did not hesitate and quickly responded, "Yes." De Tian was once again surprised by Tu Van. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha ha, even if you are a master, you can only now reach the level of 7 practice. That Lu Tian Du is also like that, so if you suppress your cultivation level to the divine Kyo realm, your mental power will be much stronger." Besides, even Lam Tu Na, Fu Lin and Xian Vu also appeared extremely overwhelmed by Tu Van's rapid advancement. The old master had not practiced for thousands of years. The young master had 9 days of 9-day training. Even the ancestors do not have this enlightenment. It feels like eating Bodhi fruit every day. Receiving countless compliments, Tu Van was extremely excited, thinking to himself, there is a system here. It is really like eating Bodhi fruit every day, not only eating 1 fruit every day." Ignoring this story, he suddenly became serious again, turned to ask De Tian wholeheartedly, "Master, next you have to practice magical powers. It's just that I don't know which magical power I should practice. I hope Master can give me some pointers." Receiving his disciple's request, De Tian happily agreed, "You found the right person." The teacher and Lu Tan Du fought for many years. Of course they knew which magic power would overcome him. "Approved," Tu Van excitedly said, "then let's go to the spirit palace to choose the magic power." Seeing Tu Van in such a hurry, De Tian was worried and immediately gave advice. However, these magical powers all have extremely high difficulty levels. Hearing that, Tu Van turned around, filled with confidence and asked, "Master, don't you believe me?" Seeing this fearless expression, De Tian also had to nod in recognition and replied, "That's right, 9 trainings can't be difficult for you, and there's no need to mention magical powers." Tu Van continued to add, "So please tell me how to deal with Lu Tian Du." To make Tian agree, he began to slowly speak. "The worm's physical body has the 3 strongest abilities, specifically the power of illusion, pulling people into illusion. Unleash the power of heaven, physical attacks carry the spirit of attack. The power of divine fire, extremely high temperature, nothing can resist." Tu Van listened to De Tian's presentation for a while but was like a duck listening to thunder, not understanding anything. He was bewildered. The illusion, the spirit of attack, this bronze fire god wouldn't be the Sharingan. De Tian still hasn't finished speaking and continues to explain. "Therefore, to deal with his power of opening the sky, the first magical power I choose for you is Kim Chung Chao, which is also the upgraded version of the previous Kim Chung Chao. There. Next is the 10,000 sword flow, and the 4-image sword formation. There are also the Blessing Sea Seal and the Profound Ice Sword Seal. After combining, they will definitely be able to break the power of divine fire." Listening to De Tian speak for a while, Tu Van was still a bit confused but gradually understood a few things. Suddenly he wondered, "Master, how can we overcome the worm's illusionary ability?" Receiving the question, De Tian thought for a moment and then replied, "There is also a magical power, called Immobility Min Vong Seal, Buddha's magical power, which can suppress the spirit and destroy illusions. That much magical power is probably enough. Let's go. Thanks to Detienne's enthusiastic advice, Chu Van has also found his direction in the future. He flew up and left, not forgetting to say goodbye to everyone and thanked Etienne. Thank you, Master, I'm going to choose the magic power. Tu Van headed straight to the spirit pavilion. After a while, he finally arrived. This place is a giant structure with huge columns surrounding a large hall. There is also an extremely sparkling blue magic circle in the sky. That's right, time is too short, even the simplest magical powers cannot be learned. Tu Van walked to the center of the hall and loudly said, "Give me 6 magical powers, 10,000 sword flow, immutable bright king seal, Fuke high seal, Xian ice sword seal, 4-image sword formation, and golden bell seal." Standing there and hearing these words, everyone felt shocked and couldn't believe it. Receiving the request, the spirit immediately agreed to the request, giving Tu Van 6 scrolls corresponding to the 6 magical powers. Everyone there couldn't believe their eyes and talked even more enthusiastically. 6 magical powers, one for more than 3 days? 3 days? 300 years cannot practice one of them. Is this crazy? Not stopping there, Chu Van held the scrolls in his hand and continued to make another request. Spirit Pavilion, is there any type with the same style as Q Chuan Fach Gwyn? The best is the magical power created by the Patriarch, it needs the strongest. As he spoke, he thought in his mind, great Dao combat skills can be enhanced with the same type of magical powers of the same style. If they have similar magical powers after cultivation, they will definitely be stronger. His spirit had no intention of refusing, so he immediately met his needs. Receiving everything she needed, Tu Van was extremely satisfied. That's great. Let's go. Tu Van prepares to start his next training. He said with the spirit, "I want to try Quasi-God's practice room." Immediately, a huge space gate was opened by spiritual force. Tu Van quickly went in there, before leaving, not forgetting to wave goodbye to everyone present. Everyone still can't seem to understand how Tu Van could accomplish this. As soon as he passed through the gate, they continued to discuss with each other. "Mom, he even chose a magical subject every 3 days. It's impossible, unless you eat Bodhi fruit like rice." That's right, these 7 magical powers are 7 of the 10 great magical powers of the Holy Land, and the difficulty level is all super. Inside Chu Van's cultivation space, as soon as he entered, he opened the first scroll and immediately meditated, floating in the air, closing his eyes to concentrate on cultivating, systemizing, using enlightenment with 10,000 swords. Sure enough, according to the plan he proposed, after only 3 days, the first results began to appear. Tu Van's body was now burning with a fierce energy fire. He opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Phew, in 3 days I just wasted 15 times of enlightenment, and I have finally practiced a magical power." Tu Van folded the first scroll, his heart was excited. In 21 days, the 7 magical powers will probably be practiced. Lu Tiandu, this time you will definitely lose. At this time, in Lu Tiandu's apartment, Detienne once again came here to play. Seeing his excited expression, Lu Tiandu asked, "Detienne, what makes you so happy? Can you win against me again?" Hearing that, Detienne smiled confidently, then answered in a hint, "Thinking about the scene that half a month later you would lose to my disciple, losing face in front of so many people, of course he would be happy." Seeing this attitude of Detienne, Lu Tiandu also vaguely guessed Tu Van's current situation. However, he was still very confident in himself and replied, "Well, according to my calculations, your disciple has very strong natural talent, so after ascending to the divine realm, his mental power is also very strong. This makes you more confident. However, even if his mental power is against mine, in terms of magical powers, it is still far behind." Lu Tiandu's recent words did not seem to shake Detienne. He still kept the same attitude as before, replying, "So let's just wait and see." This unusual attitude of his made Tiandu very difficult to understand. He wondered, why is this emperor suddenly so confident? He certainly knows the absolute distance between me and Chu Van. Maybe there's some hidden meaning? No. That's not right, he's definitely trying to act mysterious, trying to scare me into canceling the truce, that's for sure. Oh Detienne, even using a trick like this is enough to prove that you are truly completely exhausted. Time flies, the day of the decisive battle has finally arrived. From early on, everyone was present at the center of the grand arena to witness perhaps the fiercest battle ever. A giant arena was summoned in the air by a magic spell. Standing below observing, Lu Tiandu was extremely satisfied and spoke up, as expected of a treasure refined by the great emperor, it is indeed far from ordinary things. In the future, I will also have to refine one and find a disciple who can inherit my lifelong learning. Seeing his confident expression, De Tien immediately stepped forward and seriously warned, Lu Tiandu, don't talk too much too early. Hearing someone calling him, Lu Tiandu immediately turned around, smiled sinisterly, and replied, I have never bragged since I was a child. Having finished speaking, he immediately flew to the ring, preparing for this battle. Standing up there, he looked down, then shouted loudly for everyone to hear, I am invincible. Hearing this eloquent declaration, everyone immediately paid attention to Lu Tiandu. Seeing his smug face, they expressed dissatisfaction. This bastard was too overbearing. I really want to beat him up. Unfortunately, we cannot defeat Lu Tiandu. Just waiting for Chu Van to bring a surprise. Just as he finished speaking, from the opposite sky, Chu Van was riding a long sword and flying towards the arena. Behind him, there is also a golden dragon following. Seeing Chu Van's presence, Lu Tiandu looked up and said loudly, Get down, you've wasted a month of my time, it should all end now. Not to be defeated, Tu Van quickly responded with a strong voice, If you admit defeat so quickly, then I will also forgive you. Tu Van immediately left the sword and slowly landed on the ring. He seemed extremely confident about his strength right now. Lu Tiandu and Tu Van stood motionless, staring at each other like a tense cowboy gunfight. Both were now in the same realm, the divine realm. The battle is expected to be extremely tense and evenly matched. Suddenly Lu Tiandu spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. I hope you can receive my move. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately started the fight, shouting, Heavenly Knife. Two dazzling laser beams were quickly released by Lu Tiandu, aiming straight at Tu Van. On the other side, Tu Van did not want to be outdone, immediately shouted, Kim Chung Chao. An energy bell was immediately summoned, completely blocking Lu Tiandu's opening attack. Inside that bell, Tu Van smiled, thinking in his mind, Is this the knife that opened the sky that Master talked about? It's really strong, like the giant palace that ancient gods held in their hands, destroying heaven and earth. The audience standing below, witnessing Tu Van easily neutralize the lasers, were extremely surprised, exclaiming, It's a magical power, but senior brother Tu practiced it in 21 days, that's terrifying. That's right, it's still a perfect realm, otherwise how could it stop Lu Tiandu? It's against heaven. Is he a cruel demon? De Tien felt extremely proud when observing Tu Van's growth and happily said, My disciple has such enlightenment, he is truly qualified to be a great emperor. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land standing next to him also agreed and replied, Yes, with such enlightenment, there is hope of casting the Chaos body. After the lasers dissipated, Tu Van immediately flew into the sky and shouted, It's my turn, take my power. Lu Tiandu also began to feel interested in this war, responding, Come. Both did their best, then rushed at each other. Two different energy streams collided with each other, creating an extremely majestic explosion in the sky. Its destructive power was so terrible that it caused the entire giant arena below to crack continuously, scattering dirt and rocks onto the buildings below. The pressure from this explosion caused even Lu Tiandu to be pushed back far away. He covered his face and quickly left the range of influence. Tu Van's terrifying strength at this time made Lu Tiandu feel extremely confused, but could have 1,000 pounds of strength. That being said, you already have 200,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement stage, even stronger than the Chaos Emperor back then. That year, I only had 600,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement stage. Lu Tiandu didn't want to play around anymore, quickly focused on the battle, declaring, Very good, the stronger you are, after I defeat you, my invincible heart will be even more certain. Hearing that, Tu Van felt quite uncomfortable, so he immediately attacked Lu Tiandu to shut up, boasting shamelessly. Black Demon's sword, a black sword he summoned, flew straight towards him. At this time, Lu Tiandu was still confident in his mind that Tu Van's spiritual power was only 100,000 at most, and he would definitely lose. He immediately responded to Tu Van's black sword. De Tien has indeed passed on the Black Demon sword to you, but just relying on your mental power that has just been promoted to the god level, how much control can you control? How much power? Flying sword. Lu Tiandu also immediately summoned a golden sword in response. The two swords rushed into each other at great speed. A surprise happened. Tu Van's black sword easily crushed Lu Tiandu's sword and continued to rush towards him. Seeing his attack being easily neutralized, Lu Tiandu was extremely panicked, not believing his eyes. This In just a moment, the black sword approached Lu Tiandu, preparing to attack him. Lu Tiandu quickly regained composure, resisted with a heavenly attack, and launched laser beams from his eyes to block Tu Van's black sword. The laser shines on the sword, slowly melting it. After the recent agony, Lu Tiandu could not breathe. He wondered breathlessly, with 1,000 pounds of strength, you can completely control your strength. Why is your spiritual power so strong? Seeing that Lu Tiandu was in a weak position, Tu Van smiled, not paying attention to his last question, and replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Immediately after, he clasped his 2 fingers together, summoning another black sword. It immediately rushed towards Lu Tiandu. No longer having enough strength to use the laser to block it, I had to jump up and avoid the attack. That black sword, after rushing through Lu Tiandu's body, immediately crashed into the ring. Then, its shape suddenly became strangely curved. The sword turned into a winding strip of silk, suddenly changed direction, and left the arena. Immediately, it chased and attacked Lu Tiandu once more. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tiandu did not flinch and said extremely confidently, "Boy, do you really think that great strength can defeat me? Today I will teach you, on behalf of De Tien, what is truly a divine state." Having finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "Up, Dai Sun!" As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain of stone immediately emerged from below the floor. Lu Tiandu immediately hid behind a rock to avoid the attack. Seeing that, Tu Van immediately shouted, "Separated from me," and then increased the power of the black sword. The black sword stuck into the rocky mountain. Its terrifying power instantly split the mountain into 2 very easily. Suddenly, there was a strange yellow stream of energy that lit up, instantly returning the rocky mountain to its original state. Lu Tiandu then landed next to the rock, smiled extremely confidently, and spoke, "This great earth seal of mine, as long as it is fought on the ground, the power will flow endlessly. Do not kill the enemy, swear not to stop." Seeing the hardness of the rocky mountain created by Lu Tiandu, Tu Van did not falter and immediately rushed up to continue attacking. He cast Kim Chung Swap, creating an energy bell that surrounded his body, and confidently attacked Lu Tiandu. On the other side, Lu Tiandu was extremely wise and immediately expanded his rocky mountain. Its range is increasingly expanding, preventing Tu Van from approaching him. Witnessing Tu Van's amazing growth and strength, Lu Tiandu was thinking in his head, unable to believe that this guy's strength was constantly getting stronger. Suddenly Tu Van realized there was something strange about this rocky mountain. This magical ability could really absorb the power of the earth. It was impossible for him to continue using it. The rock continues to grow larger and larger, continuously absorbing the earth's energy, helping Lu Tiandu become stronger and stronger. Soon, it covered the entire arena. Standing below and witnessing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "It's broken, Senior Brother Chiu is about to lose." That's right, the scope of the ring is too small. If it were somewhere else, Senior Brother Chiu could still avoid it. What should I do next? The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land saw this and also seemed very worried about Tu Van. Turning to comfort De Tien, Tu Van's defeat was not the battle's fault. Lu Tiandu's practice for thousands of years is not something that can be made up in a short time. At this time, De Tien still did not give up hope for his student, so he replied that it was still too early to draw a conclusion. If Tu Van was able to refine alchemy to perfection, perhaps another miracle could happen. The rock now covered the entire arena, leaving Tu Van with no place to stand, forcing her to turn on the needle to stay in the air. Seeing that, Lu Tiandu excitedly said, "Admit defeat, right now you are not my opponent yet. I won't lose face if I lose, after all, I'm the senior who competed for the title with your master. Go back and practice hard. I hope next time you can bring me a little surprise." He crossed his arms, extremely confident that victory would be his. Lu Tiandu's disdainful attitude made Tu Van extremely uncomfortable. He immediately shouted, "You said too many unnecessary words." Immediately after that, he exerted explosive aura, trying to destroy this giant rock. Witnessing Tu Van trying to attack in vain, Lu Tiandu was extremely confident and immediately responded, What's the use of doing these useless struggles?" Before he could finish his sentence, something unexpected happened that made Lu Tiandu's face turn pale. He didn't expect it. Tu Van shouted, thousands of swords flowed. A black sword was immediately summoned, thrust straight into the rock, causing it to shake more or less. Although Lu Tiandu's proud rocky mountain was a bit shaken, he was still very confident, smiled sinisterly, and replied, "In such a short time, he can learn the powerful attack of the sword flow system. Your enlightenment is truly surprising. It's just a pity that the sword's attack is definitely an ant shaking a tree. Seeing this attitude of Lu Tiandu, Tu Van decided to silence him. He flew into the sky, immediately summoned a black sword matrix, smiled and replied, "One sword is not enough, so what about 10,000 swords? 10,000 swords flow." A series of black swords continuously stabbed into the mountain, creating countless vibrations, causing everything to shake violently. Witnessing Tu Van's fierce attack, the audience below had to admire him. He was able to learn the 10,000 sword flow, which has the strongest attack power among all magical powers. That's right, except for the invincible divine fist created by the ancestors, the 10,000 sword flow is said to have the strongest attack power. But what's even scarier is that he was able to cultivate to perfection, so great. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land also appeared very surprised by this attack. Tu Van's understanding is too terrifying. It took me several hundred years to practice the 10,000 swords to perfection. As for Detienne, he did not feel too surprised by his disciple's strength. He just smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, having such a powerful disciple, this old man has no more regrets in this life." Mixed in the crowd was also the presence of the spirit of the Supreme Patriarch and his disciples. Witnessing Tu Van's terrifying power at this time, he expressed great regret about the past. Knowing this in advance, we should have fought Tu Van back at first. The disciples standing next to him also agreed, saying, "That's right, it's beneficial for Detienne." What a regret. The extremely large destructive power from 10,000 swords flowing in the air, sooner or later completely penetrated Lu Tiandu's sturdy rock, causing it to shatter into pieces. After destroying it, the black swords also aimed to attack Lu Tiandu, forcing him to use divine light and shoot laser beams from his eyes to stop. Hundreds of swords flying into that terrifying laser energy stream were gradually burned by it, one by one. After almost being beaten severely, Lu Tiandu couldn't joke anymore. He immediately declared strongly, "Very good, you have finally aroused a bit of my interest. Next I will use my maximum strength to defeat you." The dark energy curled, and immediately, Lu Tiandu's eyes turned dark blue. The energy he emitted also changed from yellow to black. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tiandu used his power to drag Tu Van into a dimension completely covered by darkness, far different from the current world. He was confident, raised his hand and said loudly, "Tu Van, welcome to my dark world, you will forever be immersed in darkness." Tiandu and Tu Van are standing opposite each other. Tiandu's expression looked very confident. Tu Van closed his eyes and looked leisurely and at ease. Everyone watching the match immediately discussed, why did senior brother Tu close his eyes like that? He was still fighting. It was Lu Tiandu's illusion. It was said that his worm can create a dark world, causing people are immersed in it. Lu Tiandu can be invincible for a time, certainly not a vain name. Are you so strong? Senior brother Chu is in trouble. The Holy Master of Chaos Holy Land turned to ask Detienne, aren't you worried? Unless Tu Van can cast a partial chaos body, and use the chaos field to solve it, it will be difficult to resolve the immediate crisis. Detienne replied, did the Holy Master forget to not move the Minvang seal? The Holy Master of the Holy Land immediately said in surprise, what? Tu Van can still practice the immovable clear king's seal? That is Buddhist magic. Tu Van does not have any Buddha nature, and has never practiced Buddhist techniques. How can he practice? Detienne then replied, I don't know, but I feel that he can definitely practice. At this time, Tiandu was summoning a giant hand in the sky, emitting a certain unique dark power. He said, Tu Van, you are really very defiant, but compared to me, it's really not worth mentioning. See me here easily. Suddenly Tu Van opened his bright eyes wide. Tiandu immediately panicked and said, how is it possible? How can you escape from the illusion so quickly? Tu Van released a giant and powerful golden Buddha behind him and said, Lu Tiandu, do you think your illusion is very powerful? Witness Buddha's anger, and immobilize the king's seal. Whoever sees my body develops the mind of enlightenment. Whoever hears my name puts an end to evil and cultivates goodness. Whoever hears my dharma gains great wisdom. Whoever knows my mind immediately becomes a Buddha. King Min was angry. The Buddha spit a ball of fire at Tiandu. He immediately raised his sword to block it. He was immediately blown away, vomiting blood spraying all over his mouth. But Tiandu quickly turned around and threw 2 swords at the Buddha's body. I don't believe that you, real estate Minvang, can also practice to reach perfection. The Buddha gently clasped his hands together, and the incoming swords were stopped and repelled. Tu Van confidently said, the anger of the Vajra, the body is indestructible. Will O Tiandu put down the knife and take refuge in Buddha? Tian Du angrily clenched his fists and said, "What indestructible body, in front of my insect, who dares to be invincible?" From his 2 eyes shot out 2 jets of black fire towards Tuvan's Buddha. Ha, the same fire god. Everyone watching the match immediately discussed in surprise. This is a magical fire that is even more terrifying than Tam Mui true fire. It is said that once burned by this fire, even if it is stronger, it cannot be stopped. I don't know if senior brother Tu can stop it. Black flames enveloped the body of Tuvan's Buddha. Tuvan thought to himself, this is the divine fire that the master said, it is indeed very powerful. That black fire is gradually corroding Tuvan's Buddha. Tian Du flew over with a black aura and said, unexpectedly, in addition to the flow of thousands of swords, you also practiced the immutable clear king's seal, which was beyond my expectations. It's a pity, you still can't defeat me. He flew towards the clouds with his fist in his hand. Tuvan immediately gathered a brilliant ball in his hand and recited the Fuke High Seal. A brilliant and powerful blue wave radiated around him. Tian Du's face was extremely panicked. He thought to himself, this is a perfect realm of magical powers. How come his enlightenment is so strong? With only a month's time, how can he practice so much magical powers to such great perfection? That blue wave swept towards Tian Du, causing him to immediately create a barrier to block it. Tuvan said coldly, compared to strength, he was still far behind. Having said that, he clicked his hand. A powerful stream of cold air spread around, and a series of icicles rose from the ground. It comes from Tuvan's mysterious ice sword seal move. And so, a series of ice pillars continuously emerged and rushed towards Tian Du. He immediately unleashed a powerful attack, breaking the incoming ice blocks. Tian Du said, Tuvan, I admit that you have the qualifications to fight with me. Then he unleashed a single blade move that cut those ice blocks in half. The audience saw this and immediately excitedly chatted. Finally, Lu Tian Du has also appeared. The power of the knife is so terrifying. I hope senior brother Chu can stop it. Finally comes the final stage. Tian Du uses the most powerful sword in the world, strengthening his sword to become giant. He jumped high to swing his sword and said, Tuvan, despair under my strongest attack. Tuvan immediately pulled out the black magic sword. He immediately summoned thousands of swords and launched them at Tian Du's giant sword, but to no avail. Tian Du used the technique of the sword curling the spear to swing the knife down. Seeing this, Tuvan immediately used Kim Chung to create a layer of golden barrier to defend, but under the pressure of the sword curled the spear, Tuvan's barrier collapsed. Gradually cracked. And just like that, his barrier was broken to pieces. Tuvan's barrier was destroyed, creating an explosion. Black smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone watching the match said nervously, this is not good, senior brother Chu is almost done, he is worthy of a powerful knife. This knife is really too strong, what should we do next? The black smoke dissipated to reveal Tuvan standing motionless in the middle of the smoke. Seeing this, Tian Du immediately said, Tuvan, you have lost. Having finished speaking, he swung a jet black slash down towards Tuvan. Tuvan gently opened his eyes, a bright light flashing. Then he unleashed his unrivaled fist seal, a giant golden fist punching straight, destroying Tian Du's black slash. Tian Du's face was full of panic and said, what kind of magical power is this? Tuvan coldly said, this is a magical power to kill you. He unleashed an invincible punch seal, creating a giant, powerful fist that shot toward Tian Du. Tian Du immediately launched Tian Ka Thon Noyet to confront Tuvan's invincible fist seal. The collision between the two attacks created a giant, powerful explosion in the air. Tuvan immediately said, continue, then he rushed towards Tian Du with a bright, powerful aura. The people watching the match said in surprise, this is an unrivaled boxing seal. Senior brother Tu has also practiced this magical power to perfection. The magical power created by the founder. Oh my god, he has performed 6 its magic. De Tian praised him and said, this kid has learned the invincible fist seal. The holy master of the holy land of chaos continued. The strongest divine power that had not been heard from for a long time had finally appeared. Is this the patriarch protecting our chaotic holy land? Tian Du immediately used his strongest move, Sun Moon without light. A dazzling pink light enveloped his sword. Tian Du said, come, Tuvan, take my strongest sword. Tuvan clenched his hands and said happily, okay. He used his unbeatable punching technique again. This time Tuvan created a giant Buddha fist that radiated beautiful golden light. De Tian opened his mouth in surprise. The holy master of the mixed holy land also thought in surprise, this is the plagiarism. Dai Dao plagiarism, what a miracle. The collision between the two great moves created a giant explosion that dazzled the viewer's eyes. Tian Du was blown away by the pressure from the explosion. he said in pain and panic. Great Taoist plagiarism. How can you comprehend the great Taoist plagiarism? Tu Van proudly replied, because I am invincible. Tu Van heroically stepped closer with enormous pressure, causing Tian Du to fall backwards. Then he was hit by the shock wave emitted by Tu Van, causing him to vomit blood. Tu Van rushed towards Tian Du with his strengthened fist. He said, Lu Tian Du, admit defeat. Lu Tian Du then used the sun and moon without light. From his eyes ejected 2 rays of purple light towards Tu Van. But that wasn't enough to stop Tu Van. Instead he gave him a painful kick in the face. Tian Du was pushed away. He fell to the floor in pain. Tian Du was covered in blood and seemed to have passed out. Tu Van stepped closer to his body and said, Hey, your old man is too inexperienced. Why did he faint like that? There is no logic at all. De Tien and the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land flew closer to Tu Van. De Tien spoke. Tu Ni, well done, this guy has had your moral heart broken, and cannot become a saint in a short time. If the Master has Bodhi fruit, he can definitely catch up with him. The Holy Master of the Holy Land of Chaos continued, Tu Van, his invincible Tao heart has been destroyed and subjected to backlash, so he can only rely on unconsciousness to suppress the backlash. Tu Van clasped his hands together and respectfully said, Master, I believe you will definitely defeat Lu Tian Du. De Tien replied, It's all thanks to the disciples' help. The Holy Master of the Holy Land then said, Do these disciples want to take turns hanging up the Tian Du willow to fight? If he heard it, he would probably be angry to death if he were still alive. However, this time Tu Van really brought out the spirit of our Holy Land. De Tien, you guys go rest first. De Tien and Tu Van replied in unison, Yes, Holy Master. A few days later, why to room? Tu Van is meditating in his room. At any time he can have a breakthrough. However, his mental strength has not yet reached its limit. Unfortunately, we still haven't found a place with the mental strength to break through again. He continued to think, he must cultivate his mental power to the strongest level during this period, so that he can become the strongest person of ancient times in the future. Now the number of times of enlightenment is 160 times, it is still a long way to practice to become a chaos body, Tu Van thought, and stood up. At this time, the system rang to announce the latest mission. Starting from now, every time you kill a god of death cultivator in the heavenly realm, you will be rewarded with 10 times of enlightenment, up to 10 people. Tu Van was secretly happy. The number of times of enlightenment has come, it is truly a dream to see. At this time, Lam Tu Na quickly ran to Tu Van with a piece of paper in her hand. She said loudly, Brother, a guard of the Tu family brought an envelope. He's been on the road day and night for several months, but he's not done yet. Quickly see. Tu Van immediately replied, Okay. Tu Van held the piece of paper in his hand and thought to himself, It turns out that relics or treasures appeared in the family's mining area, being watched by other forces, so his father sent someone to find support. The only support was himself. After reading, he turned around and said to Lam Tu Na, Junior sister, didn't the news of you becoming a holy son spread to us Tu family? Lam Tu Na immediately replied, According to the rules I had to announce my arrival to your hometown, but because you entered the foot of the dragon nest, there was an elder who was worried that you would die, so they postponed this matter. Tu Van said angrily. Damn it, but you've been back for 2 months, and no one has announced it yet? Lam Tu Na worriedly replied, Yes, but halfway there she was sent back. That's because at that time you defeated the patriarch and was appointed a quasi-disciple. According to the rules you had to change people. Then, Lu Tian Du's incident happened, and it was delayed again. Tu Van said dejectedly, These people are really troublesome. Lam Tu Na then said, I heard that this morning the Holy Master had summoned an elder, 3 ordinary elders and 10 deacons, to form a team to announce. Tu Van smiled shyly and replied, Wait for them, it's too late. Junior sister, I'll help you find true Vocuc. You have to go out to the mountain to train and then return to the Tu family. Lam Tu Na replied, Yes. Having finished speaking, Tu Van turned and left. He told himself, I have to go say goodbye to my master. At this time in De Tien's room, Tu Van was kneeling down, clasping his hands together and respectfully saying, Master, a while ago a letter came from home, saying, So, I want to go home. De Tien immediately replied, Well, you have reached the divine realm. According to the rules, you are qualified to go out and practice. He continued, Although your strength is much stronger than that of the heavenly cave, it is still better to be careful. Come on, the teacher implanted a type of fist seal for you. When his life is in danger, he will unleash a full-force attack from his master. Tu Van then bowed down and replied, Thank you, master. De Tien immediately placed his hand in the middle of Tu Van's chest to implant it. He said, Tu Ni, when you go outside, everyone must be careful. Tu Van obediently replied, I will be careful with my master's instructions. De Tian immediately said, Go. Outside, Tru Vo Cuc, Tich Xian Vu and Lam Tu Na were already waiting for Tu Van. Tich Xian Vu immediately said, Senior brother, sister and Tu Na also want to follow senior brother to go out to practice. Tu Na also continued, Yes, the master also agreed. Tu Van then replied, Okay, then things cannot be delayed, we will leave immediately. Having finished speaking, the group jumped into the sky and disappeared. This is a week later, in the mighty kingdom of Phoenix Unicorn City. Tu Van flew high above with his companions and said, My Tu family, Truong family, Deep family are the three great families of Fuanglan City. However, the few monks we met at this time were not from the three great families. It seemed that they all came to find treasures in the Tu family's mining area. Zhao Wuji immediately said, Based on your identity, randomly sending an elder over here, who would dare to bully your Tu family? You came here in person, you're really making up more stories. Tu Van laughed and replied, Don't always want to practice like that, sometimes you should go to relax, on the contrary, it can improve your state of mind. This is a good opportunity to complete system tasks, how can we ignore it? He continued, Let's go, we'll go to Tu Palace. Having finished speaking, Tu Van and the whole group flew away. The cottage is filled with sunlight, and its inherent spaciousness. The homeowner of the Tu family fell to his knees in front of Deep Kai Fong's indifference and exclaimed, Deep Kai Fong, don't be too harsh, this is the Tu family, not your Deep family, you quickly get out of here. Young Master Deepening sat proudly on his chair with arrogance and replied, Tu family? I advise you to be a little more reasonable. Hand over that or here, otherwise Fuanglong City will no longer have the Tu family. Tu Heng used his cane to respond to that arrogance. Deep Kai Fong, do you think that by joining the Saint Vang sect, you can dominate our Tu family? My son Tu Van has worshipped the Holy Land of Chaos, which is one of the holy places of the continent, much larger than your Holy King sect. With sharp eyes and a firm smile, he said, Mixed Holy Land? Great reputation. Unfortunately, they have already declined, but our Holy King sect is on the rise. In addition, my older brother, Deep Dai Dao, is already a holy son of the Tai Vang sect. How can an ordinary disciple of the Mixed Holy Land be comparable? Old Tu was dumbfounded and thoughtful with his thoughts. Deep Dai Dao was 7 or 8 years older than Van Ni. Since he was a child, he had worshipped the Saint Vang sect. He did not expect that he would now become a crown prince. No wonder the Deep family recently had a few more powerful people in the divine realm, probably Deep Dai Dao's entourage. Right at that moment, the group and Chiu Van walked in. With a confident demeanor and a straightforward tone, they replied, Who is acting arrogantly at our Chiu family? Old Chu's surprised face called his name, Van Ni. When I saw Tu Van, Kai Fong looked proud and sounded irritated. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be your scoundrel who had returned. What? Have you been chased back by the Holy Land? The scene ahead was so peaceful when Mr. Chu returned to visit his father after so long, he called out twice, Father! Accompanied by the two young ladies in unison, All right, uncle. Mr. Chu quickly introduced his father to the other two girls. They were his junior sisters, Tu Na and Tich Xiandu. Old Tu looked happy and satisfied. Well, junior sister is good, not only is she a childhood friend, but also a guardian. The two ladies blushed, while Mr. Tu turned purple and gritted his teeth, telling his father, to kill him. Kai Fong interrupted and took his turn to introduce the two young beauties to him. Two junior sisters, my name is Deep Kai Fong, a disciple of the Tanbang sect. My elder brother, Deep Dai Dao, is the holy son of the Holy King sect, and will definitely become a saint in the future. May I ask what is the name of the monks? Mr. Tu growled in annoyance with an angry tone. Tru Vo Cuc, throw him out to me. Tru Vo Cuc went to the Deep family guy, grabbed his collar, and chased him away. Kai Fong still stubbornly responded to Tu's words. Tu Van, my brother Deep Dai Dao is a saint, our Deep family sooner or later will also become a saint of the world. If your Tu family doesn't want to perish. With just a light throw from Wuji, the arrogant Deep family was thrown far away. Old Tu was surprised and asked Mr. Van about Vo Cuc, Van Ni, who is this person? Tu Van said, Father, he is a holy son of the ancient Holy Land, and also a disciple of our Mixed Holy Land. Now it's my retainer, named Tru Vo Cuc. Vo Cuc calmly, huh? Lazy to pay attention to your appearance. The homeowner of the Tu family shouted loudly with a panicked and emotionally disturbed face. This? Mr. Chu pointed at Mr. Chu who was smiling and exclaimed, Tu Van, What is your current identity? Mr. Tu pondered with doubts in his mind. If a cat compliments a cat with a long tail, it doesn't feel very good. Tu Van glanced at Chu Na. Miss Na also noticed something in those eyes. That's right, Chu Na. Chu Na understood what had happened and immediately said to old Chu, Uncle, that senior brother is now the quasi-god of our mixed holy land. Our holy land has prepared offerings, and soon an elder will come here to announce this. Tu Heng was stunned. Try the god. Mr. Tu was secretly happy in his heart with a proud smile. Hee. This coloring session feels like an accomplishment. The Name Kai Fong lay face down in front of Tu Palace humiliatingly. His disciples surrounded him and worried. Second young master, are you okay? The second young master fainted and his injuries were so serious. Next, quickly carry him back to the palace. That's right, that's right. Tu Van is humble, nothing terrible, just a standard subject. In the future I will become a courtier. While Mr. Tu was being praised, Vo Cuc reminded himself that he had to be careful. If he stayed close to this guy who liked to act for too long, sooner or later he would be influenced by him. Phuong Lan's citadel of the Deep family is also very dignified and respectful. Eldest son Deep Dai Dao and family head Deep Huin are worried about Kai Fong. Dai Dao, how are your younger brothers? The eldest son replied with a tense expression. His life was not in danger, but he had broken more than a dozen bones, so he would have to stay in bed for a month. The homeowner also agreed. This Tu Van acted so cruelly. Do you really think that he is a disciple of the mixed holy land? Can he be arrogant in front of our Deep family? Second young master Deep woke up with his body bandaged all over and wondered to Dai Dao, Big brother, I still don't understand. Why didn't we get rid of the Tu family early and take over the Or area? The eldest son replied to his younger brother, Kai Fong, you are still young and do not understand the cruelty of precepts. My purpose is to explore the Chu family's trump card. If Tu Van's status is very high, there will be trouble. Family head Deep Huin advised young master Deep Ni, Kai Fong, you must learn from your big brother and be careful before you can do big things. Dai Dao smiled lightly. That's right, the true dragon nest has been closed for so long. If it was really him, the mixed holy land would have sent someone long ago. The eldest son became silent, extinguished the smile from before and told his younger brother, Don't worry, Kai Fong, I will take revenge for you right away. There was a shocking sound in the Tu family's place. Rotten boy, your mother is not a tigress. Why are you running so fast? Tu Van hesitantly stopped and looked back at his father who was leaning on a cane and quickly said, Dad, don't you see my mother's posture? The person who kept your two junior sisters, even the 8-character student asked. Old Tu panted and replied, I also think those two girls are quite good. Mr. Chu was stunned by Tu Heng's intention. Even if I wish my daughter-in-law couldn't talk to both of you, is this really a good thing? Tu Van turned back and said a few words to Mr. Chu, then left, taking his son to the Or area to take a look. You have to see what kind of treasure it is that leads to danger for the family. Old Tu replied to Mr. Chu, the mine has been blocked by the Deep family strongmen. Deep Dai Dao brought back over 100 gods and goddesses, and there are also over 10 strongmen in the heavenly cave. Our Chu family doesn't even have a cave monk, so we can only stand by and watch. Tu Van immediately wondered, is that Deep family so overbearing? Mr. Chu was delighted, his eyes shining, and said to his father, Go, father, quickly lead the way, I will deal with them. More than 10 cave Tian realm monks, that's so good. Tu Van also has one more thought in mind, just kill them to complete the new mission. Old Tu was worried so he warned Mr. Chu, those are monks in the heavenly cave, there are more than 10 people. Now I'm just a god, can I be sure I can deal with them? Tu Van seemed to be sure of his intention. Father, rest assured, if that group of people who moved to the heavenly realm became someone else's entourage, it is estimated that they would not have any natural talent. This kind of trash in the heavenly realm is not your opponent at all. One sound, like threatening Mr. Chu with a warning look on his face, you are also my follower. Do you mean that I am also a trash with no talent? At this moment, Tu Van had to be cautious and show fear, only thinking, this true Vo Cuc has recently become more and more sensitive. Could it be that he has reached menopause? Or is it the month? Tu Van placed his hand on Vo Cuc's shoulder to reassure him. You are not like those trash, you are the holy son of 2 great holy places. Come on, we're going to the mine now, so those scraps know the distance between them and genius. Wuji replied, this time you are not allowed to compete with my opponent. Mr. Tu heard that and immediately said, Humph, you petty thing. Tu Van impatiently urged old Tu, Father, let's go. Tu Heng also agreed, if you guys are so confident then let's go now. The clear blue sky is windy and gentle. A cup of tea later. The eldest son of the Deep family came to the Chu palace and shouted, and the disciples of the Chu palace surrounded him, telling Tu Van to get out of here. The Chu family's disciples tried their best to stop it. Young Master Deep, the family head, and our young master had just arrived at the mine. Dai Dao was angry, his face turned hot. He asked, "Which mine?" A servant told him. It was the mine where the treasure was discovered. The eldest son, Dai Dao, took all the Chu family's disciples with him. "Let's go." At the mine, it seemed as if the seal was being broken with great power. The homeowner and the young master of the Chu family and Vo Chui hovered anxiously, looking at the formation and discussing matters. These are the magic formations that Deep Dai Dao brought back, but until now they still cannot solve this formation. Mr. Chu continued, "From the formation, it seems that inside there are mostly caves of expert practitioners." Vo Chi also spoke up, "Strange, I feel like there is something inside that is attracting me." Mr. Chu flew lightly like a soaring wind. "Come on, let's go over there and see." From afar, Tu Van and Vo Chui encountered the magicians of the Deep family who were tense at the Tu family's presence. "This place is our Deep family's territory. If you dare to take a step further, you will die here." Mr. Chu was not afraid at all, but also ordered Vo Cuc to rush forward and rob other people's inheritance, so he had no reason to be afraid of anything. "Go kill him." Infinity seems to be filled with enthusiasm. "Okay." With just one wave of his hand from Infinity, the magician of the Deep family fell backwards. Chu's side was no match for anyone. Tu Van recited the spell, the black magic sword with strong magic power. That great power penetrated the chest of that master. Old Tu gasped at that brutal scene. "Oh my god! Is it so easy to kill the god of love?" Tu Van and Vo Cuc's swords clashed in the air, wary of the siege of those heavenly caves. They talked about Tu family's people. It was the enemy attacking. "Quick, it seems the opponent is very strong." "So what if you're strong? Dare to kill our people, you are looking for death." "Do you know who we are?" The group proudly introduced. "We are Deep Dai Dao's entourage. He is the holy son of the Holy King sect." Mr. Chu, with a calm smile, not afraid of heaven or earth, thought to himself, "Hee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many heavenly caves, these are all accumulated points." A great power radiates from Tu Van like his own aura, with swords filled with magic threatening the heavenly caves. Over their 10,000 swords flow. The scene before his eyes was fierce. Countless blue swords rushed down and pierced the hearts of those Dong Tiankin guys. On Mr. Tru's side, with his huge magic power, he rushed straight into the remaining group of people. The people below are scared and worried. They deserve to die. Why is he so strong? Who exactly is this person? Obviously he is also a god. Mr. Tu seemed to want to destroy everything, so he robbed Vo Chi. Mr. True angrily reprimanded. "You robbed my opponent again." Tu Van arrogantly replied, "Vo Chi, don't fight with the monks to enter the heavenly realm." Once again, that terrible magic took a life from Dong Tian realm. Notification from Tu Van's system. "Congratulations on reaching 10 times of enlightenment." Mr. Chu triumphed. "Are you guys in the heavenly realm?" "Too weak." The remaining cavemen were scared to death and quickly ran away. Some guy turned his head and replied to Mr. Chu. "Even though he killed them, he left, and still criticized us for being weak and raping people too much." A quick glance could have blown those guys away. Powerful magic lines zigzagged through those people. No one could withstand that cruel thing. Tu Van had no mercy for anyone. Realizing that there was still one person left, a blue vortex knocked the last person away, causing him to die with the last words, "Damn it!" From far away, a shrill voice rang out, stopping Mr. Chu. "Stop." Tu Van noticed something strange. The strength of this Dong Tian realm monk was not bad, similar to Lai Bufam. But Tu Van did not give in. A light flick sent the remaining guy flying far away. Mr. Chu also did not want to lose the opportunity. 70 times enlightenment was at hand. Gradually approaching the image of a familiar man in the distance, Deep Dai Dao's voice echoed. "I asked you to stop, didn't you hear?" Tu Van replied, "I heard, but who are you? It's also worthy of giving me orders." The terrifying magical power with a powerful purple color radiating from the eldest son of the Deep family is threatening Mr. Chu. "Are you Tu Van? I originally wanted to spare your Tu family once, but since you killed my entourage, then all of you Tu family prepare to bury them with them." A giant hand with powerful magical power is present, accompanied by Dai Dao's powerful voice. "As for you, in order to destroy the Holy Land, I will only destroy your cultivation base." But Tu Van's manliness did not want to give in. Tu recited the spell, 10,000 swords to neutralize the terrible thing from Dai Dao. The magical power of those swords easily tore through the magical power of the eldest son of the Deep family. In the face of that kind of power, Dai Dao must also be wary. Tu Van, are you the Chu Van who defeated Emperor Lai Tan in the True Dragon Nest? Mr. Chu calmly responded to Dai Dao's words, unexpectedly. You have also heard of my name. Was that trash Kwang Hao Nin told you? How has he been lately? Hopefully next time he can receive one of my attacks. Dai Dao's eldest son was shocked. His face turned purple. It was really you, Tu Van replied indomitably. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Young Master Deep still arrogantly continued on Chu a little, but in the end, you are just a god. Respecting the chaos of heaven and earth, you kneel down and apologize to me. I will forgive you this time. Tu Van was stunned and confused by the attitude of the Deep family patriarch. Are you stupid? Dai Dao's anger and strength threatened Tu Van. If you don't agree to kneel down and apologize, then I will beat you to kneel and apologize. Mr. Chu was not even indifferent by the eldest son of the Deep family, but instead unleashed even greater power, sword energy, and water flow. But Dai Dao is not ordinary. He unleashed his moves and swords. Even if your talent is stronger, it's still a level lower than mine. Do you really think I will be like those entourage? You are a genius, I am also a genius. Wanting to go above and beyond to kill me is truly delusional, daydreaming. No matter how much weight those words carried, Dai Dao's magic was broken with just one move from Tu Van. What the eldest son received was only surprise. What? Not stopping there, deep inside Mr. Chu seemed to contain all the domination. Tu Van unleashed a powerful move that made everyone afraid, for images of swords. The people below also witnessed the terrifying power with admiration. White Tiger, Tan Long, Vermilion Bird and Huin Vu. This is the four-symbol sword formation, one of the most powerful magical powers. The other person exclaimed, a god of the realm like him knows magical powers. It's really hard to believe. Tu Van launched a move in the form of a punch towards the people below, almost forgetting about you guys. With you, I can complete the mission. Dai Dao used his own ability to stop Mr. Chu. Tu Van, your opponent is me, stop! The power emanating from Mr. Chu caused the others to fall down. The entourage of the eldest son of the Deep family did not hesitate to rush forward to fight Tu Van. Let's go up. I don't believe he's really that powerful. The other guy replied, okay. Those ordinary people can only accept defeat before Mr. Chu's terrible ability, Invincible Punch Seal. Tu Van is arrogant, huh? The grasshopper kicked the car, unable to block a single blow. Dai Dao also angrily rushed towards Tu Van. Tu Van, I have to kill you. Tu Van once again replied proudly, are you worthy? Tu Van's punch spell is confronting the intense and fierce power of the eldest son of the Deep family. Sword Light. Right Seal. The surrounding mountains and forests are also covered in a flashy and powerful way by those two powers.